Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeye Sports Network. From Learfield, Hawkeye football is on the air.
And he's got all kinds of running room. See you later. Touchdown. Touchdown, Iowa.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by Authentic Brand. Shop premium Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. Also brought to you by Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how they're using their energy to power beyond. Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit IALottery.com for details. Come and Go. Order ahead on the Come and Go app and we'll bring it to you curbside. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. And by Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. Now live, Hawkeye football is on the air. This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show.
Ready, set, go. Season number 24 for Coach Kirk Ferentz and company, set to get underway in a couple of hours inside Kinnick Stadium. And we have the pleasure of bringing it to you once again right here on the Hawkeye Radio Network, where a lot of the talk this week was that it's simply time to play some football.
It's time to go out there and compete against an actual team and, to score touchdowns, to make first downs, and to, have a score. It's time for that. I feel it. I think our rest of our players feel it. Our coaches feel it. It's time to go.
And we hope to see that translate through on the playing surface. Quarterback Spencer Petrus will be under center, making his 20th career start in the season opener. Currently ranking 13th in program history and career passing yards heading into this year. Of course, that'll be one of the topics to talk about today. The defense expected to be one of the best in the country, led by that core group of linebackers and Jack Campbell on the preseason Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year. But a quality opponent coming in today, too. The South Dakota State Jackrabbits playing an unbelievable schedule just a year ago. First time these two teams have ever matched up, and it should be fun just a couple of hours from now. Good morning and welcome to Krause Family Plaza outside of Kinnick Stadium in the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. I'm Andy Peterson. Dallas Clark is the honorary captain today. He'll be on stage with us here in just a few moments, and right now we head up high atop Kinnick Stadium on a gorgeous Saturday morning and check in with the guy who will begin his 26th year behind the mic, bringing Hawkeye football home to each and every one of you, and that is none other than Mr. Gary Dolphin. Good morning, Dolphin. You couldn't ask for a nicer day to kick things off in 2022.
I'm with you, Andy. By the way, I'm 26 years old. It's not my 26th year. Let's get that straight. And 32-year-old Ed Podolak will be here shortly. So Eddie had a birthday a couple days back. Our boss, Gabe Aguirre, is celebrating a birthday today that has a 0 behind a number. I won't mention it beyond that. But you're right. First game ever against South Dakota State for the Hawkeyes. It's interesting, back in the Niall Kinnick era, the Hawkeyes had a regular visitor here to then Iowa Stadium in the University of South Dakota. And they played 8 times, and the Hawks won all 8. That'll be the subject of our Hawkeye historical winning moment a little bit later on. By the way, welcome to everybody listening in to a new season of Hawkeye football, as well as watching in on the Authentic Game Day, Authentic Brand Game Day. They sponsor our first hours. So you're right, though. I like Kirk Ferentz' plain and simple line, Andy. Earlier this week, the tire company would love it. Today, the rubber hits the road, and it starts for real. And his point was, in practice, or after a practice, that, look, guys, we've been hitting each other for a month. Now it's time to go hit somebody else in another uniform. And he emphasized the word hit because this Iowa defense hung that no vacancy sign out seemingly every Saturday last year and put up some gaudy numbers. And a lot of folks feel this defense this year will be better than last year. And if that's the case, then the offense is going to enjoy the ride. Special teams led by Torrey Taylor, spectacular. It will be again. Field position so important in this game. So I think all 3 phases are ready. There's still some nagging injuries plaguing the offensive line. But other than that, a couple wide receivers probably won't play today. We'll talk about that as we get into the pregame show. But other than that, the Hawks' attitude is great, and they are ready to go.
Hawks return 17 starters, 8 on offense, 7 on defense, 2 specialists, and 44 letter winners from that team that won 10 games a year ago. Certainly a lot of that core veteran leadership is back, and 10 wins is a pillar from which we look to move forward this year. Thanks a lot, Gary. Look forward to your call here in just a couple of hours. And by the way, you don't look a day over 17 in that 25-year-old body, so that's even better. Gary Dolphin, voice of the Hawkeyes, here on the Authentic Brand Game Day Show. The Hawkeyes have just arrived here at Kinnick Stadium on the Hawkeye team bus powered by the Iowa Soybean Association and the Soybean Checkoff, and fueled with biodiesel. Iowa leading the nation in biodiesel production. Using biodiesel provides a cleaner and healthier air, homegrown jobs, and more value to every bushel of soybeans grown by our wonderful Iowa farmers. Cleaner, better, now that's biodiesel, and you can find out more at iasoybeans.com. I've been burning biodiesel for a long time, and it always is a premium product. Here come the Hawks, and here comes Pam Hinman from the Eastern Iowa Airport in just a moment as the Authentic Brand Game Day Show rolls along before the Hawks and the Jackrabbits at Kinnick Stadium. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Businesses like yours count on EMC insurance companies for protection with the standard coverage they need. But EMC agents go further, tailoring coverages with the specialized products and services every unique company requires, including yours. EMC has insurance solutions for nearly 500 types of businesses. So whatever your specialty is, count on EMC to protect it. Visit emcins.com to find your local agent.
There's a hero in all of us. Shields is proud to partner with Iowa and Nebraska for the Shields Heroes Game. Together, we want to recognize and celebrate local heroes who exemplify the goal of positively impacting the community and who stand as an inspiration to others. If you have a family or community member you'd like to recognize and nominate, please do so at shields.com/hero so we can celebrate the heroes in our community.
This summer, just say, what the fun, in a rugged, fuel-efficient Honda SUV, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker, and have whatever fun you want. Camping, water skiing, a 12-game round-robin travel ball tournament crisscrossing the entire region. What the fun indeed. New Hondas are arriving daily, so get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer today. Honda gets the Midwest. Based on EPA estimate of model year 2020 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report, November 2021.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show, the official outfitter of our game day crew in Learfield. Shop Hawkeye gear today. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield. This is Gary Dolphin, and those who know me know of my love for Iowa sports and Iowa history. We have a lot to be proud of, like the Herbert Hoover Presidential Library and Museum in West Branch. That's why I'm a supporter of their campaign to renovate and modernize the museum space there. And better yet, Iowa taxpayers who contribute to the effort will receive a 25% state tax credit on gifts of any size. Join me and help share Hoover's history. Get the details at standwithhoover.org.
Iowa Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by Burger Shed, Grizzly, IMT Insurance, Tournament Club of Iowa, Machine Shed, Iowa Bankers Association, Wild Rose Casino, Dupaco Community Credit Union. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
$25 interceptions a year ago by the outstanding Hawkeye defense. Boy, would it be nice to see that again. Of course, a school record, 89 interceptions since 2017. Not only is that a school record, but that is more than any defense in the country. The defense will be stout this year. The linebacking core to be exceptional. Riley Moss, of course, back on the backside of that defense, too. Should be a lot of fun to watch all season long. As we kick things off today, here with South Dakota State. Good morning from the Krause Family Plaza and the Hawkeye Radio Network stage. Andy Peterson and the Authentic Brand Game Day Show, where we freshen up your Hawkeye wardrobe each and every year with Authentic Brand. And in fact, I have some of these outstanding Authentic Brand hats on stage if you stop by that we'll toss out to the crowd, courtesy of Clark and crew at Authentic Brand. The unique and versatile styles are just what you need to look your best on game days and every day. Shop authentic-brand.com to learn more. We welcome in good friend Pam Hittman here from the Eastern Iowa Airport, as today's game is brought to you by the Eastern Iowa Airport. CID 5 airlines, 16 nonstop destinations. They've done a wonderful job in speeding up that travel with those nonstop connections over the past several years. Hawkeye Nation's #1 choice for travel. Just say go. Fly CID, and you can find more at flycid.com. Pam, you and I were just talking about it, as I mentioned. Something special about the season opener here at Kinnick Stadium that's unlike anywhere else in the country.
Absolutely. You know, we do this first game every year, and the atmosphere, everybody, you see people you haven't seen maybe for a year, and everybody's in a good mood. Today we're blessed with beautiful weather. It's just unlike anything else.
Boy, it certainly is. So let's talk a little bit about the remodel project. I know there's been a lot of progress made, and you're really excited about completion here soon.
So we were grateful to get some money from the governor and from the federal government. We're going to be able to finish the remodel. So there's an area in the terminal, it's very obvious, that has not been remodeled. That'll get updated, and then we're going to expand a bit. We're going to add some gates. We're going to get ready for the future.
Well, and I'm not that old, first of all. Second of all, I can remember back when it was hard to find a nonstop destination out of the airport. You guys have really worked hard, Marty and you and crew, to change that around,
Yeah,
too.
the airlines have really invested in CID because passengers in the region have invested in CID. I mean, it's got to be the passengers using the planes, right? And when the airlines see that, they bring in more flights. So we love it.
Absolutely. So if we haven't been there for a while, Pam, tell us what we'll see that's been updated and modernized so far.
Wow. Well,
we only have a couple minutes, so I know that's going to limit it. But
for people who used to use Allegiant, where you had those the lower level boarding gates, it's all upstairs. It's beautiful. It's airy. It's modern. New furniture. Gosh, there's a patio past security that you can go and enjoy a beverage of your choice and something to eat. So it's night and day difference. People that arrive, is this really Cedar Rapids? Is this really Iowa City? Yeah, no, it really is. It's CID.
And of course, that's music to my ears too. Trying to make the time go a little bit faster when you're getting through security, enjoying beverages. That's all miles better than what it was just a few years ago.
Well, and I need to say that our new sports bar up there is called the High Porch, and after Hayden, and we've got some football photos and the Iowa Wave, a big mural up there. We've got Herky all throughout the terminal. We are the Hawkeye Airport. We love it. We own it, and we want to make that, when Hawkeyes come home or are leaving, we want to make that connection.
Hawkeye Nation's #1 choice for travel. FlyCID.com is where you find out more. Pam, thanks for dropping by.
Thank you so much, Andy.
You bet. Pam Hittman with the Eastern Iowa Airport, our presenting sponsor here today on the Hawkeye Radio Network. We'll talk with Dallas Clark coming up here in just a moment. Hawk fans, cheer for those Mershman Seeds quarterback sacks by the Black and Gold during today's game. In fact, a $150 donation to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital will be made for every Hawkeye sack by Mershman Seeds. How about that, supporting such a great cause? Mershman Seeds, your friend out in the field. We're also brought to you by the Iowa Egg Council. Had fun with those folks, Kevin and crew out at the Iowa State Fair. The eggs on a stick were a hit, as always. The dietary guidelines recommend eggs as an important first food for infants and toddlers, as well as pregnant and lactating women, where eggs are one of the best sources of choline, a nutrient that's critical for fetal brain development. How do you like your eggs? Scrambled is always the answer to that, although hard-boiled on a stick when you're at the state fair is certainly very cool as well. I've got these Authentic Brand Hawkeye hats to throw out here. Not only does Authentic Brand create the finest Hawkeye apparel, but they also manufacture a full suite of made-to-order company merch. We, of course, talk about that with the my full-time job on the big show, the I Speak Farm series as well. You can get connected by visiting authentic-brand.com. Today's honorary captain is Dallas Clark, and he is on the Hawkeye Radio Network stage in just a moment as Iowa gets ready to take on South Dakota here in the season opener at Kinnick Stadium. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Make next harvest your best harvest with Mershman Seeds. This is Joe Mershman. Our connection to MS Technologies makes us an industry leader for Enlist E3 soybean genetics. Starting line seed treatment, our most advanced seed treatment, comes standard with added protection against both sudden death syndrome and white mold. Upgrade with Saltro and Trunemco for maximum protection against sudden death syndrome and soybean cyst nematodes. There's only one leader in soybean technology, Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Gear up for game day and every day with premium Hawkeye apparel from Authentic Brand. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
My name is Matt Ditch, and I'm an Iowa pig farmer.
Iowa pig farmers like Matt and Melissa Ditch are committed to teaching their kids about doing the right things when it comes to pig care and protecting the environment.
As they get older, we do start to have those conversations. Well, hey, Dad, why do we do this or why do we do that? And so they kind of get a firsthand lesson of why we do those things and why they're good for the environment and the pigs and us.
Learn more at iowapork.org.
We care about Iowa, too.
Tournament Club of Iowa, designed by golf legend Arnold Palmer. TCI is his only signature course in the state. TCI is a public course that offers a challenging yet enticing experience for golfers of all levels and is now managed by Kaler Golf. Cap off your round with breathtaking views and a delicious meal at the Copper Oak Restaurant. Looking for a unique setting for your wedding, party, or outing? Look no further than TCI. Visit tcofiowa.com to book your tee time today. Schneider Graphics is a family-owned company providing full vinyl graphic services for over 30 years. We proudly provide vehicle wraps, fleet graphics, wall murals, signs, banners, and more using quality 3M products. Large or small, Schneider Graphics can help you with your next project from design to installation. As a proud partner of the University of Iowa, you can see our work on game day on the Hawkeye team bus and the gates and sidewalks of Kinnick Stadium. Schneider Graphics, located in Des Moines, service throughout Iowa.
Facing a criminal charge or complicated family law situation, Carr Law Firm has the trial experts you need. As experienced trial attorneys, we understand how much is on the line. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
Yeah, go ahead and put those on. Getting you ready for the Hawks and the Jackrabbits today outside of Kinnick Stadium in the Krause Family Plaza. Hoping to go to the skies here and check up with Iowa State Patrol Trooper Taylor Graham, your eye in the sky, here in just a moment. But right now, we welcome to the stage, I believe, Dallas Clark, who was inducted into the 2022 Hall of Fame class this weekend. As, of course, we all remember Dallas and his outstanding playing career at the state of Iowa. Big Ten champion, Mackey Award winner, unanimous All-American, Super Bowl champion as well. And one of my earliest memories, actually, of watching Iowa football at Kinnick Stadium sounded like this.
3rd down and 7, call it, from just shy of the 5. Banks straight back to pass, flips it to Clark. He catches at the 10. 1st down, 15, still on his feet. 20, 25, 30, up the near sideline. Needs a blocker, and he's gone. 40, 35, 30, put it in the bag. He's at the 10, 5, touchdown, Iowa! Touchdown, Iowa! The big play again for the Hawkeyes on a simple release from the left side of the line. Completely caught Purdue off guard.
Well,
Purdue
certainly did. Dallas Clark.
I mean, how great is that?
How great memory there, huh? Honorary captain this weekend, and you created a lot of these great memories for Hawk fans like me.
Well, we had a special group, and I think when you do special things here as a team, it starts with the kids buying in. It starts with the coaches doing their job, and everyone just kind of really knowing their role and understanding and growing and trying to competing and get better. And that's exactly what we had. We had a great group of guys that were loving the game, loved competing, wanted to be better, and were, experienced the bad. Obviously that 1-10 season with Coach Ferentz's first year, and to be part of that, and to know how terrible that feels, and to look each other in the face and show up every day and push each other and know that we're not going to do that. That's not what Iowa football is. That's not what we signed up for. That's not what we're about. But it's up to us to do it. Like, we can talk about it all we want, but we got to go work, and buying into it. It started with everyone.
So is that kind of the message you shared with the team then? Dallas, here's honorary captain. And by the way, congratulations on your Hall of Fame induction as well. That's pretty neat.
It's kind of a big weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, good Lord, I'm exhausted. and we haven't even played, we haven't kicked off yet. But it's an unbelievable honor. I don't even know what to like. I mean, the honorary captain is such a big deal, and I want to take that in. But then you look at the Hall of Fame, and it's like, good Lord, that's even the highest prestigious honor that the university can give you, and that's like when it really sunk in of hearing those words. It's like, man, I was just a walk-on kid that wanted to, hopefully my 5th year play special teams. So I was never. The Hall of Fame was never on my 5-year plan at the University of Iowa, and so this is just an unbelievable treat.
We're going to get our traffic report here, I believe, and then we'll talk some more with Dallas coming up. So let's go high to the sky and get you into Kinnick Stadium safely with one of our favorites, Trooper Pilot Taylor Graham. Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning, guys. This is State Patrol Trooper Pilot Taylor Graham with your Iowa Hawkeye Game Day traffic report. The major highways in the Iowa City area are flowing real smoothly, which is great. No issues or delays to report there. Melrose Avenue in Iowa City, as you can probably imagine, up, I think, Fine Golf Course, getting a little crowded still, so be patient through there. First Avenue in Coralville also getting crowded. You guys get closer to the state pedestrian traffic. You don't want to be hitting anybody that's walking across the street or anything like that, so be cognizant of that increased pedestrian traffic. Otherwise, no other issues to report at this time. It's been a great morning for some Iowa Hawkeye football. This has been Iowa State Patrol Trooper Pilot Taylor Graham with your Iowa Hawkeye traffic report. Back to you at the Kraus Family Plaza.
Awesome. Thank you, Trooper. It's always a great morning for Hawkeye football, but thanks to all of your hard work and dedication in getting us in here safely. Dallas Clark alongside Hall of Famer now, honorary captain this week. Your bust is permanently placed inside Kinnick Stadium on the America Needs Farmers Wall of Fame as well. So what did you talk to the team about here? What's your message here in the season opener against a very high-quality opponent?
Well, it's the first game of the year, so everyone, I mean, these guys have been beating each other up for the last 3+ weeks, and so they're angry, they're mad, they hate each other, and so now it's time to become a team again and put all that hard work and all that that bantering and all that competitiveness and that growing and just you just kind of get. It's funny how camp you just kind of like start hating each other, and it's with love. It's like think of like your brother, like when you're around your brother for so long, you're like, hey, we need a break, right? It's the same thing, and that's what this week's all about. That's what the start of the season, and so I just reminded them that, hey, it's the first game. It ain't going to be pretty, right? I mean, obviously you want it to be. We've worked hard. You guys have put in the work and effort. It ain't going to be pretty, but we got to remember it's 4 quarters. We got a lot of guys playing for the first time in Kinnick. It's going to be an unbelievable environment. Just really kind of, understand the moment, be in the moment. Don't let it get too big for you. Do your job, know your role, and really just kind of next play. And don't get too up, don't get too down, and just ride the whole course out. It's 4 quarters. And freaking soak up every moment of it, because there's nothing better than Kinnick Stadium and the opening weekend. It's amazing.
You've played in a lot of stadiums, certainly all across the country, around the world to a certain degree as well, and yet this place still holds a special spot in your heart, which is pretty neat as well. Last question, and we'll let you go.
Yeah.
You have a favorite player that you played with in the NFL or at Iowa that you keep in touch with still to this day?
So many. That's kind of what this Hall of Fame is about. You reflect on your time here, and basically just like what comes to mind are the people at this university. The people, it's all about the people. And so the teammates that I had, unbelievable, and just great guys, and still stay in touch with so many of them today. And what's the great thing about football and this great university, I could see, Tony Burrier, who's a fellow walk-on. Yeah. By the way, he came to the Hall of Fame last night.
Lives just up the road here in North Liberty.
And I gave him a big hug, tears in my eyes, telling him he pushed me, because Tony Burrier, fellow walk-on, like I said, competed, showed up every day. And he would always come over by me when we were doing sprints, and all right, Burrier, let's go, buddy. And we push each other, and he pushed me, and so it's moments like that you can see guys that you haven't seen for years, and you can go right back to those moments, and it just shows you how important it is, and how deep and just how special this bond of brothers we have here at the university and with the football team. And so, same thing with the NFL. Obviously, so many teammates, so many great players. That's more of a business, and it's a whole different world. But my friends at the university, my old teammates, you could see these guys no matter what, no matter where, and we would give each other off's back, and you're just always continue to be there and support one another, and that's something that's just a lifetime of love and bond that will never be broken.
Well, congratulations on the Hall of Fame announcement, Dallas. Certainly, we're very proud of everything you've accomplished. Thanks for coming back and spending
Hawks,
a little bit of time with us here on the Hawkeye Radio Network.
Thanks for having me.
Dallas Clark, one of the best to put on the Hawkeye uniform, here with us, absolutely outside of the Krause family Plaza. Of course, AMF Wall of Fame honoree as well. And you heard him talk about leaving it all on the field, just like the Iowa Farmers do. You could be on the field yourself by winning tickets to the ANF game day on October 1st, where we will induct the latest Wall of Fame honoree. Learn more, AmericaNeedsFarmers.org. AmericaNeedsFarmers.org is where you learn more there. Authentic Brand is your destination for officially licensed Hawkeye apparel and accessories. Look your best on game day and every day by shopping Authentic Brand's exclusive selection at authentic-brand.com. Rob Brooks and the Media Roundtable on stage next. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
Hawk fans, do you want stylish Hawkeye gear at an exclusive listener price? Authentic Brand offers the most premium selection of unique Iowa apparel that has me looking my best on game day and every day. Shop their comfortable and versatile styles at authentic-brand.com and save 15% with this radio offer. Use the code Hawkeye Radio when you shop authentic-brand.com. That's all one word, Hawkeye Radio at authentic-brand.com.
Blue is freedom. Blue is endless possibilities. Blue is trustworthy.
Attaboy.
Blue is caring.
We got this.
And now, Blue is Medicare Advantage from Wellmark Advantage Health Plan. All-in-one coverage, extra benefits, and the confidence of being covered by Wellmark. Because Blue is always here for you. Learn more at wellmarkadvantage.com.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Premium Hawkeye gear for game day and every day. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
MedFarm has a new name. It's Bud and Mary's, a tribute to the founders of their third-generation family business, Bud and Mary. Family-owned, family-operated right here in Iowa. Bud and Mary's was founded through plant science and medical cannabis research that delivers high-quality products that are approved by the Iowa Department of Public Health and tested at the University of Iowa. Explore brands including Bats, Aliviar, and Become. Visit budmary.com.
Welcome to the roundtable segment of the pregame show. I'm Rob Brooks, opening day. Pleased to be joined, as always, as we do the first game. Yeah. Tom on the roundtable. Tom Kakert of HawkeyeReport.com.
It's a
Good
tradition.
to see you. Huh?
It's
Absolutely.
great to be here.
We got to keep it going, don't we?
Looking at the Hawk over there, hanging out on the plaza here.
Pretty good atmosphere.
That's great. It's so nice to be back here and on a game day, and the weather's ideal. And it's perfect. Hardly a cloud in the sky.
Everybody's in a good mood. Right?
Everybody's in a good mood. Seeing a lot of people walking around with bush light. I mean, this is America right here.
Yep, and we're looking forward to it. Of course, South Dakota State comes in here, and going to be a tough ball game, a good opener for the Hawkeyes. I think a lot of fans a little bit on edge this week, knowing that this is a good opponent in the FCS classification of Division I football, and have a great track record. And I think certainly as we look at the start of this game, all eyes are going to be on Spencer Petrus and that offense to see if there's anything new, anything different, and hopefully Iowa will come out and be able to have a really balanced attack.
Yeah, they're going to come out, try and run the ball, but everybody's on edge because I think a lot of people remember 2016 and North Dakota State coming in here.
And Northern Iowa's had success here, though not a victory.
Yeah, and you know the 09 opener against UNI that Iowa needed 2 blocked field goals.
Never forget that one.
Yeah, you'll never see that again, I don't think.
I don't think so.
But it's just, these are, and you look at last year, this South Dakota State team went to Colorado State and pounded them, beat them like a drum. And so it's a quality team. They're number 2 in the FCS for a reason, right behind North Dakota State. So this is going to be.
They beat North Dakota State last year.
Yeah, I think they beat them 2 straight years. Mm-hmm. So this is a team that went to the Final Four, the FCS last year. Year before they went to the title game. So when they did the spring season. So this is going to be a really challenging game for Iowa.
And you know that they will certainly be ready, but Iowa's going to be ready as well. And the health up front looks a lot better than it did a couple of weeks ago at Kids Day. And all eyes will be on the wide receiving core, too. How many are able to get out there, number 1. And number 2 is how many targets will the wide receivers have? And maybe a Sam Laporta, the depth at tight end, fills that gap.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Sam Laporta splitting out this game, and maybe next week too, as Iowa kind of nurses some guys back to more full health. But you're going to get a heavy dose of Arlen Bruce. You're going to get to know who Alec Wick is, kid was a standout at Iowa City Regina, played for Ed Hinkle there, and reminds a lot of people of Ed Hinkle. So you're going to see a lot of him. I think you're going to – I've jokingly said that Sam Laporta and Luke Lachey are going to combine for 100 catches this year, and I'm half kidding about that because it may happen. You know, Laporta caught 53 last year, so it wouldn't be a stretch to see him get to 60 plus, and I think Lachey's arrow is pointing way up, and it's a different offensive line. Logan Jones taking over at center from Linderbaum. And we'll see how the guard position and tackle position is. Kind of Colby going to end up being the right tackle. Is Mason Richmond back out there and healthy? They're going to put Jennings Dunker in there at guard and get those, some really physical guys out there.
Yeah,
too.
Bo Stevens. Potential at guard as well.
Yeah, Bo Stevens, Tyler Ellsbury. Maybe you'll see a little bit of a rotation there. And we don't know who the kicker is going to be yet either. We might see Drew Stevens and Aaron Blum.
You never know.
Yeah.
And I think, too, when you talk about that offensive line, and what I was telling a lot of people this summer was you have to remember that Tyler Linderbaum was the only one up front that started every game.
Yeah.
There was a different starter at both tackle and both guard positions. So that's disruptive.
Yep.
And you're moving guys inside out, outside in. And I think that had a part of the struggles sometimes offensively. But I think Spencer Petrus, I think mentally, physically, he's ready to go. This is his last go-around, and I think he's going to embrace the entire season.
Yeah, and he's the clear number one guy. I know, people discuss it and wonder about it, but
found that out this week for sure.
Yeah, he's the clear number one guy that's going to start, and they're going to, go with him and see how that goes. And I think I'm still on Spencer. I always joke I'm on Spencer Petrus Island. I've still got plenty of land there, and I just think he's got that moxie, that leadership ability, and I think he's going to be, having John Budmeyer on staff now as a analyst, a quarterback who was at Wisconsin, the OC at Colorado State actually last year, and quarterback coach. I think that's going to help because you've got a quarterback there to talk to him about playing quarterback, and I think that's going to help him.
Tom, a quick note on the defensive side of the football. That's going to be the strength of this team. Everybody knows that. And I think the storyline today, South Dakota State can move the ball on the ground, through the air, but can they do it against this defense?
That's the $64,000 question, and that'll determine how this game goes too. But the Davis kid, who's their running back, he averaged 7.4 yards a carry last year, ran for over 700 yards. They've got an NFL tight end in Tucker Kraft, who's getting a ton of NFL interest. So Janix, the wide receiver, is really good too. He's
71 receptions last year.
Caught over 1,000 yards in receiving. And their quarterback, he's the guy that led them to the championship game in the spring season in 2021. So they've got some talent. I think the big difference you're going to see maybe is they're just not as big as Iowa, and I think Iowa's going to be able to bully them a little bit as the game moves on.
Well, let's have some fun today, Tom.
Yes, thank you.
Great to see you. Tom Kakert, HawkeyeReport.com, joining us here on the Roundtable segment. And we remind you that Hawkeye hydration stations inside Kinnick Stadium are brought to you by Delta Dental of Iowa, Iowa Corn, and Pivot Bio with locations throughout the concourse. We encourage you to bring reusable water bottles and fill up with fresh drinking water all season long. Delta Dental of Iowa, farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and Iowa Corn Promotion Board, and Pivot Bio care about the water we share. I'm Rob Brooks. I'll talk to you from the Iowa sideline a little bit later on, and we will have more of the Authentic Brand Game Day show. It continues after this. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
What about the one that takes incredible pictures?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
How about this giant cardboard phone?
Oh, that stays.
At US Cellular, new and current customers choose any phone they want for free. That's any brand, model, or size. Free for everyone. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. For unique Hawkeye apparel and premium accessories, shop authentic-brand.com today. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Personal touch on your next new construction or renovation project with Windsor Windows and Doors. With made in the USA quality, Windsor Windows and Doors are built to last. To learn more about what we have to offer, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
Let me ask you a question. What has 27 challenging holes, bent grass fairways and greens, a great location just 5 miles northwest of Des Moines, a perfect setting and venue for corporate and fundraising golf events, a driving range, season passes for avid golfers, and a great food and beverage division? You're right. The answer is Beaver Creek Golf Course, the same place I have never ever seen a beaver. If you like to golf, you'll really like Beaver Creek.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 Degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 Degrees. Lennox, 72 Degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
(98-33-2). That is the Iowa record in season openers, including a 19-4 mark under head coach Kirk Ferentz as he begins his 24th season here today at Kinnick Stadium. In fact, the Hawkeyes had won 6 straight prior to losing in 2020. Edie Peterson in the Authentic Brand Game Day Show before the Hawks and the South Dakota State Jackrabbits, and we are proud to say that Green State Credit Union is a great supporter of Kirk's kids here in the 2022 season. Participants in Big Brothers Big Sisters programs throughout Iowa attend a Hawkeye football home game like this one, get to tour Kinnick Stadium and receive team gear. Today we welcome Big Brother Brady and little brother Nate from the Quad Cities, big brother Joe and little brother David, also from the Quad Cities, as part of the Green State Credit Union Kirk's Kids programs. Contributions so far totaling more than $3.7 million in staff volunteering over 3,100 hours to support local events and programs. Kirk's Kids this year is another way that Green State Credit Union is involved in your community and the Hawkeye community here at Kinnick Stadium. Remember as well, Hawkeye fans, to download the official Hawkeye football game program by visiting the game day page at hawkeyesports.com. The game program is now digital and free, so make sure to check that out. And more of the Authentic Brand Game Day Show continuing in just a moment as Gary Dolphin has a special interview with former Hawkeye wrestler Dan Holm. Freshen up your Hawkeye wardrobe with Authentic Brand. The unique and versatile styles are just what you need to look your best on game days and every day. I told you we've got a couple of these special Hawkeye hats to give away. I've thrown a few of those out here to the crowd on the stage of the Hawkeye Radio Network in the Krause Family Plaza. So come on by and spruce things up with Authentic Brand, not only on game days, but every day. Shop authentic-brand.com. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion, like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance, because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
Is your work environment safe? It can be with help from EMC insurance companies. Use our loss control resources for online driver training, tools to avoid slips, trips, and falls, ways to improve workstation ergonomics, techniques for proper lifting, and so much more. Get safety videos and materials for your employees, all at no additional cost. When you insure your business with EMC. Learn more at emcins.com.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
I'm here for Pioneer Brand Seeds, a block away from another ag company's corporate office. This company concentrates their breeders here in one centralized location. That's not how Pioneer works. Our breeders are located where their test plots are. That way, Pioneer corn breeders gain insights about what does and doesn't work for a local geography in real time. Ask your local Pioneer sales representative about field-proven Pioneer brand corn hybrids. And like our breeders, they're located near you.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Gear up for game day and every day in Authentic Brand apparel. Shop premium branded merch and Hawkeye gear. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Hog fans, we invite you to visit the iconic Midwest venue right in Kinnick's backyard, Arden Creek Vineyard and Winery. Located just 35 minutes southeast of Iowa City, Arden Creek is the perfect destination to sample and enjoy award-winning handcrafted wines. Our selection of reds, whites, and rosés will keep you coming back. Pick up a bottle today at your local wine and spirits retailer across Iowa and Western Illinois. In fact, Arden Creek is now a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes and is now being served across Kinnick Stadium this fall. Go Hawks!
It's the opening weekend for Iowa Hawkeye football. Welcome back to our pregame coverage. I'm Gary Dolphin. Iowa getting set to take on South Dakota State, the third-ranked Jackrabbits from the powerful FCS division and conference that is the Missouri Valley Football Conference. It also features the Northern Iowa Panthers and North Dakota State, among others. This is a really good team, and the Hawks need to be ready, and I'm sure they will be. This is also Fry Fest weekend. What a scene yesterday over in the Iowa River Landing in Coralville. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of Hawkeye fans in and out of that venue all day long. It's the largest trade show and tailgate party anywhere, capped last night by a concert, fireworks, and the 33rd Iowa Letter Winners Club Hall of Fame class. Inducted were Dallas Clark from football, Amy Fowler of field hockey, softball's Kerry Knopf, baseball great Keith Noreen, George Roddy from golf, swimming and diving's Nancelia Underwood, and wrestling's Dan Holm. Holm won the 158-pound NCAA championship in 1975. The three-time All-American led the Hawkeyes to their first ever NCAA team title under then head coach Gary Kirtlemeyer, and a foundation piece for Dan Gable's incredible run at the helm. Gable was an assistant under Kirtlemeyer, but soon would become head coach when then Holm won back-to-back Big Ten crowns in 1974 and 75. Dan Holm was the catalyst.
But I was the only senior on that team, and so, you know, it was quite a team effort, just not mine. All those kids came back, and they won it again the next year. So,
McCuskey, Kirtlemeyer, and Gable. Talk about an excavating company that not only plowed the dirt and laid the base, but poured the foundation, and Iowa was off and running. That must make you very proud, you and your teammates from that mid-'70 era.
I came back my sophomore year, and all this was happening. Coach Gable showing up, Roy Carver in the background, we had all these guys show up to be assistants, volunteer assistants, and working for world team positions, training. Quite a turnaround. Boy, that just started it all.
And I know how wrestlers are just as prideful of Big Ten championships as any NCAA title, because after all, the Big Ten is king. You helped lead Iowa to back-to-back Big Ten championships. You really set the baseline, didn't you?
Yes. Coach Gable had us saying when he came to the room, we're going to take it to the next level. And we all took him serious, and we all applied ourselves. And again, I'm going to emphasize the team effort on this, because one guy can't, he can get his trophy and go on home, but to get a team title and get the first one for Iowa, I think of all those guys, all 40 of them in the room.
You took my next question, because you talk to golfers like Zach Johnson, and he'll tell you, it's never me against the other guy, it's me against the golf course. Wrestling is somewhat individualistic. It's you against him, but I don't know that there's another sport that takes more pride in team titles.
It's hard to do. It's very difficult. Penn State's leading the way now, and we're right there with our new recruiting classes coming up. We've got the power, so we're going for them. We're going for them.
Besides you, who are the characters that you remember, quote unquote, off that 2-3 stretch, 74 through 76? Tell me, give me a good story.
The stories are something else from the other guys. It really is. But we had a great time, great team effort. Again, here I am getting an award. The first thing I do is think about 40 guys, the work we put in, the coaches, Gable. I could tell you a story about Gable kicking my butt one night. I took him down, senior year, 2 weeks to go before the Big Tens. And we started scrimmaging, warming up, and that lasted about 30 seconds. And we were covering 3 mats, and he was getting the best of me, but finally I caught him on an ankle pick, my first takedown against him. And I stood up, cackled, did you see that? I scored. And I'm walking around bragging. And all of a sudden the whistle blows. We're going to match. I turn around, and Gable's looking right at me.
Emotions run high with Dan Holm and all wrestlers, really, when Dan Gable's name surfaces. Gable would have 15-minute periods. Wrestling periods are normally 2 and 3 minutes, but he'd have 15-minute periods, 3 of them in practice sessions. And Holm says everybody loved it. He says he'll be forever grateful for the chance the university gave him. He's from Chicago, born in Chicago, and now lives in Marion. Thanks to Dan Holm for his candor. Not only does authentic-brand.com create the finest Hawkeye apparel, they also manufacture a full suite of made-to-order company merch. Company merch for your company and your employees. Get connected by visiting authentic-brand.com/project. And we wrap up the Authentic Brand Game Day show after this. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Get your game day tickets and hotel for Iowa at Rutgers and Iowa at Ohio State through Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited official Hawkeye land-only travel packages. Go to HawkeyeSports.com/travel and see the Hawks on the road. Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited, official Hawkeye travel for fans.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show, the official outfitter of our game day crew in Learfield. Shop Hawkeye gear today. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Hawkeye Football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Hello, Hawkeye fans. I'm Bruce Titus, Director of Dining Services at Oaknall. We are presently hiring full-time and part-time cooks to work in one of our 4 dining venues. Our cook shifts end at 8 p.m., meaning no late nights and more time with friends and family. We work with fresh foods and we show off your creativity. Does having paid time off and benefits sound good to you? Learn more. Go to oaknall.com. Go Hawks!
What's better than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you move your car loan to Community Choice and make no car payments for 3 months. Just 60 seconds to get started. Go to unbankourbread.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis.
It is with great pride we introduce today's University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital Kid Captain on the Authentic Brand pregame show before the Hawks and the Jackrabbits here at Kinnick Stadium. 7-year-old Eli Bessler from Elkader, Iowa, is diagnosed with a rare type of pediatric cancer that develops from immature nerve cells. Now, the good news is his cancer has been in remission for 2 years, so congratulations to Eli Bessler, this week's University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital Kid Captain. And we would also like to remind you that this has been the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day show. As Authentic Brand is your destination for this outstanding, officially licensed Hawkeye apparel and accessories that I'm wearing today. And each and every day, the Hawkeye Radio Network crew always looks their best on game days and every day by shopping Authentic Brand's exclusive selection at authenticbrand.com. Iowa South Dakota State is on the way, and we'll send it upstairs for the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Gary Dolphin, Ed Podolak, straight ahead. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Every team needs the right players in the right positions to provide the winning combination. It's no different with insurance. You need to have the right coverages on the right policies for the right price. IMT Insurance is proud to partner with independent insurance agents to offer auto, home, and business insurance for you and your family. Together, we'll help customize an insurance plan for you. You, your IMT agent, and IMT Insurance. We're a team that can't be beat. Find your local IMT agent at imtins.com.
Tournament Club of Iowa, designed by golf legend Arnold Palmer. TCI is his only signature course in the state. TCI is a public course that offers a challenging yet enticing experience for golfers of all levels and is now managed by Kaler Golf. Cap off your round with breathtaking views and a delicious meal at the Copper Oak Restaurant. Looking for a unique setting for your wedding, party, or outing? Look no further than TCI. Visit tcofiowa.com to book your tee time today.
At the Machine Shed, we serve certified Angus beefsteaks, and the difference is in the flavor. Try the Hay Baler Top Sirloin, or our customer's favorite, the Cattleman's Choice. Stuffed with Swiss cheese, mushrooms, breadcrumbs, garlic, and spices, topped off with our award-winning Pioneer sauce. Dinners are served with fresh vegetables, homemade bread, and family-style fixins.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
There's so much to explore in Iowa, like lakes and caves and county fairs and trails and rails and back roads and beaches. Which is why I want to tell you about Explore Iowa from the Iowa Lottery. You can win big. I mean, the top prize is $50,000. But there's also Life After Scratch, which means you can enter to win a Polaris Razor, Slingshot, or Snowmobile. Visit ialottery.com for rules and complete details. Official licensed product of Polaris, Inc. All rights reserved. Polaris and the Star Design are trademarks of Polaris, Inc. Woohoo!
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
Earning $100 in free play at Wild Rose Casino and Hotel is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Sign up to be a part of Club Wild and you could earn up to $50 in free play on your first visit. But it doesn't stop there. You could earn an additional $25 in free play when you come back a second and third time. When we say you'd rather be here, we mean it. Join Club Wild today and you could earn up to $100 in free play. See Club Wild for details.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by Wiffles Hybrid, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. Also by Case IH. Enter the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawkeyes. Mid-American Energy. Save energy, save money. Visit midamericanenergy.com for energy-saving tips. Shields, right there with you. And by Bud & Mary's, medical cannabis farmed and formulated in Iowa. Here we go! Now live, this is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle pregame show.
A new season of Iowa Hawkeye football is upon us, and welcome back to the hallowed shrine that is Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City for Iowa's opener, Iowa's curtain raiser with the Jackrabbits of South Dakota State. Outstanding coach in John Stiegelmeier and a really good football team that's been to the FCS playoffs now for 10 straight years. A national championship game last spring. They've got another solid football team again this year, but that Iowa defense we think is up to the task. Good morning, everybody. Gary Dolphin with former Hawkeye great Ed Podolak. I cannot, first off, welcome to year 26 with you and I.
Well, isn't that exciting?
They said it wouldn't last. Huh? Come on.
I'm looking at 50.
50 years or 50 years old. Happy belated birthday, by the way, buddy boy, a couple days ago. Hey, I can't. I was thinking last night, when's the last time I felt this much fan excitement about a season that's about to start? All 7 home games sold out. Tickets were gobbled up. I mean, it's a great schedule to start with.
Well, yeah, but, normally Labor Day weekend is a kind of a weak crowd because there's so many other things to do. But here we are, sold out on Labor Day weekend.
Look at the students down there. They're already jammed in here. A full hour to go before kickoff. Iowa is 98-33-2 in season openers. Coach Kirk Ferentz. Coach teams have won 19-20 on opening day in his 24 years at the helm. Very few opponents, though, as tough as today. South Dakota State, one of just 2 FCS programs to reach the playoffs in 10 consecutive seasons. Ferentz finds it easy to heap praise on the Jackrabbits.
Just, watching their film the last 2 years, watching them during the pandemic here when they played in the spring. They're a well-coached football team. And we saw them last year against Colorado State during the course of the year, and they got my attention then, too. So I think it jumps out there. They're all 3 phases, really well coached. They've got good players. They had 2 guys drafted last year, the quarterback and the running back, and arguably maybe the quarterback this year and the running back this year are better than those guys. So that gives you an indication. Outstanding tight ends. So they get good talent, but the thing that's apparent when you watch them is they know who they are, and they've got a really proud tradition. They're just really well coached and comfortable with who they are and the way they do things, and it's been really successful for them. That's why their head coach has been there 25 years. So we've got great respect for them.
Coach Ferentz is spot on. He said, I liked his line yesterday. We had our sit down. South Dakota State has our full attention. Trust me. We don't look by anybody. We're especially not going to look by this team. They've got an outstanding quarterback in Granowski, a heck of a tailback, and a wide receiver transferring from Oklahoma State who's made some big catches in his career.
Well, they know who they want to recruit and how they want to recruit, and they've perfected it over the years. 10 straight playoffs. It's a program you've got to really tip your hat to.
Number of things coming out of the gate first game, and especially in first games, because mistakes are going to happen today. These guys have been hitting each other since last spring ball, and you just hope they're not fatal.
Well, yeah, injuries, you want to avoid them. It's going to be hot today, which is not good sometimes early in the season for injuries. But, they've really had a lot of people miss practices, both in the spring and the fall, the Hawks have. So they've got to put it all together today.
And Ed and I will try and piece it together from our perspective here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Thanks so much for joining us. Spencer Petrus will start at quarterback for the Hawkeyes, and anxious to see Gavin and LaShawn Williams in that backfield. Ed will be back shortly with his keys to the game. Time now for our Hawkeye historical winning moment. Iowa has never played the South Dakota State Jackrabbits. They have played South Dakota, however, 8 times, winning all 8. That's the subject of our Riverside Casino and Golf Resort Hawkeye historical winning moment. At Riverside, it's the home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants, and so much more, just minutes south of Iowa City. The Hawkeyes started playing South Dakota, the University of South Dakota. They are the Coyotes, by the way, in 1917, 135-0. Couple of games with names you'll remember. 1934, fullback Dick Crane averaged 10 yards a carry, scored 2 touchdowns. Ozzie Simmons, the great Ozzie Simmons, ran 22 yards for a score and had punt returns of 61 and 32 yards in an Iowa 34-0 shutout. And then in 1939, Niall Kinnick ran for 4 touchdowns, including a 65-yarder, passed for a 62-yard score to Russell Busk, and kicked 5 extra points. In that game, Henry Vollenweider ran a 92-yard kickback for a score in a 41-0 Hawkeye rout. Boy, would we take that score today. That is the Hawkeye historical winning moment, brought to you again this season by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. When it comes to selecting your seed corn partner, you've got a choice to make. At Wiffles, we've made a choice too. A choice to remain independent. A choice to remain farm family owned. A choice to stay American. So when it's time for you to make your choice, make a statement. Plant your independence and plant Wiffles. Coming up next, our chat with Iowa Athletic Director Gary Barta. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Kirk Ferentz. We've been working hard all year long to get ready for the season ahead, just like Iowa's corn farmers do. Because when the Hawkeyes take to the field and Iowa corn farmers take to theirs, Iowans win. You want to support Iowa's corn farmers? It's easy. Buy corn-fed meat, dairy, and eggs. Fill your cup with safe drinking water right from the tap, and fuel your vehicle with clean, renewable, homegrown E15 and unleaded 88. Now who's ready for some Hawkeye football?
Gary Dolphin here. You've heard me talk about Authentic Brand's premium Hawkeye apparel. But did you know that Authentic Brand manufactures a full suite of made-to-order company merch with infinite colors and decoration options and detailed trims that make your branding pop? Insist on the Authentic Brand label from your supplier or get connected to one of their authorized project partners. Visit authentic-brand.com and search the word project. Again, that's authentic-brand.com and search the word project.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion, like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance. Because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
We're getting closer to kickoff week one, Iowa, South Dakota State here at Kinnick Stadium. The first of 7 sellouts. The Hawkeye fans rabid in scooping up season tickets, all tickets available, whether it's a season ticket or single game, to fill Kinnick for this year. The Hawkeye schedule has gone from 50th toughest a year ago to number 22 in the country. So that's a big reason why. The quality of the opposition is outstanding, starting with South Dakota State. Iowa Athletic Director Gary Barta is more on edge than usual for a first game. Barta knows better than most the level of football excellence played in the Missouri Valley Football Conference, formerly the North Central Conference, where he starred at quarterback for North Dakota State.
No doubt. And, they've had the same head coach. Ours has been here. This is his 24th year. Their head coach has been there longer than Kirk. And so what that tells you is they know who they are. They have their own identity, and they're very, very good. They were in the national championship a couple years ago. They compete toe-to-toe with North Dakota State and UNI, so our fans are well aware that it's, we'll have our hands full today.
Speaking of identity, how about that Hall of Fame class that was officially inducted last night at Carver in the Feller Room? From Dallas Clark to the late George Roddy to Carrie Knopf and Nancelia. I mean, it's just a tremendous, great cross-section of Hall of Famers this year.
Well, the beauty of our Hall of Fame is our Hall of Fame inductees, I don't know if everybody knows this, are selected by letter winners. We have 2 representatives from every sport, alumni, who then take votes from 12,000 that are alive. Anybody who's alive that's a letter winner, they vote. And then it comes down to this committee of former players from all the sports. So it truly is a selection of their peers. 12,000 former student athletes, and only 221 are in our Hall of Fame. So it's a special, special group.
It sure is, Gary. And it's part of a special weekend. Fry Fest. So much going on campus. It's great to have the young people back in class, not just the athletes. And we've got a special anniversary, 50th anniversary of women's athletics at U of I this year.
Yeah, we've been celebrating 50 years of Title IX, but now 50 years of women's athletics at Iowa. And it's just been fun to look at those golden moments. And unfortunately, Dr. Grant passed away, but the celebration of her life. And now we're turning the page. We've started something called Herkys, Herkys, the next 50 years of Iowa women's athletics, with lots attached to that. So we're celebrating that this weekend as well.
I see you're doing a little landscaping around Carver Hawkeye Arena. What's that giant crater crowding Bump Elliott Way?
Well, Tom Brand's, we've been talking now for the last several years. Tom's vision is to have the greatest wrestling training center, not in Iowa, not in the country, but in the world. And so that hole represents the beginning of what we've been envisioning. Thanks to some incredible support from donors, we're building the greatest wrestling training center in the world, and can't wait for that you'll see it going up throughout the football season and throughout the winter, and then it'll open in 24.
So when you're cruising by that crater at the intersection of Elliott Drive and Hawkins this weekend or in future home games, take a good look at the front yard, the former front yard of Carver Hawkeye Arena, and visualize top recruits and Olympic hopefuls from all over the country that will be flocking to Iowa City in the near future for training and qualifiers.
Speaking of a world-class facility, University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics is hosting hiring events on Wednesday, September 7th from noon to 8 p.m. and Thursday, September 8th from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. There will be on-site interviews with same or next-day offers for the following: RNs, LPNs, nursing assistants, medical assistants, respiratory therapists, social workers, surgical techs, dialysis techs, paramedics, and more. Take unit tours, meet team leaders. Benefits are unmatched by any Iowa hospital. Get all the details at uihc.org/hiring-event. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Every year, corn growers have a choice to make, and that choice is like a stake in the ground. One that says staying independent, staying family-owned, means something on your farm. So plant your independence. Plant Wiffles. The Hawkeyes and the Jackrabbits will kick off shortly, and up next, we'll hear from South Dakota State head coach John Stiegelmeier. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
What are you craving? The Wiggin Pen in Ankeny across from DMAC is proud to be the home of the famous Flying Tomato Pizza. The Wig has all your favorites, including thin crust and Chicago-style pizza, appetizers, lots of sandwiches, pints of beer, plus a full bar. And this family-friendly local favorite is hiring. All ages are encouraged to apply from 15 to 115. Flexible hours and a fun environment? Call or just come on in. The Wiggin Pen in Ankeny. What are you craving?
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these 3 important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
Opening day at Kinnick Stadium, built in 1928, opened for football in 1929. The old girl is turning 93 years old today, and what a great setting for Iowa's opener with South Dakota State, the FCS Power, coming to Iowa City. We'll hear more about South Dakota State in just a minute with head coach John Stiegelmeier. First off, a word from our Sponsor Shelter Insurance for your auto, home, and life. Visit your local shelter agent or find us on the web at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter. South Dakota State's Jackrabbits are 48-17 in the last 5 years. Now, that includes 3 national semifinal appearances and a national runner-up 2 years ago. So why should anyone be surprised? The Jacks are another one of the Dakota's FCS powers. They play in the Missouri Valley. That includes defending national champ North Dakota State and Northern Iowa. And with a dozen players from Iowa dotting the roster, including its leading tackler for last season, a chance to play in one of college football's cherished stadiums against a quality opponent, 25-year head coach John Stiegelmeier understands why his guys are anxious.
They're more anxious than ever because of the venue at Iowa, the traditions at Iowa. We've got a lot of Iowa guys on our team, and so I think this is one they're really looking forward to being part of.
11 wins last year, a deep run to the FCS semifinals, a lot of national exposure. Now, you've been in the playoffs 10 straight years, but what did last season do for the program in a state where there's a lot of good football played at the state universities?
Yeah, it raised the bar. You know, we played our spring season and finished second. We lost in the national championship game, and then we come right back and get to the semifinals. And really, the baton keeps being passed, and the goal for us at our level is to get to Frisco, Texas, and win a national championship.
You lost several outstanding players to graduation and the NFL, most notably quarterback Chris Solidokin. Keaton Heidi and Mark Granowski are back. What's the plan at quarterback? I know it's early in the season, but you've got 2 good ones there.
Yeah, Mark is the starter. He got injured in the national championship game in May, but he's definitely the guy that's going to lead us, and he's a all-around special student athlete.
Coach, what are his strengths? What are his skills?
I would say he's a very good runner with the football, but he's very, very football intelligent. He's a mechanical engineer, and some of those guys aren't as good in football, and he's very good in football in terms of seeing things and understanding things and learning things. And then probably his greatest strength is he's a great leader.
Oh, you'd love to have that in a quarterback, certainly. And it's nice to have a quality seasoned tailback to take the pressure off. Isaiah Davis returns. He brings 700 rushing yards and 7 touchdowns back from a year ago. He is the heir apparent to the gifted Pierre Strong. What makes him so special?
Isaiah is a very serious young man. He's a very driven young man. They kind of go hand in hand, and he has lofty goals. You know, he saw Pierre in front of him, and you get to the NFL, and I think that got him thinking maybe I can do it, because he, as a true freshman, he shared the position with Pierre in the spring.
The Yankee twins are back. They bring a lot of yardage, pass catches to the table. It's always nice to have them at the other end of the passing table, huh?
They are. They're really good competitors. They can block. They're bigger wide receivers. They make the big catch. They run really well, and they both are deep threats. You know, we've got a lot of people call them weapons. We got a lot of guys in offense that we got to try to get the ball to.
Defensively, the Jacks All-American linebacker Adam Bach, one of a dozen Iowa natives on your roster. What did you see in this tackling machine coming out of Solon High School a few years back?
I think the thing that jumped out when we recruited him is his focus on being as good as he can be in whatever he is doing. And as a student, as a all-around athlete, I mean, he was very dedicated, and he's carried that over to the game of football here at South Dakota State.
You know, there are many parallels, John, with you and Iowa coach Kirk Ferentz, starting with approach, the consistency in the programs. How do you view the Ferentz-run Iowa program, and what is critical for success in today's matchup with the Hawkeyes?
Well, I'm you know, anytime you face a program and a coach that is committed to the university, committed to the program, and not just, you know, here for 3 years and move on. I've got a lot of respect for that, because that's my background. I see a program that is really well coached. I see a program that plays football the way it was meant to be played. They're very physical, offensively and defensively. You know, he and I are close to the same age. We grew up in football where you had a fullback you had two tight ends and you ran ISO, and they're still doing that stuff. And so really impressed. I look forward to meeting him. What is crucial, I think, to be able to control their running game and not let them knock us off the ball. And I think that's the matchup, really, their offense versus our defense.
No histrionics in that comment. Their offense versus our defense. Short and to the point. That's the wily John Stiegelmeier of South Dakota State, which features a balanced attack, run to pass. He's got 185 career victories, 76 of those in the Missouri Valley Football Conference, second all time. Kirk Ferentz has won 190 times, 12 of those coming at an FCS school, the University of Maine, his first 3 years when he was a young head coach. Both Kirk and Stiegelmeier have 620 winning percentages. Indeed, no need for the dramatic. Today's game is pretty much meat and potatoes. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton, each offering guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, a pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. Always good to put our heads on the pillow the night before a game at the Homewood Suites. The University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update is coming up. You're listening to the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Today it's Iowa and its season opener with South Dakota State here at Kinnick. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion, like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance. Because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
Ah, yes. There's nothing like pork chops sizzling on the grill. Hi, I'm Lori Johns. I'll bet, like me, you love to eat pork. But what do you know about pig farming in Iowa? How animals are raised, or how farmers work to improve their health and the impact on the environment? Join me for Chop Talk, a podcast where we'll meet the people who raise pigs and learn how the challenges they face affect us all. It's not just bacon, it's Chop Talk. Listen on iowapork.org or your favorite podcast app.
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these three important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Get your game day tickets and hotel for Iowa at Rutgers and Iowa at Ohio State through Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited official Hawkeye land-only travel packages. Go to HawkeyeSports.com/travel and see the Hawks on the road. Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited, official Hawkeye travel for fans.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Windsor Windows and Doors are designed and manufactured to give you an inspired look for your next new construction or remodeling project. As your local Windsor distributor, Gilchrist Jewett is here to help you get the right fit for your style and performance needs. We offer the full line of made in the USA Windsor windows and doors, including wood-clad, cellular PVC, and vinyl products. To get your next project started, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
We believe banking should make your life greater. It starts with affordable options to meet today's needs and tomorrow's dreams. From smart account options that fit your style to flexible loans for what comes next. It means convenient ways to access and manage your money whenever you need it and wherever you're headed. Most of all, it takes great support. Someone you can count on for trusted guidance and to be there for you every step of the way. Great options, great convenience, great support. For life, Great Southern Bank. Understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
And welcome down to the Iowa sideline. Rob Brooks on the 20-yard line. And just like always, we are so pleased to have Dr. Brian Wolf on the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update. And Brian, during NFL camp, I was just hearing a lot about Liz Frank injuries, which has to do with the midfoot, potentially a mild sprain, but also can be worse than that.
Yeah, there's been a rash of them in the NFL, it sounds like. And, you know, these kind of come in two varieties. You can kind of break it down into a minor sprain, which is often a 2 or 3 or 4 week deal where people are in a boot and can get better with some just time and healing. But the bad Liz Frank injury that often makes ESPN and so forth, that's a pretty significant foot injury where there's a lot of ligament damage between the bones that are kind of in between your toes and your ankles. So those long metatarsal bones, and when there's some shifting of those bones, that's a surgery problem, and that's a long recovery.
So if you hear a midfoot sprain, that's usually the area we're dealing with?
Yeah, usually when you're using the language of midfoot sprain, that's kind of the lesser variety, and those are sore, but the athletes are usually able to get back without, you know, surgical intervention. But the bad ones where surgery's involved, that's typically a 9 months to a year type recovery.
Well, Brian, great to have you back for another year.
It's good to be here. Let's have a great year.
Dr. Brian Wolf, appreciate him on the Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update, and it's a long list. It's been a tough camp for the Hawkeyes injury-wise. As previously announced by head coach Kirk Ferentz, 3 players are out for the season. That includes wide receiver Jackson Ritter, who did start 1 game last year, offensive lineman junior Justin Britt, and then announced this week redshirt freshman offensive lineman David Koff. The wide receiver room has been hit hard by injury, and not playing today will be Deontay Vines. He's out for several weeks. Nico Reganey will not be in uniform. That's a big miss for the Hawkeyes. And also Keegan Johnson doesn't look like he's going to be able to go today. Also Jamari Harris on the defensive side of the football will not play today, hopeful for next week. And then running back Gavin Williams injured and will not play today. So that will give LeShawn Williams a start, and I'm sure we'll see a couple of true freshmen, at least one, behind him. Today's field condition report is brought to you by your Iowa Kubota dealers, like Cove Equipment in Moscow, Iowa. Great scene down here on the field. These fans are ready for an 11 o'clock kickoff, and the field has certainly been prepped. The field turf with the Duke Slater Field logo, painted in gold in between the 20 and 30-yard lines. The end zones painted in black. The gold Iowa in the north, and Hawkeyes painted in the south end zone. And, of course, the Tiger Hawk at midfield in black, trimmed in gold. That's the field conditions report brought to you by Toyota. It's time to save on the versatile Kubota M7 tractor, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. Get the Kubota M7 tractor for 0 down and 0% APR for 60 months, plus $8,000 in loyalty cash reward through September the 30th. See your local dealer or go to KubotaUSA.com. To experience the power of Kubota, visit Cove Equipment in Moscow, Iowa. Up next, Gary Dolphin. We'll have more on the Wiffles Hybrid Hawkeye Huddle Show, and this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Hi, welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
What about the one that takes incredible pictures?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
How about this giant cardboard phone?
Oh, that stays.
At US Cellular, new and current customers choose any phone they want for free. That's any brand, model, or size. Free for everyone. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Kirk Ferentz. We've been working hard all year long to get ready for the season ahead, just like Iowa's corn farmers do. Because when the Hawkeyes take to the field and Iowa corn farmers take to theirs, Iowans win. You want to support Iowa's corn farmers? It's easy. Buy corn-fed meat, dairy, and eggs. Fill your cup with safe drinking water right from the tap, and fuel your vehicle with clean, renewable, homegrown E15 and unleaded 88. Now who's ready for some Hawkeye football?
Blue is freedom. Blue is endless possibilities. Blue is trustworthy.
Attaboy.
Blue is caring.
We got this.
And now, Blue is Medicare Advantage from Wellmark Advantage Health Plan. All-in-one coverage, extra benefits, and the confidence of being covered by Wellmark. Because Blue is always here for you. Learn more at wellmarkadvantage.com.
Get your game day tickets and hotel for Iowa at Rutgers and Iowa at Ohio State through Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited official Hawkeye land-only travel packages. Go to HawkeyeSports.com/travel and see the Hawks on the road. Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited, official Hawkeye travel for fans.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The most popular vape brand in Colorado, Batch, is now available in Iowa at Bud & Mary dispensaries. Medicine shouldn't have to taste bad. Batch vapes are known for being the smoothest, best-tasting carts. In order to bring them to Iowa, we drew on our experience, dialed up the THC, and let the terpenes do the rest. Nothing but nature. Nice. Visit budmary.com to get your medical card and explore what Batch can do for you.
Hawk fans, are you looking to travel in style like the Iowa Hawkeyes? WindStar Lines provides luxury charter bus service, van service, and employee shuttles. We travel throughout the Midwest, providing ground transportation service to or from anywhere in the continental United States and Canada. With multiple locations throughout the Midwest, call WindStar Lines to transport your group. Our friendly, safe drivers will get you to your destination in style. Visit GoWindstar.com to book your travel plans today.
Welcome back to our Hawkeye pregame coverage from Iowa City and Kinnick Stadium, where the predicted temperature high for this game today between the Hawks and South Dakota State is around 83 degrees, much less humidity than yesterday. Cenex is proud to celebrate University of Iowa football. Fuel your fandom with your favorite snacks from your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally. Cenex. Quarterback Spencer Petrus will be making his 20th career start in the Hawks season opener with the Jackrabbits. His next touchdown throw will be the 20th of his career. Spencer ranks 13th right now in history in career passing yards at Iowa with just under 3,500 as he heads into the 2022 season. He did suffer, or quarterbacks suffered 36 sacks a year ago. That's too many if you talk to Kirk Ferentz. And it's not all on the quarterback. Some of it is on that young offensive line. And much of Iowa's offensive improvement this year rests with improved play out of that young line. Tackle Jack Plum is the lone senior. Matt Fagan and Nick DeYoung are two juniors. And the rest of roughly the group of 10 to a dozen are sophomores and redshirt freshmen. There was a lot of on-the-job training in 2021 before Hawkeye running backs averaged 6 yards a carry in the Citrus Bowl New Year's Day against Kentucky down in Orlando. Several starters entered fall camp nursing a variety of injuries, but Coach Kirk Ferentz feels a whole lot better about his offensive line group today than he did 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, you go back to last year. A little bit ironic in that we had, arguably the best center in the country in Tara Linderbaum, but our other two veterans, Collarshot and Cody Entz, both were injury plagued. So we were a really inexperienced group. And I think, this year, let me go back to last year, those guys really grew and improved. And this year it's been really, I think, very positive, although we have incurred some injuries during preseason, which made it tough for us to make progress. But the guys are back healthy. For the most part, we've got everybody back, and I think they've made a lot of progress. So we're eager to watch them perform, not only today, but all season.
That's encouraging because Gavin and LaShawn Williams really performed well in the Citrus Bowl, and that was a nice springboard coming into spring ball anyway. Yeah,
I thought that was our best performance probably as an offensive line, and then also, we felt good about both Gavin and LaShawn coming into the season last year. And they obviously had a chance to really get out and get their feet wet and do some things, and I thought both of them ran well, and we expect both of them to have a really good year this year.
You had some young wide receivers last year. They're not that old 1 year later, but you've got a couple walk-ons that have really performed well in the fall camp.
Yeah, we do. Arlen Bruce is a guy who's just really had a good camp and a good year overall. So happy about that, needless to say. And then some other guys have emerged. We've had some injuries at the position, but Alec Wick is a young guy who did a good job last year and really didn't, nothing spectacular, but he's had a good spring, good fall, and he'll start today, and we expect him to play really well. Another guy like that, Jack Johnson, same thing's been plagued by a little bit of injuries, but he's had a good camp, and we expect him to play well too. And Brady Breck looks like he's working his way back as well, so that's good to see.
We know about the tight ends. We don't need to dwell anymore on Sam Laporta and Luke Lachey, although we enjoy doing that because they're both solid players. But I want to go to quarterback. Spencer Petrus and Alex Padilla both have good command of the offense. They've started a number of games. Spencer, the more veteran of the two. Is that what nudged him ahead of Alex here at the starting gate?
Yeah, I think so, and I think both of them have improved. That's a key point. I think they're both playing better than they did a year ago, and we've won with both of them, which is a really encouraging thing from my vantage point. So I think that, everybody on the team's got confidence, not just the coaching staff, but I think our players know that, both those guys have played well. And the key thing right now, I thought our story last year was, just how we were able to support whoever was out there playing. We weren't as maybe strong as we wanted in a couple areas, and I think we're probably a little bit further down the road that way. So I expect both those guys, whoever's in there, to play well, and Spencer will start. He's established himself in my mind as our starter, and but you never know who's going to be in there. We just hope they play well when they are, and I think they will.
Defensively, the Hawks are strong at all three levels. I don't know that we need to talk about any one area, but what's impressed you in the fall camp about your defense?
Yeah, probably the biggest thing, personnel-wise, we're not as deep in the back end. And part of that, we lost three really good players. You think about Matt Hankins, you think about Dane Belton, Jack Kerner. All three of those guys played good football, not only last year, but during their careers here. So those are big losses. And then Jamari Harris is out with an injury right now. So there's another guy who played last year. But the guys who are going to line up and play, I think, are all very capable, and they'll play well. And, we got Riley is one of the better, I think, defensive backs in the country. Kayvon's a great senior. And so, it's a good starting point. And then up front, I think, we're probably as deep as we've been. The linebackers are a really good group. They're proven. They missed a lot of time in the spring, and that gave us a chance to look at the backups, and those guys have been really good. So, and then up front, we've probably got 8, 9, 10 guys we feel comfortable about playing. So, as far as our front seven, that's about as much depth as I can remember us having. And then I think overall, we have a chance to be a cohesive, hopefully a tough defensive unit.
A great punter always helps out his defense, and you've got one of the best in college football, and Torrey Taylor, and based on the practices I've seen, you've seen him every day. He hasn't missed a beat. Yeah,
our special teams are interesting that way, and it's such a luxury to have a guy back who you have total confidence in, and not only is a steady punter, but a really good punter. And Torrey's done a great job, tremendous young guy. And I think he's practiced better than any time since he's been here, which is always what you're looking for from a veteran player. So he's doing a good job. We're just the flip on the place kicking part. We're not sure who's going to be the place kicker, and we may let that play out. But both guys have done a good job. That's the good news. They both have improved, I think, dramatically since the spring. So, I think we have the potential to have a good kicking game that way. And, the deep snapper, Luke Elkin's back as well. So that's always, you don't talk about that much, but it is a key component.
Yeah, with Charlie Jones' departure, we'll see Arlen Bruce, Cooper DeJean, Alec Wick, maybe Riley Moss back there returning punts. Could be by committee until that hot spot settles down with Iowa special teams. Thanks to Coach Ferentz for his candor on opening day as the Hawks get set to take on South Dakota State. Coach Ferentz and the Iowa Secretary of State's office encourage you to participate in your local city and school elections coming up November 8th. Don't sit on the sidelines. Visit voterready.iowa.gov. Get in the game and be a voter. Ed Podolak is up next with his Club Car Wash keys to the game. And the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle rolls on. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello, Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
Sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
This summer, just say, what the fun, in a rugged, fuel-efficient Honda SUV, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker, and have whatever fun you want. Camping, water skiing, a 12-game round-robin travel ball tournament crisscrossing the entire region. What the fun indeed. New Hondas are arriving daily, so get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer today. Honda gets the Midwest. Based on EPA estimated model year 2020 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report, November 2021.
It began a half-century ago, and thanks to you, our residential tractors and compact excavators have become top sellers. Together, with a committed dealer network of 1,100 strong and a complete lineup of tractors, mowers, RTVs, and compact construction equipment, we're ready to help you get more done for the next 50 years. Together, we do more. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
Get your game day tickets and hotel for Iowa at Rutgers and Iowa at Ohio State through Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited official Hawkeye land-only travel packages. Go to HawkeyeSports.com/travel and see the Hawks on the road. Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited, official Hawkeye travel for fans.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Facing a criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Regardless of the circumstances, Carr Law Firm has a trial experts that understand how much is on the line. Your priorities are our priorities, and we will fight for the solution that best fits your needs. Our experienced trial attorneys will aggressively defend your rights in court and do everything they can to protect your future by fighting for you. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Iowa Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by American Equity, Beaver Creek Golf Course, Arding Creek Winery, Farm Credit Services, Great Southern Bank, Lennox Heating and Cooling, Splash Seafood Bar and Grill, Schneider Graphics. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
Back at Kinnick Stadium. Joining me. You'd like to say, sorry, I dozed off.
I was actually watching our All-American baton twirler down there.
And I'm listening to the Iowa band. Okay, we do have a game to call, the 133rd year of Iowa Hawkeye football, and we're back on our pregame coverage. Well, it is the first game. We'd be a little rusty, huh? Anyway, Ed is here, Ed Podolek, the great Hawk, with his keys to the game, presented by the official car wash of the Iowa Hawkeyes, Club Car Wash. Thanks to Club Car Wash for being on board again this season. With unlimited membership starting at just $20 a month, there's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com and find a location near you. Now, the fact that it's the first game of the season, Iowa comes in here with the second youngest roster in the Big Ten. So you got to put up with the penalty flags and the mistakes, hopefully not too many of each.
Well, that's always one of the things that you have to get resolved after the first week. And Coach is always working on that. He brings officials in to practice, and they actually practice in front of certified officials at times during training camp. So they should know where they're supposed to be and when they're supposed to be there. Now, one of the things on keys to the game today that's kind of phenomenal is that Coach Stiegelmeier of South Dakota State has won more games at South Dakota State than Coach Ferentz has at Iowa. Now, Coach Ferentz has won more in his career, but as far as just the years at Iowa, Stiegelmeier's won 185 at South Dakota State. Coach Ferentz 178 here. You won't find two finer coaches on the field on an afternoon.
And they both love the fullback. They both love the two tights. They both love to run the ISO play. So consistency and confidence in what they're doing.
Yeah, they've both recruited for what fits their programs. And, you know, I think the real wild card today is the quarterback, Mark Granowski. He did not play last year because of injury. But the year before, you know, he had 4 games where he rushed for more than 100 yards in the game against Western Illinois, Southern Illinois, North Dakota State, and Southern Illinois and Western Illinois, both over 100 yards rushing. So he's a double threat, and he only threw 3 interceptions that year. So Hawks have got their work cut out for him to keep him in the pocket and make sure that he doesn't get that opening down the middle of the field. So, you know, this is a well-coached team. They play 4-3, which the Hawkeyes seem to run the ball better against the 4-3 type defenses. But we're obviously all looking at improvement at the quarterback. That's what they worked on in the offseason, made some coaching changes and some receiver changes and route changes. I went to practices, and their routes are quicker and simpler, and so we'll see how that plays out.
One of Kirk Ferentz's best friends, longtime assistant coach Ken O'Keefe, retired following this past season. He concluded a career of 20 years service at Iowa as offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach and quarterback recruiter. O'Keefe guided Allegheny College to a Division III national championship before joining the Iowa staff when Ferentz arrived in 1999. And the head coach feels Kenny O'Keefe never got enough credit.
Ken is just an outstanding friend, an outstanding football coach, and said this 24 years ago. I thought he was more qualified to be the head coach than I was, probably, and you know, I mean that in all seriousness, but did a great job. He's a huge part of the reason we're still up and running here the way we are, and it was a luxury item to get him back after his stint down in Miami with Joe Philbin, so it was great to get him back. He added so much to our program when he did come back, and you know, we're definitely going to miss him. His contributions are so appreciated. And
play caller and quarterbacks coach, they're one and the same in Brian Ferentz, who studied under O'Keefe, and Ed, from Kyle McCann to Spencer Petrus, with in between Brad Banks, Nathan Chandler, Drew Tate, Ricky Stanzi, Vandenberg, Beathard, Nate Stanley, and others. Ken O'Keefe is the definition of player development.
And he recruited most of those quarterbacks also. We always enjoyed him stopping by our seats at the back of the airplane to bring us up to speed on what's going on in the quarterback and the offensive backfield.
Those are Ed's keys to the game, brought to you by Club Car Wash. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. We're getting close to kickoff. When you plant Wiffles, you're not just choosing superior seed corn. You're making a statement, one that says staying independent, staying family-owned means something on your farm. So make your choice, plant your independence, plant Wiffles. The Mid-American Energy starting lineups are next. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that determination and strong will can lead to endless possibilities. For years, Iowa farmers have believed in that too. Farmers are the backbone of this country, and their dedication to bringing us food and energy has never been more important. That's why we're proud to wear the America Needs Farmers logo on our helmet. Join the Hawkeyes and the Iowa Farm Bureau as we celebrate farmers during A&F Game Day on October 1st. For more information and to win game day tickets, visit americaneedsfarmers.org.
The right seed portfolio placed on the right acre paves the way for success. In the FS Envision and FS High Soy lineup, you'll find flexibility of choice with plenty of seed and trait options to match any growing condition.
Learn more about our products at fsc.com or talk to your local FS crop specialist. FS Envision and FS High Soy. More options, more yield.
There's a hero in all of us. Shields is proud to partner with Iowa and Nebraska for the Shields Heroes Game. Together, we want to recognize and celebrate local heroes who exemplify the goal of positively impacting the community and who stand as an inspiration to others. If you have a family member or a community member you'd like to recognize, please nominate them at shields.com/hero so we can celebrate the heroes in our community.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
$100 in free play at Wild Rose Casino and Hotel is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Sign up to be a part of Club Wild and you could earn up to $50 in free play on your first visit. But it doesn't stop there. You could earn an additional $25 in free play when you come back a second and third time. When we say you'd rather be here, we mean it. Join Club Wild today and you could earn up to $100 in free play. See Club Wild for details.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
That's only the first game, but the pageantry this week has been unbelievable. Started with the Iowa Basketball Golf Classic in memory of the great Chris Street on Monday, and concluded at least pregame last night with the Iowa Athletics letter winners, Hall of Fame inductees, Amy Fowler, Dan Holm, Kerry Knopf, Keith Noreen, George Roddy, Nancelia Underwood. What a list! What a half a dozen or so great former Hawkeyes. We'll talk about all of them as the game progresses on today. We're coming back with the starting lineups. The national anthem on opening day as Iowa hosts FCS Power South Dakota State here shortly. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The Roots and Boots Tour, starring Aaron Tippin, Colin Ray, and Sammy Kershaw, comes to Riverside Casino and Golf Resort on November 11th at 8 p.m. Come experience these three voices that defined 90s country music in a one-of-a-kind concert. Hear hits such as Tippin's You've Got to Stand for Something, Ray's In This Life, and Kershaw's She Don't Know She's Beautiful. Tickets are on sale now at riversidecasinoandresort.com.
This summer, just say, what the fun, in a rugged, fuel-efficient Honda SUV, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker, and have whatever fun you want. Camping, water skiing, a 12-game round-robin travel ball tournament crisscrossing the entire region. What the fun indeed. New Hondas are arriving daily, so get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer today. Honda gets the Midwest. Based on EPA estimated model year 2020 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report, November 2021.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The most powerful ideas come from understanding. By asking what's important here. At Great Southern Bank, we start by asking our customers to find out how we're doing and what they really need. Then we get to work, making banking easier and more effective, financing more flexible, and our communities better places to live. It's an ongoing team effort to keep improving how we serve our neighbors day after day. And it all starts with understanding what really matters. Learn more at GreatSouthernBank.com. Member FDIC.
Earning $100 in free play at Wild Rose Casino and Hotel is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Sign up to be a part of Club Wild, and you could earn up to $50 in free play on your first visit. But it doesn't stop there. You could earn an additional $25 in free play when you come back a second and third time. When we say you'd rather be here, we mean it. Join Club Wild today, and you could earn up to $100 in free play. See Club Wild for details.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
I'm telling you, you have to try Burger Shed's beef brisket tonight. My name is Brandon, and our in-house smoked black Angus beef brisket is cooked for 18 hours. It's topped with our BS barbecue sauce, and it's absolutely amazing. It's served as an entree with slaw and fries or on a brioche bun, topped with fried onion strings with even more BS barbecue sauce on top. Need I say more? Burgers, beers, and a whole bunch of BS. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive, Altoona.
At a cooperative like Dakota Credit Union, you're not just a member, you're an owner. Active participation not only powers the credit union, but promotes financial well-being through education, better rates, fewer fees, and thank yous. A special member benefit that thanks you in participation dividends for saving, borrowing, and planning for your financial future. Since 2016, DePaco members have shared millions of dollars in thank yous. Get the details and learn how to earn at DePaco.com/thank yous. Requires credit union membership and thank yous program eligibility. DePaco is federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, from Learfield, Hawkeye football is on the air. Brought to you by Whiffles Hybrid, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. Also brought to you by Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. Brought to you by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. And by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City. You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now let's join Gary Dolphin for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
And before the Hawkeyes kick off the new season, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification along the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Football. And the colors of our nation and the great state flag of Iowa now waving proudly in the breeze at center field. Let's listen into our national anthem. Sold out house, 1 of 7. All 7 home games sold out at Kinnick Stadium, and it'll be loud as usual this afternoon. Crowd still streaming in here. Here are the Mid-American Energy starting lineups, obsessively, relentlessly at your service. Significant changes for the Hawkeyes offensively, at least for today. Gavin Williams will not play, an injury. So the running back will be replaced by LaShawn Williams, and you'll get a good dose of Caleb Johnson, the freshman, I suspect, from Hamilton, Ohio. At wide receiver, Keegan Johnson not playing. Alec Wick, the walk-on from Iowa City, Virginia, will start in his stead. Arlen Bruce is in the lineup. He had a solid freshman season a year ago. The sophomore from Olathe, Kansas. The tight end is Sam Laporta and Luke Lachey. Spencer Petrus at quarterback. Mati Padabam is the fullback. And we'll give you the offensive line in just a minute, but time for the coin flip, courtesy of Hy-Vee.
Hawkeye captains have made their way to midfield. Avante Merriweather, Jack Campbell, Riley Moss, and Sam Laporta. The referee this afternoon is Mike Cannon.
This is the tail. What's your call? He calls heads. I'll let it land on the ground. It's a tails. Iowa, you win the toss. You want to receive. Which end would you like to kick from? You want to kick that way. All right, swing around, please.
So Jack Campbell, the Big Ten preseason defensive player of the year, says the Hawks want the football.
And today's coin toss, Robbie, thank you very much for that update, is brought to you by Hy-Vee, the official grocery partner of Hawkeye football. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Up front, Connor Colby moves to right tackle to start the game. Bo Stevens, the redshirt freshman from Blue Springs, Missouri, will start at right guard. Logan Jones, first start at center. At left guard, it's going to be Nick DeYoung. Tyler Ellsbury will back him up. And Mason Richmond at left tackle. Jack Plum will back up both tackles. For the South Dakota State Jackrabbits defensively, up front, Caleb Sanders, Ryan Van Marl, two Iowa youngsters and really good defensive tackles. Cade Tervier is at one defensive end. And the solid Reese Winkleman at right side defensive end. Adam Bach out of Solon, their leading tackler, and a great one at 6'1", 215 pounds. He's in the middle, flanked by Graham Spalding and Isaiah Stallbird, the transfer from Nebraska. He'll play some safety too. Malik Lofton and Deshaun Gales are the cornerbacks. Chase Norblade and Cale Reeder are the safeties. Now we're told Reeder is not playing today. He got hurt in practice this week, so Stallbird will move back to that free safety position. Those are the Mid-American Energy starting lineup, sponsored by Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service. The Hawks get the ball to start the game. Today's game sponsor is the Eastern Iowa Airport. Eastern Iowa Airport CID with 5 airlines and 16 nonstop destinations. It's Hawkeye Nation's #1 choice for travel. Just say go. Fly CID. Check out flycid.com for more information. Well, Ed, here we go, buddy boy.
Well, here we go, and I think it's kind of interesting that they've got Riley Moss back returning kicks. You got the defensive back of the year preseason, and you're going to expose him to kickoff returns.
Defensive back of the year, Cooper DeJean is back there with Moss. And here's the kick. Riley fields it at the goal line, calls for a fair catch. So it'll be a touchback. And the ball will come out to the 25-yard line. The Hawkeyes go 1st and 10 with Spencer Petrus at quarterback. Last year for Spencer, 146 for 258. 16, almost 1,700 yards, 56% completion ratio. You want that number north of 60% at least, right?
Well, that's what he's working on, and he's been throwing a lot of quick passes in practice, so we'll see how it goes.
Bruce splits wide to the right. And tight end Laporta comes left. Out of the tight eye, the Hawks are going to run on first down, and straight ahead is LaShawn Williams for 2 or 3. The opening kick sponsored by Come and Go. Hawk fans stop at Come and Go before and after the game to experience a fresh perspective on convenience. At Come and Go, you'll find a wide selection of snacks and drinks and more healthier fresh food options, so you can always find what you deserve. Order ahead via the Come and Go app, and we'll bring it right curbside. Come and Go, a fresh perspective. Sanders, the defensive tackle from Glenwood, makes the first stop of the day. The Hawks go 2nd and long. 2nd down 8, one running back, and they're in the shotgun, the pistol. Petrus throws wide left and has his man Bruce across the 30 to the 32, where the Hawks will be a couple yards shy of a first down.
Yeah, but it's a 7 or 8 yard gain, and that's what they're looking to do, is try to get the ball out of his hands quicker. So now you've got 3rd and real short.
Caleb Franzel, the linebacker, he's out there for Isaiah Stallbird, who has moved to the back end at safety. They got a lot of 215, 220-pound linebackers and safeties. On 3rd and 2 on a nice cutback, LaShawn Williams gets the first down. Man, does he go forward. He never goes backwards. He took a couple of shots from the linebackers, including Adam Bach, bounced right off him and got 4.
Well, you know, that defense, like you said, the linebackers are only 210 to 215. but they really come firing up toward the line of scrimmage. It's tough for a big offensive lineman to block a smaller linebacker.
Stallbird and Tervier, the defensive end, combined to make the stop. Hawks move the chains, though. Here's Petrus, play fake, rolls out right, throws on the run, and way overthrown. The intended receiver was Arlen Bruce. He threw off his back foot, and that ball had no chance.
Yeah, he had the short pattern open right away. He decided to hang on to it and try to go for the big gainer. But, that's not what they've been working on.
Bruce was fairly well covered, and the big down lineman, Ryan Van Marl, was giving chase, so Spencer had to dump it into the seats, which is the right thing to do. Live for the next down, which is 2nd and 10. Tight end wings left. That's Laporta. Here's a quick throw deflected at the line of scrimmage. Nice play by the defensive end, or the defensive tackle, Caleb Sanders. That's a 270-pound senior, smart player out of Glenwood High School.
Yeah, he got up and got right in front of the quick throw to the slot receiver.
Hawks shift to the passing game here after getting a first down on the ground, and the deflection brings up 3rd down and 10. The ball at the 36-yard line of the Hawkeyes. Took the opening kick. They've taken it out to Iowa's 36-yard line. So a big play here. 3rd and long. Laporta goes in motion. LaShawn Williams in the backfield with Spencer Petrus. Here's the snap out of the pistol. Spencer pressured. Down he goes. Sacked from behind by that front four, Reese Winkleman out of Marshall, Minnesota. His dad was an all-conference, all-American player. And he gets the stop, and the Hawks are going to have to punt it away and call on Torrey Taylor.
Yeah, they had a tackle twist there when they rushed the passer. We fanned on the tackle that came around to the outside. No place to go with the ball.
Reese Winkleman with the first sack of the year for South Dakota State. His dad was a captain at the school back in the late 90s. So Torrey Taylor, standing at his own 16-yard line, steps into his first punt of the year and booms it to the other end of the field. Hits at the 10. It's going to roll dead there. Comes back upfield a couple of yards, but Torrey Taylor doing what he does best.
Oh, that looked like a guided missile. It was just a tight spiral, almost as high as where we're sitting, and then it was like hitting a wedge shot. He hit the ground, the point of the ball came down, and it shot back.
Now let's see if the Hawkeye defense can hold serve like South Dakota State did and get the ball right back. Booming punt by Torrey Taylor. It died at the 12-yard line. It was down there. Hawkeye defense takes a look at Mark Granowski, the quarterback. He has Isaiah Davis, the tailback, in the crowd trying to help out. 2 tight ends, Zach Hines and Tucker Kraft, and they're both really good. Kraft is huge, and we have a flag. Got some movement, I think, in the South Dakota State line.
Yeah, well, you've got that new north end zone.
Offense, number 50. 5-yard penalty, first down.
Got that new north end zone crowd right behind him.
And the penalties on Gus Miller, the center. Now, he played guard last year. Terrific player. They lost their all-conference center, and they moved Gus into that position, and he flinched as he was getting ready for the first snap of the day. Now it's 1st and 15. The ball back at the 7. After a 52-yard punt by Torrey Taylor, the Hawkeye defense. And we got another false start. This one by the right guard, if my eyes weren't deceiving me. Well, maybe it was left tackle, Garrett Greenfield. Let's see.
False start. Offense number 60.
No, I was right the first time. Mason McCormick. Well, these kids, I'm guessing, have never played in an atmosphere like this.
Well, I assume that's true, and so the first 2 big plays are on the crowd.
Who is that defensive line going to pin its ears back now? Ooh, Joe Evans. He's in a kneeling position. Shannon is right over the center. Campbell showing blitz. They're deep in the end zone. They hand off to the tailback, and he gets across the 5 to the 8. Nice gain on first down. Gets 5 of the 10 penalty yards back. That's Isaiah Davis out of Joplin, Missouri. Just a junior, 6'1", 220 pounds. He missed a lot of time with an injured collarbone last year, but he's back. John Wagner and Noah Shannon sandwich him down, but a gain of 5, so it's 2nd and 15. We played 3 minutes, no score. Iowa had the ball to start the game. South Dakota State deep in its own territory after a 52-yard bomb by Torrey Taylor off his toe. And Granowski, 1 running back, 4 wides. He's going to throw it. Looks short, comes back to the wing. The tailback slid out of the backfield and was crunched down at the 10-yard line. That's Isaiah Davis. He just introduced himself to Terry Roberts.
Well, or vice versa.
True.
Terry Roberts had a 5-yard head start on that one.
A gain of 2. That's the toughest 2 yards Isaiah is ever going to gain at the end of a pass. Granowski took a quick look downfield and then just pitched it to the sideline to get some positive yards. All right, 3rd down and 12. Jaden Yankee and Jackson Yankee, the twins, split wide. 1 tight end in the slot, actually double tight in the slot. 1 running back. Here's Granowski, straight back to pass. He's rushed, gets rid of it, and it is incomplete, almost picked off. Trailing the play, it was intended for Jackson Yankee, who was in that slot over there. That was a quick step and a throw, and the pass was off target, and the Hawkeyes get the stop.
Yeah, they got pressure on him right away. He was trying to go short across the middle, and Hawkeyes in good coverage. Boy, that was some kind of pass rush.
Yeah, they're getting pressure. John Wagner was getting some pressure. Threw it to the short left flat. Would not have been enough for a 1st down. And now Hunter Dustman, who does all the kicking for South Dakota State, punting and kicking, is 5 yards, 6 yards deep in his end zone. Hawks are showing punt rush. Now they back off. Oh, and it's off the side of his foot. And it's going to go out of bounds. Out of bounds up near the 28-yard line. Hawkeyes have the ball at the South Dakota State 28, and we'll keep it right here.
Well, I'm going to tell you that noise and standing right there in front of that big crowd, if that won't make you nervous, nothing will. And that was just a full-fledged shank.
And Hunter Dustman, their punter left, graduated. So Coach Stiegelmeier feels that Hunter has got the most experience, especially in this environment. So he's going to have him punt and kick. He may rethink that after the game today, but 27-yard line is where it's spotted at. Just a 17-yard net punt, and the Hawks got to take advantage of this.
Yeah, they got a fullback in playing tight end.
Plus 2 tight ends. So here comes LaShawn Williams straight ahead. He squirms inside the 25 to the 24. So that's a solid 3-4 yards on 1st down. Clock running with 10:45 to play first period. Adam Bach had a great high school career at Solon. In the last 300 days, that's the spring and fall season, he has 203 tackles. Caleb Johnson comes into the game. Now, this is the freshman that's had a tremendous fall camp. He is a heck of a blocker. You don't come into a game as a pure freshman unless you can throw a block. High snap. Petrus gets it under control, throws it to Laporta. Quick screen out on the left side. And Sam pinballs his way inside the 25 to the 23. 22-yard line. So just a short gain of perhaps 3. 3rd down. The Hawkeyes are looking at 3rd down and a long 5.
That defense is really quick.
They're not big, but they are fast.
Hawks are going to have to try some counteraction against them because they are really flying to the football.
Quentin Hicks, the defensive end, got Laporta on the ground. Hawks send a tight end, Lachey, in motion on 3rd and 5. Here they come again. Petrus steps up in the pocket and no chance. He had pressure coming off the edge and he fired it over Arlen Bruce's head into the seats. And Reese Winkleman, who's been coming free here in the first couple series, Ed. Hawks got to get some adjustments made there.
And that was also great coverage downfield. He had a curl from the wide receiver and had the slot man running a corner route, and both of them well covered.
So big moment for young kicker, sophomore from Oskaloosa, Aaron Blum. He'll kick it from the 30-yard line. Luke Elkin to snap. And here's the spot. Kick is on the way, certainly long enough. It is no good. Wide right. Oh, big play made by South Dakota State here early in the game as they turn Iowa away after the Hawkeyes had 1st and 10 at the South Dakota State 27 off a shank punt. 9:30 to play first quarter. We'll come back to Kinnick Stadium on opening day. It's Iowa nothing, South Dakota State nothing. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
You mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, this is Stephen Hartzell, host of the College Sports Now podcast. Every week, we're talking about football with some of the biggest names in the game. Subscribe to College Sports Now wherever you get your podcasts and follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
I believe banking should make your life greater. It starts with affordable options to meet today's needs and tomorrow's dreams. From smart account options that fit your style to flexible loans for what comes next. It means convenient ways to access and manage your money whenever you need it and wherever you're headed. Most of all, it takes great support. Someone you can count on for trusted guidance and to be there for you every step of the way. Great options, great convenience, great support. For life, Great Southern Bank. Understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
When did business insurance become one size fits all? At EMC Insurance Companies, we've known for more than 100 years that businesses have unique needs. It's why from coast to coast, we provide insurance packages that are designed and tailored specifically for nearly 500 different types of businesses. Add our expert loss control and quick claim services, and you can see why customers count on EMC to help protect what they've built. Find an EMC agent near you at emcins.com.
Back at Kinnick Stadium, Gary Dolphin with former Hawkeye great Ed Podolak. Down on the field is former Hawkeye great Dallas Clark being interviewed. You know, he was born in Sioux Falls. Dallas was born across the border in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and grew up in Livermore, and it's great to see him. Had a nice visit with him last night. A new member of the Letter Winners Athletics Hall of Fame, and boy, sat with his family, 3 kids, 2 boys. You know they're going to be football players. What a fun time. What a great All-American. What a great player he was in the early years of the Kirk Ferentz era.
Yeah, a linebacker that they switched to tight end.
Norm Parker said, son, can you play another position? He said, well, Coach, I don't know. I played quarterback. I played wide receiver. He says, well, you need to find one because you ain't playing linebacker. As only Norm Parker. All right, here's a pitch out of the slot to the tight end, and a good gain for South Dakota State. Little misdirection. Tucker Kraft, who is 6'5", 255, came in motion, and they pitched it to him, and he got upfield. He turned right on the hash mark.
Injured offensive player.
And it looks like Cooper DeJean laid the lumber on Kraft. And is that Kraft down now? Yeah, it is Kraft down, as Cooper DeJean came in and got him right in the lower extremities, and Kraft
media timeout
is on his back at the 30-yard line. So we'll step out. A nice gain of about 7 on first down for Tucker Kraft, but he sure paid for it. No score, 9:19 to play first quarter. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
You mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, this is Stephen Hartzell, host of the College Sports Now podcast. Every week, we're talking about football with some of the biggest names in the game. Subscribe to College Sports Now wherever you get your podcasts and follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets.
Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that determination and strong will can lead to endless possibilities. For years, Iowa farmers have believed in that too. Farmers are the backbone of this country, and their dedication to bringing us food and energy has never been more important. That's why we're proud to wear the America Needs Farmers logo on our helmet. Join the Hawkeyes and the Iowa Farm Bureau as we celebrate farmers during A&F Game Day on October 1st. For more information and to win game day tickets, visit americaneedsfarmers.org.
I'm in an area called trade integration at Pioneer. So what's the trade being integrated? The Enlist E3 trade for soybeans. And what's it being integrated with? Ah, that's the big news. The Enlist E3 trait is now integrated with Pioneer's own exclusive and elite genetics. They're called Pioneer brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans, and there are no other soybeans like it on the market. Pioneer brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans, like no other.
Well, Tucker Kraft is being helped off the field. Outstanding tight end, all-conference preseason All-American. After he took that shot from Cooper DeJean in the lower leg area, and we hope he's okay. They're going to get him to the table and check him out. We're brought to you today by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield, coverage of Hawkeye football all season long. It's opening day, no score. The Hawkeyes and the Jackrabbits of South Dakota State. Zach Hines is the next best tight end for South Dakota State. And then Michael Morgan is the third young man listed in the two deeps or three deeps. South Dakota State with a nice gain on that pitch to Tucker Kraft. He came in motion. Granowski whipped it to him. Good blocking. And he got upfield before Cooper DeJean, who can play three different positions.
They're going to use him a lot of different places.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by EMC Insurance. Your business doesn't need countless insurance companies. You need one insurance company you can count on, and that's EMC Insurance. EMC Insurance Companies. Find your agent at emcins.com. Ball at the 29 of South Dakota State. Second down and short. No score. The Hawks have had a couple opportunities to move the ball, but South Dakota State's defense has been winning the battle in the trenches. Now South Dakota State on a play fake. Granowski's going to throw. He's got a man wide open across the way. On a play fake, a roll out to his left, came back across the field to the right and found Landon Wolf, the Oklahoma State transfer, who missed last season with a patella tendon tear, sat out the year. He's a sixth-year guy, had 55 catches at Oklahoma State, and he's all the way upfield to the 47-yard line of South Dakota State, 1st and 10.
Yeah, the Hawkeyes went with Justin Jacobs out there covering the slot man, and that's where the Jackrabbits went, right after him.
Gain of 19, 1st and 10. South Dakota State now has its feet underneath its offense. Here's the draw handoff to the tailback. That's Isaiah Davis, and he was looking for a hole. There wasn't any there as the Hawks filled it, and then Cooper DeJean came up from the secondary and knocked Davis down. A short gain, maybe a yard, with 8.5 minutes to play, first period. No score. Iowa and South Dakota State. Iowa's offense has struggled with two possessions, two series. South Dakota State now has put together the first sustained drive. Iowa got a first down on its opening drive, but that was it. And then Taylor punted it away and handed Iowa good field position, but now South Dakota State battling back from near midfield, 2nd and long. Here's Granowski. He's a runner, and he's going to keep it, and he's not going to get much. Maybe a yard. Hawks have seen that on tape, and they had it covered up, led by Seth Benson and Noah Shannon.
Yeah, good job of closing the hole up. That was just a run all the way. Student body right, they used to call it. Get everybody in front of the quarterback and let him go, but the Hawkeyes fought through it.
Yeah, John Wagner really held his ground as well, so and Benson came up from behind. Lucas Van Ness now in the game. 3rd down and 9. No gain for Granowski. They send 3 wideouts wide left, including Landon Wolf. Granowski to throw, swings it out of the backfield to Davis. He gets upfield for about 5. He's well short of the first down. Gets into Iowa territory at the 47-yard line. Now what does South Dakota State do? Kayvon Merriweather hustled over there and got him out of bounds. It's 3rd and 4, maybe 5. South Dakota State feeling pretty good about what its offense is doing now. Granowski is still out there, but okay, John Stiegelmeier, a lot like Kirk Ferentz, says, you know what? We're on the road in Kinnick Stadium. We're going to punt it away, try and pin them deep in their own territory.
Don't cut the field in half.
Yeah, with a kicker who was in his first year punting. Hunter Dustman kicked one off the side of his foot last time in there. Well, we got it. Went for 17 yards. I was just saying if he's still out there, but whistles just as the ball was snapped.
Well, that comes all the way from downfield, so it must be delay a game.
Offense.
You're right on, buddy boy.
4th down.
Spahn and Rose brings you the Hawkeye hammer hit again this year. Thanks to Spahn and Rose for all their years of loyal sponsorship. So the ball goes back 5 across midfield, back into Jackrabbit territory at the 48. And who's back to return punts? Arlen Bruce. Here comes the punt by Dustman. Bruce gets away from it, and it goes into the end zone. Hit it about the 7. Boy, Arlen did a good job of selling that he was going to catch that.
Yeah.
And the two gunners pulled up, and the ball hit at the 7, had just enough time to get into the end zone. 45-yard punt. And we'll come back to Kinnick as Iowa gets the football and see if the offense now can put something together. 6:39 to go first quarter. Iowa nothing. South Dakota State nothing. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Welcome back to Hawkeye football. New season, no score. South Dakota State, the visitors, just punted away to the Hawkeyes on the touchback. The ball comes out to the 20. Rob Brooks is on the Hawkeye sideline, sponsored by U.S. Cellular. Rob?
Yeah, Dolph keeping track of South Dakota State tight end Tucker Kraft, and as you saw, he could barely get off the field under his own power. Did go in to the tent and was evaluated, came out and was able to put some pressure on that right leg, but now is headed to the locker room. So we'll keep you up to date on that. Also defensively, as Eddie mentioned, Cooper DeJean gets that start at left corner, and then Terry Roberts now has become the third down back in long situations.
Cooper DeJean had about 10 interceptions in fall camp. Let's see if we can get a couple today.
Well, that's not very encouraging to our offense, is it?
Of course, the defense knows every move the offense is making, too. Here we go. Hawks go double tights. Potabom shifts back to a fullback, and they're running off the left edge. Great move by LaShawn Daniels to make a guy miss, and he gets close to a first down across the 25 up near the 29-yard line.
Very good move, very quick move, and as you can see, the South Dakota State team penetrates real quickly, and those linebackers are tough to block because they're so small.
Boy, Malik Lofton whiffed on that great double move by LaShawn. And then Cale Reeder, the safety, tracked him down, but a gain of 9, second down and short. Hawks can call almost anything here. Bruce splits wide to the right, and in the slot out there with him is Brody Breck. Here comes a handoff straight ahead to LaShawn. Gets the first down to the 33. Now that offensive line moving the pile there and backing up Caden Johnson, who got credit for part of the tackle. Colby Herder, the safety, hybrid linebacker, take your pick. There's a good hole in the middle there. Good blocking by the new youngster Logan Jones, the heir apparent to Tyler Lindebaum.
Really good push. They've pushed the defensive line 3 or 4 yards down the field.
Bruce again splits wide to the right as the Hawkeyes go double tight with Laporta. Single back. Stop and go move by LaShawn. And the Hawks go to the well too many times there as South Dakota State selling out against the run.
Yeah, they take those linebackers and they crash the line of scrimmage, and that really puts 8 people in your face right after you get the ball as a tailback.
And Adam Bach from Solon leading the way. The middle linebacker, Jared DePriest, the defensive tackle from Trevoli, Illinois, created some havoc inside. No gain, 2nd and 10. 5 minutes to play first quarter. No score. The Hawks in South Dakota State. They run the draw handoff to LaShawn. And he had a big hole that closed in a hurry. He gets up to near the 40-yard line. Call it the 39. Isaiah Stallbird. That name sounds familiar. He was at Nebraska for a couple years. Transferred out. LaShawn got 5 tough yards before Stallbird stalled him. And the ball resting at the 39, 3rd down and 5.
Yeah, this is very important first down here for this offense to get going.
Luke Lachey splits out to the right slot from a tight end spot. Petrus looking for him. Now comes the other way and overthrows Laporta on a crossing route. Would have been a first down had he made the catch, but Spencer's been high with every throw.
Yeah, that ball he was open. Should have been a first down.
Dayton McCoy tracking him or trailing him at the linebacker spot, the outside linebacker spot, and but that pass was open to Ed's point. So here comes Torrey Taylor again to punt from his 24-yard line. The ball at the 39, and back deep to return the punt is Amar Johnson. Tyler Feldkamp, excuse me, not Johnson. Here's a line drive kick that hits at the 10 and spins sideways, dying at the 5. This kid is unbelievable.
Well, that return man had no chance.
Well, he
couldn't get up to catch it, but it didn't go in the end zone.
He thought about picking it up twice. He thought it was going to go in the end zone. It took a left-hand turn right at his shoelaces and stops at the 6. Torrey Taylor with another magnificent punt.
Well, I got my MVP picked out.
51 yards. He had a 52-yard on the first boot, and now has South Dakota State backed up again at its own goal line with a 51-yard kick. 4:05 to play first quarter. Still no score. Iowa's offense trying to find itself. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, this is Stephen Hartzell, host of the College Sports Now podcast. Every week, we're talking about football with some of the biggest names in the game. Subscribe to College Sports Now wherever you get your podcasts and follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
I'm telling you, you have to try Burger Shed's beef brisket tonight. My name is Brandon, and our in-house smoked black Angus beef brisket is cooked for 18 hours. It's topped with our BS barbecue sauce, and it's absolutely amazing. It's served as an entree with slaw and fries or on a brioche bun, topped with fried onion strings with even more BS barbecue sauce on top. Need I say more? Burgers, beers, and a whole bunch of BS.
Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive, Altoona.
What's better than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you move your car loan to Community Choice and make no car payments for 3 months. Just 60 seconds to get started. Go to unbankourbread.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
Hawkeye football from Kinnick. Opening day, Iowa nothing, South Dakota State nothing. Third ranked South Dakota State nothing from the FCS. South Dakota State football when we return, or when we restart the game from the Jackrabbits 6-yard line after another magnificent punt by Torrey Taylor. John Swisher has a U.S. Bank scoreboard update.
Golf, other Big Ten games. Boston College leading Rutgers 7-0 late in the first quarter. Also late in quarter number 1, it's Maryland over Buffalo 7-0. Michigan 10-0 over Colorado State. That's midway through the first half as we get back to action here, Dolph.
Hawkeyes send out Ethan Herkett at a defensive end out of Cedar Rapids. Xavier missed a good portion of last year with an injury. Noah Shannon, Logan Lear the tackles, and Deontay Craig at the other end. So coaching staff going a little more quickness. Here's a handoff trying to get to the outside with no luck is Amar Johnson. He's the backup to Isaiah Davis, but he is dropped right in his tracks. Really good outside contain there, Ed, by the Hawks.
Yeah, they've shut down. They tried to bounce it outside because there was nothing inside, but the Hawkeyes weren't having any of it.
Kayvon Merriweather, Riley Moss came up to defend, and then Seth Benson latched onto him, the Sioux Falls native. Benson, a sure tackler in the open field. They do give Amar Johnson forward motion to the 7, so that's a gain of 1. 2nd down and 9. Both teams trying to establish the run. Straight back to the end zone goes Granowski. Tried to set up the screen, and it is incomplete. What a hit. What a hit put on by the linebacker.
Guess who?
Justin Jacobs and Jack Campbell. Jacobs really blew the play up. Campbell was there. That tight end took a shot as the ball arrived, and Campbell said, well, you know what, if you're going to run in my area. Zach Hines was the intended target because Tucker Kraft is out and injured. Incomplete. It is 3rd down and 9. This would be a big stop by the Hawkeyes. Who was that in front of Campbell?
Oh, that's Justin Jacobs.
That was Jacobs. Okay.
Yeah, that was a high-low.
0 for 2 on 3rd down are the Jackrabbits. Big play here early in the game, late in the 1st quarter. Now they run the counter draw, and getting a yard maybe is Isaiah Davis. South Dakota State will have to punt it away.
And you know that punter, he shanked the first one. This second punt he hit, he didn't clean the ball or catch the ball cleanly. It came back and hit him in the chest. So I don't think he's going to be a real solid back there to stand in his own end zone.
Deontay Craig tracked down Isaiah Davis from behind, and that's what happened. That's what happens when you have speed at the defensive ends, like Iowa does. All right, Dustman is standing near the back line of the end zone. On 4th down and 9, steps into the punt. It's a low line drive and returnable. Caught at the 42. Angling to the near sideline is Arlen Bruce. Escapes one guy and a second guy. Gets 3 or 4 more yards down to the 33-yard line of South Dakota State. Hawks had a drive start at the 27 of the Jackrabbits. Now they're right back at the 33. Special teams looming large here on opening day.
Yeah, good job of getting up and catching that ball, too. It never got very high. So if you're a return man and you're too deep, you can't get up and make that play.
Just a net of 35 yards on that punt. It was a low line drive and a return of about 8. So the Hawks have another great chance here to get on the scoreboard. They missed a field goal at the end of that first drive when they were deep in South Dakota State territory. Petrus rolls out, has a man, Laporta open. Gain of 7 inside the 30. As Sam rolled to the far sideline, right in front of the South Dakota State bench, and Petrus put it right on his belt buckle.
Yeah, now that's what we're looking for. Real quick throw. And, of course, when we know Laporta is going to split out a lot this year because he's as good as a wide receiver out there.
Cale Reeder, the safety on the stop. We were told Reeder was not going to play today, but he's good for a few downs anyway. 2nd down and short. Pottebaum goes from tight end back to fullback. He tries to throw a block for young Caleb Johnson, who just can't get outside, and he's dropped for a loss of maybe a yard. Back to the 28. Isaiah Stallbird, the Nebraska transfer. We have got another injured player for South Dakota State on the ground.
Timeout for injured defensive player.
That's Brian Williams now, who transferred in this year from Valdosta State. That's Division II, and they won the national championship last year at Valdosta State. And this young guy, a junior from Florida, was a heck of a player on that team, Brian Williams, but he's down with an injury now. And a minute 38 to go in the first quarter.
Well, they're looking at his knee, too. I'm sorry, Gary.
That's okay.
That's just terrible. You know, it's sticky now because it's hot, and your feet don't come out like they do when it's colder, but that's just awful. Let's hope it's not another knee injury.
On our visit with Coach Stiegelmeier, and he's such an engaging guy, earlier this week, I said, well, what do you like about Iowa? He said, I love their physicality. And he said, that worries me because, opening day, you're not sure in terms of who you want to play. But he said we're always concerned about injuries on opening day because this team is expected to have a great year in the Missouri Valley Football Conference. Well, they just lost one, maybe two of their best players for some time, at least today, and hopefully not longer. Just hate to see injuries. You played the game, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by Wimmers. At the game or at home, Wimmers premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, combine it with natural spices, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmers, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. We're brought to you by Mid-American Energy, who bring you the starting lineups each week. If you need to recycle old working refrigerators and deep freezers, visit MidAmericanEnergy.com for details, plus energy saving tips. They'll help you clean out your kitchen or your garage. All right. Somewhat walking under his own power. We hope that's a good sign. But for the Hawkeye offense, they're limping around right now. 3rd down and 7 after a loss of 3 by Caleb Johnson, the freshman from Hamilton, Ohio. LaShawn Williams is back in there. Here's Petrus. Looks to set up the screen and then throws it away. And that's not on Petrus. He had no time there to set and throw.
That's just a total missed block. You're letting somebody come free on the quarterback. Yeah. And there's just no excuse for that.
And he came off the edge. That's Caleb Franzel, another one of those 205-pound linebackers.
Yeah, he's a linebacker, then he looks like a safety, because he's so small.
Well, Aaron Blum's going to try another boot. This one from 36 yards, or the 36-yard line, so it's a 46-yard attempt. He's got a strong leg. He just needs to improve on the accuracy. And here it comes. It is good.
That'll help him. That'll help his courage.
He kind of pooch kicked that one, and it just crawled over the crossbar. And the Hawks finally get on the board with all that great field position. It's 3-0 Iowa with 1:11 to play in the first quarter. Would have loved a touchdown, but they'll take the 3, especially the way that defense is playing. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Take a closer look and you'll discover the many connections you have to corn. And those connections translate into victories for farmers and wins for all Iowans. Share your winning moments using hashtag #IowansWin. Again, that hashtag #IowansWin. Bud Light proudly welcomes Hawk fans back to Kinnick Stadium this year. Bud Light is for the fans. A short drive by the Hawks results in a 46-yard field goal for Aaron Blum. And that Shield scoring drive, 4 plays, a net of 5 yards. Burn 1:07 of clock, and Iowa takes the lead 3-0 on the field goal by Aaron Blum. Good for Aaron. He's had a really good fall camp, the sophomore, looking to replace the outstanding consistent kicker Caleb Shudeck for the past few years. And now make sure that's Aaron. No, that's not Aaron Blum.
Stevens.
Running up to kick off is Drew Stevens, and he hits the receiver at the 3-yard line. And up across the 15 to the 18. The return man, he's crunched down by Kayvon Merriweather. That's Tyler Feldkamp. Averaged 18 yards per kick return last year. And he took a pop there, so that's a 15-yard return after the kick met him at the 2, almost the 3-yard line. Man, what an open field tackle by Merriweather.
Well, it's great when you have a starter who wants to play
safety.
Special teams. Yeah.
Such a heady player, great basketball player in high school. Sebastian Castro also downfield. So let's see if the Iowa defense can get the ball right back. Looks like Louis Steck is in the game. It's warm down there. Joe Evans at defensive end. Back to pass. Granowski steps up in the pocket. Room to throw. Has a man wide open and just overthrew him. That would have been 6. But unable to catch up with it, Jaden Yankee. And that was keyed by great line blocking as Granowski had all the time in the world. And he stepped up in the pocket and just put a little too much air under it.
Whew. How can a receiver get that wide open? That has to be total broken coverage on the part of the Hawkeye secondary.
Well, they couldn't get to Granowski. I thought he was going to tuck it and run, but he stood in there. Louis Steck Kid out of Chicago is in at defensive tackle. Y.A. Black is also in for his first trip on the field. 2nd down 10. They run the draw handoff. Now getting it to the outside for a couple yards is Isaiah Davis. And 2 Hawkeyes crunched him down. Terry Roberts underneath. Justin Jacobs on top. That's a lot of hitting by 2 guys.
Yeah.
Gain of, call it 3. Ball just across the 20. The South Dakota State again faces 3rd down. They're 0 for 3. The Jackrabbits are to this point. Mark Granowski, kid out of Naperville. Keep in mind, he's coming off an ACL tear. So he's got to be a little bit cautious in his first game back. Brand new center, Gus Miller, directing traffic. Now here comes the snap. Whistles, flags. That's got to be a false start on somebody, I would think.
Yeah. False start. Offense. Number 1. 5-yard penalty.
Oh, it's Yankee.
3rd down.
They're even a little fidgety out at the wide receiver position, a little anxious. Jaden Yankee, 4 penalties, 19 total yards against South Dakota State. That moves it back 5 to the 15. And the Hawks defense licking its chops. Jack Campbell, he's bouncing around down there. He's had a couple good licks in to this point. 3rd down and 13. Ball at the 20-yard line. Iowa with a 3-0 lead, and we've come to the end of the first quarter.
It's the end of the first quarter.
Iowa leads at 3-0. Back to Kinnick in a minute on opening day. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that determination and strong will can lead to endless possibilities. That's true no matter what field you're on. With less than 5% of Iowans making a living off the land, the Iowa Hawkeyes are proud to celebrate the dedication of Iowa farm families who work every day to provide our country with the food, the fuel, the fiber that we all depend on. Farmers are the backbone of this country. That's why our players are proud to wear the ANF logo on their helmets. It serves as a reminder to all of us that America needs farmers. Join the Hawkeyes and the Iowa Farm Bureau as we celebrate farmers during ANF Game Day on October 1st. You could win the ultimate ANF fan package, 4 reserve seats, sideline access, and an autographed football. To register, visit AmericanEatsFarmers.org.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Welcome back to Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Hawkeye football. 3-0 after 1 period. The Iowa offense trying to get some consistency in its play, in its flow. Spencer Petrus has completed just 1 pass. Check that, 3 passes for 15 yards. Granowski is 4 of 7 for 32 yards for South Dakota State. A 46-yard field goal by Aaron Blum. That's been it. And the Hawks have a huge advantage in field position. Due in large part to penalties by South Dakota State. Now this, as good as they were, an 11-win team last year, they committed a lot of penalties, on average 6 per game and 55 yards per game. They've got 4 penalties in the first quarter as we go to the second period, Ed, and that's a good sign for the Iowa defense. They've got them on their heels a little bit.
Well, yeah, that's the delay a game and illegal procedure.
At least 3 false start penalties.
Yeah, and then delay a game when they couldn't figure out whether they wanted to punt or not.
And as we start the second period, South Dakota State faces 3rd down and almost 13, with Iowa leading 3-0. Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and all across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank. Stop by your local branch or log on today. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Well, we just concluded the wave with the officiating crew and both teams. And the kids high atop. Beautiful Stead Family Children's Hospital across the street. Look at them over there. They're still waving. They've got their signs in the windows. What a scene. It always is. one of the best in college football.
Well, I think it was voted the best in college football in a poll.
Best tradition, and it's a new tradition. How about a couple U.S. Bank scoreboard updates, John?
Well, Rutgers has come back now, only trailing by 1, Dolph, 7-6 early on in the second quarter. It's Maryland over Buffalo, still 7-0. Michigan now up 10-0 over Colorado State in Ann Arbor. They're in the second quarter of play. Elsewhere today in the Big Ten, Nebraska hosting North Dakota. Wisconsin entertains Illinois State. Notre Dame is at Ohio State later on tonight at 6:30. Of course, Iowa State will host Southeast Missouri State. Jack Trice in Ames at 1 o'clock. At noon, it's Northern Iowa at Air Force, and Drake is at North Dakota State. And at 2:30 elsewhere in the state of Iowa. Gary.
That's the U.S. Bank scoreboard update. Here we go with the second quarter. As the Hawkeye defense has South Dakota State third down and almost 13 from its own 15. Evans and Black. Louis Steck has come back out. And let's see. Just coming into the game is Lucas Van Ness, and we know he can get to the quarterback. 6.5 sacks last year. Here's just a little short flat pass, and it goes right through the arms, right through the hands of Amar Johnson. Why? I think he probably took his eye off the ball because Cooper DeJean was swooping in.
Yeah, you got to take one step, and then he'd have met Cooper's headgear.
And behind him was Riley Moss and Jack Campbell. I don't blame Amar one bit for letting that one go into the Iowa sideline. Good news is the Hawks get the football back, and Hunter Dustman, who's been shaky at best, accepts a low snap. Hawks get a good rush on, and he gets a good punt away. Cross midfield at the 40-yard line. A catch and a tackle immediately. Great job by Arlen Bruce. He probably saved 10, 12 yards of field position. He took a shot as the ball arrived, but a good job by Arlen Bruce.
Yeah, we missed the gunner. Nobody blocked him, and so Arlen thought we'd have a helmet on him, and he tried to return it.
41-yard punt and a solid tackle. Good timing by Dallas Beenham, a junior from Omaha, the gunner. But look at this, Eddie. Great field position again. 42-yard line of the Hawkeyes. Here's Spencer Petrus and the crew. Lachey and Laporta, the tight ends. Sam splits left. Padilla, the fullback. LaShawn Daniels, if you missed it at the top of the show. No Gavin Williams today. Here's Petrus. Play fake. Roll out right. Now he turns. Fires left. Has a man wide open. That's Daniels. He's upfield for the first down near the 40 of South Dakota State. LaShawn Williams, not LaShawn Daniels. I knew that one was going to escape at least once today. Well, I've got a good memory.
There you go.
LaShawn Williams.
That was really good pass protection by the Hawkeye offensive line.
And LaShawn, he can catch the ball.
Yeah.
He's got good hands. Both Gavin and LaShawn Williams are good pass catchers. To the 44, he stepped out of bounds there. But that's a gain of 14 yards. First attempt.
Khalid is in the game.
Hawks are in South Dakota State territory on a rollout right. Pass is complete. Fumbled, but Monty Pottebaum got on it. But they're saying he was down at the 41-yard line. Pottebaum on the catch. Speaking of good pass catchers, he rumbles for a total of 3. Second down, 7 at the 41 of the Jackrabbits. This is a defense that gave up under 20 points a game last year, so they know how to tackle and hit, and they're very, very quick.
Yep. Brody Brett into the game. This is his first action.
Splits wide left. Lachey is out there in the slot with him. And now coming in motion for the Hawkeyes is Alec Wick, young man out of Iowa City, Virginia. They run the draw handoff to LaShawn Williams, and good timing. He waited for the hole to develop. That really takes some kind of patience, doesn't it? Because you want to go right away.
Yep, and he waited for it. He's got those knees pumping all the time.
He gets to the 37 of South Dakota State, which brings Iowa to a 3rd down and 3. 3rd down and 3. We're 2 minutes deep in the second period. Adam Bach out of Solon registers another tackle. Hawks go heavy with 3 tight ends and a fullback. Laporta goes in motion. Petrus up under center. Rolls out left. Throws on the run and threw it behind Laporta. Had him open.
And I think we're going to have a Hawkeye in motion anyway, so the ball would have come back.
And I would guess that South Dakota State would decline this and call the Hawks bluff. We'll see. Who do you think was in motion there?
Well, I think it's the guy.
Illegal formation, offense, more than 4 men in the backfield. Penalties declined, brings up 4th down.
Yeah, I think he started forward before the play was snapped.
Okay. They call a illegal formation. Either way, it would have been a 5-yard penalty declined by the Jackrabbits. And the Hawkeyes appear to be punting.
They'll probably take the penalty.
Give Torrey Taylor another 5 yards to work with. 12:44 to play. The clock is stopped. Taylor is averaging 56 yards.
Charge timeout, South Dakota State. They're first.
2 long punts.
Full timeout.
2 long punts by Taylor. Those 2 have averaged 56 yards, so he's off to a great start, as we knew he would be.
South Dakota State is
correction. This will be a 30-second timeout.
They're not going to give the Hawkeyes 5 more yards. They called a timeout.
Stiegelmeier thinks a lot like Ferentz.
Yeah.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by U.S. Cellular, America's locally grown wireless and official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes, who U.S. Cellular brings you Robbie Brooks sideline updates all season long. Join the national network built by locals for locals, U.S. Cellular. All right, so Torrey's going to punt from midfield. Dropping back is Tyler Feldkamp. See what the Hawks do if they follow through with the punt. Luke Elkin, the long snapper. Here it comes. Taylor takes his time, now steps into it. And it's angling to the goal line. Caught by Iowa.
How cool is that?
Cooper DeJean with a nice catch at the 2-yard line. Did you see Taylor? He waited. He watched DeJean, the gunner, loop all the way up the far sideline, then circle under it. And they had no punt rush on.
No.
So he could have sat in his lawn chair back there for a while and let it go and kicked an end over in right to Cooper DeJean. Is this kid going to be fun to watch or what? Cooper DeJean. He's been all over the field, and there's a timeout on the field. The ball at the 1.5-yard line. That's a 35-yard punt by Torrey Taylor with 12.5 minutes to play in the first half. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Put your personal touch on your next new construction or renovation project with Windsor Windows and Doors. With made in the USA quality, Windsor Windows and Doors are built to last. To learn more about what we have to offer, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
Hawkeyes 3, South Dakota State nothing. The defenses have ruled the day to this point. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. 46-yard field goal by Aaron Blum. He's 1 for 2 on the day. Iowa has 57 total yards. South Dakota State 41. South Dakota State has hurt itself with 4 penalties. And great punting by Torrey Taylor, who just pinned the Jacks at their own 1-2 yard line. And that Iowa defense looking for the turnover. Logan Lee, Joe Evans, Noah Shannon, and John Wagner, the front four. Campbell's in the middle. Benson is back in now. Seth Benson is playing, and the backfield is in the end zone. They try an inside run with great success out to the 10-yard line. That's Isaiah Davis. Good blocking by the guard and center.
Yeah, that was just straight ahead, little trap block on the inside. Hawkeyes overread it and overran the play.
Quinn Schulte, Kayvon Merriweather, Riley Moss, Terry Roberts in the back end for Iowa. Gain of 8. Impressive blocking and running by Davis. And quarterback Granowski is in the shotgun. Second down and short. Tight end goes in motion. That's Hines. Granowski to throw this time. Good protection, and couldn't keep his feet underneath him, and he whistled a pass out in front of the tight end, Zach Hines. Incomplete. 3rd down and 2. That's a big miss there.
Yes, it is.
Because he was open.
Cooper DeJean out there in coverage, but he'd have had the first down.
Let's see what the Jacks call here deep in their own territory. They're 0 for 4 on 3rd down. They go with a real tight, double tight formation. They actually have a bunch of diamond formation right off the tackle. 3 receivers on 3rd down and 2. They're going to run the draw handoff, and getting the first down, I think, is Davis. He stumbled coming out of the blocks, crossed the 10, got the first down before Justin Jacobs pinned him down, and they moved the chains. First down, 11:40 to play. First half, 3-0 Iowa, leading South Dakota State.
It was good vision by that running back. There wasn't much there, and he just weaved his way through. He knew what he needed for the first down, and he got it.
18 yards on 6 carries for Isaiah Davis. LaShawn Williams has 30 yards, 8 carries for the Hawkeyes. All right, so Granowski's got a little more working room. They go with 2 tight ends. They're throwing blocks. Here comes Davis around the corner. Good pursuit by the Hawkeyes down the line of scrimmage. And he gets to the 15. That's a gain of 2. Riley Moss showing why he is an All-American cornerback.
Yeah,
played off the block, got inside, and tripped up the ball carrier. Stumbles forward for a gain of 2. 2nd down 8.
Yep, he shut off the outside and also got a piece of the runner.
Big tackle got out there trying to mow him over. Actually, the guard, Mason McCormick, and Riley went right underneath him. Twin receivers split right now for South Dakota State. That's the wide side of the field, including Jaden Yankee. And it looks like we got another false start, this time on the left tackle, Garrett Greenfield. That's easy.
Yep.
False start. Offense number 74. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Referee Mike Cannon has been busy. The umpire Ken Zelmansky. The headline judge is B.J. Henry. Jeff Meslow is the line judge, and Ryan Gannon the field judge. Todd Ransom the side judge. The back judge is Josh Dasher, and Darren Haas is centering the football. 2nd down 13. That's the 5th penalty on South Dakota State. They averaged 6 a game last year, and 10 minutes to play here yet in the 2nd period. Davis goes in motion, the tailback. Granowski's looking for him. He finds him at the 15, and he falls forward to the 17 with Riley Moss hanging on. So they get the penalty yardage back, plus a couple, and it's going to be 2nd down. Excuse me, 3rd down and almost 6.
Yep, it's a tough position to be, too. You're right in front. You're 20 yards away from the student section.
They've only taken a couple shots downfield, has Granowski. They've lived off that short pass and some solid running here of late by Isaiah Davis. Now they send 3 wides to the right, including the Yankee twins. 1 tight end, Weak side of the field, one running back. Here's Granowski, straight back to pass on 3rd and 6. Forced out of the pocket, sack. No, he keeps his feet. Now he's down. Joe Evans finally got to him after I thought Noah Shannon was going to tack him in at the 8-yard line. He kept his feet underneath him. Great job by Granowski. Crossed the 10, got back to the 14, but loses 3.
Yeah, you can see why he had 100 yards rushing in 4 games 2 years ago. Got really good feet. That's a Mershman's Seeds quarterback sack. Thanks to Mershman's again this year. $150 for Children's Hospital for every Hawkeye defensive sack. Mershman's Seeds, your friend in the field. Dustman's 2 yards deep in the end zone. The Hawkeyes are pointing fingers, and it draws a flag. Yeah, the Hawkeye return team.
False start. Offense. Number 14. 5-yard penalty. 4th down. Did a real quick shift, and he thought they were coming. Number 14 did, and he set up and cost him 5 yards.
And number 14 is Colby Herder, a safety, good football player. But he was a little on edge there. 6 penalties, 29 yards. Hawks have got to take advantage and score points off what should be good field position. This is a line drive kick that hits at the 45, fielded dangerously by Arlen Bruce. Well, he's learning on the job. Yeah. I think I probably would have stayed away from that one. It bounced straight up in the air, and Arlen, the receiver, he went after it and was dropped immediately. They spot his forward motion. He fell forward a couple yards. Hawks are going to have it in South Dakota State territory. 41-yard punt by Dustman and a timeout on the field with Iowa leading South Dakota State 3-0. 8:21 to go here in the first half. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment meets every challenge in the field and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
We all love a good win, catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
We're back courtesy of Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Iowa Hawkeye football from Iowa City. Opening day, 3-0 Hawkeyes. Iowa has the ball back again in great field position. Let's see if the Hawks can do something this time. First, let's head down to the U.S. Cellular sideline, and Robbie Brooks has an update on tight end Tucker Kraft of South Dakota State.
And Dolph, as you talked about, he's an NFL talent, so it's, I think, good news on the Jackrabbit sideline. It looked like a right ankle injury. They retaped it. He still has his uniform on, has his helmet, but really hasn't done anything explosive on the sideline that would give you an indication that he'll be able to play the rest of today. And Brian Williams was evaluated, looked like a leg injury, moving pretty slow, has not come back. And then you talk about Cooper DeJean and his athleticism. He was a 24-foot-plus long jumper in high school, and if you don't know the jumps at track and field, that's pretty good, especially for a high school kid, and that would place in a lot of good meets at the Division I level around the country.
Sure would. There isn't much he can't do. Let's see if the Hawkeye offensive line can plow downfield or additionally give pass protection to Petrus. Hawks are going to run it off the right side.
That's Caleb Johnson.
That's Caleb. Yeah, Caleb Johnson.
Oh, Caleb.
Little tentative as he approached the line of scrimmage and nowhere to run. That's part of the problem. gets back to the line of scrimmage. It'll be 2nd down 10. That offensive line trying to overwhelm that smaller defensive front, but those linebackers are filling in any gap, Eddie, and there hasn't been many.
No, they attack the line of scrimmage with those linebackers and safeties.
Glenwood's Caleb Sanders led the charge there. 2nd down 10 from midfield. Petrus mishandles the snap and then falls on the ball back at the 40-yard line of Iowa. So that'll be a loss of roughly 10. I don't know. The ball was off his right hip, but
well, you wonder if he
took his
wasn't ready for it.
Yeah, that could
you know,
be.
You've got a rookie center, and maybe he was going to do something else.
We got 2 new centers working for both teams today, and so after that boo-boo, Hawkeyes have 3rd and long, 3rd and about 19 to be exact. Let's see what the Brian Ferentz chooses to do here. Better snap. Petrus, good protection, throws, caught, and out of bounds at the 42-yard line of South Dakota State is Sam Laporta.
I'm going to bet we're going for this.
Malik Lofton gave him a shot. So that's a gain of almost 18. The Hawks are, what, 2 shy, a yard and a half shy of the first down. And well, it's a big play, 4th down and 2. But Eddie, they're going to call timeout now.
The ruling on the field on the previous play was a completed pass. That play's under further review.
Well, they don't have to use a timeout then.
I thought Sam had possession of the ball when he got hit going out of bounds. He lost it. Now maybe they're checking to see if their foot was in bounds. Either way, all plays under review this season. Again, sponsored by Athletico. Physical therapy is usually the thing you're told to do after medication, x-rays, or surgery. But what if the best way to fix your pain is to start where you normally finish? The sooner you start with physical therapy, the sooner you can start changing everything. It all starts with no prescription needed at Athletico. Hi to Mia down in Jacksonville, Florida, listening in. Here in Iowa, Greg is in Humiston. Mike in Midlothian, Illinois. Preston and the kids are out on Lake Okoboji. Well, it's Labor Day weekend, a beautiful weekend to be out recreating. And hi to everybody. If you'd like to tell us where you're at, we'd love to give you a shout out. You can reach us here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. My Twitter page is @GaryDolphin or @Iowa_Learfield. On Facebook, check in at facebook.com/voiceofthehawks or HSP. It's Hawkeye Sports Properties, HSP Learfield. Let us know where you're at, what you're doing.
Happy. The receiver did not complete the process of the catch. It's an incomplete pass. 4th down.
So there you have it. The call is reversed, and the Hawks obviously will punt away now as they face 4th and 19 from their own 42-yard line. So again, good field position. The Hawkeye offense unable to take advantage. So Torrey Taylor, who's been taking advantage of South Dakota State all afternoon, will punt again. He's been a busy man, but he loves the action. And they get a punt rush on this time, but he sends it across the field, fielded at the 9. Great downfield coverage there by Terry Roberts, who had the receiver inside the 10, but he pulled out of an ankle tackle and got back upfield for about 10 to the 19. That's where South Dakota State will put it in play after the catch and return by Eli Miller, who's a fullback, a tough fullback. That's great coverage by Terry. He just didn't finish the deal. Timeout on the field. 6:29 to go in the first half. This sold-out house waiting for a Hawkeye offensive explosion. They'll have to wait some more time. 3-0 Iowa. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hello, Hawkeye fans. I'm Bruce Titus, Director of Dining Services at Oaknall. We are presently hiring full-time and part-time cooks to work in one of our 4 dining venues. Our cook shifts end at 8 p.m., meaning no late nights and more time with friends and family. We work with fresh foods and we show off your creativity. Does having paid time off and benefits sound good to you? Learn more, go to oaknoll.com. Go Hawks!
Hey, Hawkeye fans. This is head Hawkeye coach Tom Brands. This December, the world comes to Iowa, Coralville, Iowa. The best men's and women's wrestling nations will descend on Extreme Arena to battle Team USA for the 2022 World Cup. If you are a wrestling fan, this is an event experience you will not want to miss. This December at Extreme Arena, 2022 World Cup. Learn more at uwwiowacity.com.
Hawkeye football from Iowa City and Kinnick Stadium. Opening day, the 133rd year of Iowa football. And out there in the stands at Podolak is State Representative Charlie McConkey of Council Bluffs. State Representative McConkey is in a fight for his life, battling cancer. And he's here today with fellow state representative, his good friend Chuck Eisenhardt of Dubuque, along with the university. They're hosting former state representative Tim Cassina of Sioux City. Tim is a retired firefighter. He is battling cancer. I'm sorry, not Representative McConkey, but either way, Tim Cassina of Sioux City, a former state representative, a retired firefighter, and we wish him the very best. He's a former state senator, by the way, state representative Cassina from Sioux City. So hello to all those guys, and especially Tim Cassina of Sioux City out there in Siouxland, the Siouxland Eye Club.
Well, there's a lot of us Sioux here too, but they're from across the border, and they got their blue jerseys on up there.
And they're playing well. Both defenses have played outstanding football. The Hawkeyes, I mean, here we are at 6.5 minutes from halftime, and Iowa has 48 yards of offense.
Did I hear that right?
You did.
Okay.
Now, the good news is South Dakota State has 58 yards of offense, so the Iowa defense is certainly doing its part. Torrey Taylor and special teams are doing their part. And let's see. Perhaps a turnover is in order here. First and 10 for the Jacks at their own 18 is where they say Miller went out of bounds after that punt. They run wide right, a cutback, nets 2. That's Amar Johnson out of O'Fallon, Missouri. Davis is from Joplin, their starting tailback. And Amar is from O'Fallon, Chaminade College Prep High School. He gets 2 before he's dropped in his tracks. Campbell was in the neighborhood again. Y.A. Black holding serve at defensive tackle. He and Shannon are the tackles. Ethan Herkett back in along with Deontay Craig. Now this 4 got good pressure on Granowski in the first quarter. Second down 8, 3-0 Iowa. Final 5 minutes of the first half. Granowski to throw, good protection. Nobody open downfield. Another drop pass by Amar Johnson. Took a peek downfield to see where the defense was and spotted Jacobs and Campbell closing in on him. And the ball hit him right in the ear hole.
I'd have probably rejected that one also. Tell the quarterback you can't go downfield. Don't throw it in front of these guys.
He would have got close to the first down. Don't know if he would have got it. South Dakota State 1 for 6 on third down. Right now they're facing 3rd and 8. Hawks trying to get the ball right back for the offense with just under 6 minutes to play first half. 3-0 Iowa. Granowski to throw quickly. And incomplete, knocked down by Terry Roberts. Wonderful play at left cornerback.
Yep. And they've been moving him around a little bit with DeJean playing out there at corner. And that was just perfect timing to go over the receiver's shoulder and knock it down.
It was a really good route run by Jaden Yankee. He was right at the sticks. And Terry Roberts, who's made big play after big play when he's gotten his chance. The senior from Erie, Pennsylvania, Cathedral Prep. I wonder who else played at Cathedral Prep. Guy named Sanders. Dustman to punt again. Hawks set up the return. Oh, a great punt this time. And a fair catch called for and made at the 35-yard line by Arlen Bruce. So another stop by the Iowa defense. 45-yard punt by Hunter Dustman, who's seen his butterflies settle down after a rough start to the game. Hawks have gotten only 3 points. Blum is 1 for 2 from distance on field goals, and we sit at 3-0 Iowa. Let's see if the Hawks can put a 5.5-minute drive together here and go down, score a touchdown. Lachey and Laporta are the tight ends. One running back is LaShawn Williams. Spencer rolls out right, throws to Arlen Bruce, has the catch across the 40 at the 43-yard line, about a yard, maybe 2 shy of the first down. Good catch and good protection of the football. He took a couple shots there from Francel, the linebacker, and Adam Bach, the middle linebacker from Solon High School.
Well, that's take what they give you right there. They're playing, that corner was playing soft. Nice little 8-yard pickup.
Their 4-3 resembles in many ways Iowa's 4-3. Here's the counter run by LaShawn Williams. He's just fighting to get the first down. I think he's going to be a little shy.
Now something's wrong with that play because there's 2 unblocked defenders right in the hole, and I guess maybe that LaShawn kicked the ball outside when it was supposed to be inside, but he had no chance.
Reese Winkleman jammed things up, but you can see those linebackers, they come in from behind and they really fill the gaps. They're so fast. That's part of the problem. Here's Petrus trying to run straight ahead for the first down, and
I don't think they're going to get it.
I don't know. It's 3rd down and less than a yard, and that Hawkeye offensive front just having trouble cleaning guys out of there. Now let's see. They put the nose of the football right on the 50. Or excuse me, right on the 45.
So that's a
and it is
first
a first down.
Yeah.
Well, I will say this. In all fairness, the Hawks got a generous spot there.
I agree with that 100%.
You know, I credit the officials. They're looking at 10 guys laying on top of each other, and they're going to go with their initial instincts or what they saw on the side, or the head linesman, I'll get it right, ran right in and put his foot down where he thought it wasn't. It was on the 45-yard line. So Spencer moves the chains. Here's a sidestepping move, or at least an attempt by LaShawn Williams, and he's dropped by the defensive tackle Caleb Sanders. Sanders has had a heck of a first half out of Glenwood High School. Northwest Iowa. No gain. 3:40 to play first half. Well, John Stiegelmeier has to be delighted that his team is within 3-0 of the Hawkeyes. Both teams will make some adjustments, more than a few adjustments at the break. Nothing wrong defensively. Here's Petrus out of the gun, throws over the middle. That's knocked down to the ground. Reese Winkleman.
Crowd is starting to get restless.
Little edgy. Winkleman's 6'4", and he's only 240 pounds, so he can jump. He can get up. 3rd down and 10 for the Hawkeyes.
That's just great coaching on defense. That was a tackle twist. He was coming around from the defensive end. Just saw the quarterback getting ready to throw it up the middle, and jumped up and knocked it down.
Hawkeyes have 4 first downs here in the first half and 60 yards of offense. How about a big play? 3rd down. Pocket closes. Petrus throws. Intercepted. Intercepted at midfield and returned to the 40, make it the 37-yard line of Iowa. Petrus was going down and he let the ball go, and Caleb Francel playing center field just waited for it to come to him. Francel took a shot as he went down at the Iowa 36. 3:06 to go in the first half as Petrus is picked off for the first time this year. What'd you see? He had time to at least take a look downfield.
Oh yeah, it looked like he had a tight end open down there. That Lachey was open, but he missed him. He threw it to the right of Lachey. The left is Petrus was looking at it, and right into the stomach of the safety.
Now we'll keep it right here. There's an official's timeout as they check on Caleb Francel. Now the starting linebacker in his spot, Isaiah Stallbird, moved to safety with Cale Reeder's injury today, and Francel, the backup, moved up into that linebacker spot. Now he's 6 feet, 185 pounds, a linebacker. a hybrid safety out of Grand Island, Nebraska. And he's still down on his back. He was trying to get down on the ground and may have taken a shot up around the head, unintentional, of course. Well, at halftime, they'll honor this year's Hall of Fame class, led by Dallas Clark of football, Amy Fowler from field hockey, Dan Holm, all these folks, All-Americans. Kerry Knopf in softball out of Des Moines. Keith Noreen, the late Keith Noreen, great baseball player here at Iowa. George Roddy, who likewise is deceased, born in 1908, became one of the first great African-American black golfers in the country, not just at Iowa. Had the Finkbein course record of, I believe it was 70 for a lot of years. And you can imagine the clubs he were using are a little bit unlike, unlike today's golf clubs. George Roddy and Nancy Leah Underwood, outstanding swimmer and diver, competed in the 2008 Beijing Olympics. Congratulations to all of our new Hawkeye Hall of Famers. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Lennox, including Air Solutions in Atlantic, the home of Ed Podolak. Clinton's Bernie's Heating and Cooling in Clinton. In Des Moines, 72 degrees. Comfort Company. Marshalltown, that's the home of B&G HVAC. And in Southwest Iowa, stop in and see Apollo Heating and Air Conditioning in Shenandoah and Red Oak. Well, the defense is asked to get another stop here in its own territory.
Yeah, and it's good. The best field position that South Dakota State has had all day by about 40 yards.
Jaden Yankee splits wide to the right. His twin brother Jackson to the left. One tailback. Now they switch two tight ends from left to right. Tailback is Isaiah Davis. And they fake it to him. Here's a rollout by Granowski. He's looking down to the end zone, down the middle of the field. Now he's going to tuck and run, and he's knocked down near the line of scrimmage. Just going to lose a couple yards. He wanted to pass. Lucas Van Ness closed in on him, and he just decided to swallow the football and take his punishment, and it ends up as a 2-yard loss. So that's a Mershman Seed sack and $150 for Children's Hospital. Second sack of the half for the Hawkeye defense. Lucas Van Ness. That's a coverage sack, though, right there.
That's right. Quinn Schulte was right down in the middle of the field where he wanted to go.
3 wide right. Loss of 3. Second down, 13. The ball at the 42. Granowski's going to cover and run, and he's knocked down after a gain of perhaps 2. Justin Jacobs, nice play. Came up from the weak side. Van Ness was right there with him as he slid down the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, Jacobs comes off the field limping, hopping, hurt a leg somehow.
It's Justin Jacobs, that brilliant young linebacker. Junior, 6'4", 235 from Englewood, Ohio. Let's hope he's okay. It's going to be third down and almost 9 for the Jacks. They're at the 38-yard line of Iowa after the turnover. 1 running back, 3 wideouts, and a tight end. He's in the slot. That's Hines. Granowski, they blitz. Iowa does late. Pass caught over the middle. It'll be a first down at the 26-yard line. Oh, big-time play by Granowski.
What a great catch by Isaiah Davis. I mean, just on his fingertips.
Tailback. So the Hawkeyes got to him. John Wagner on an inside move. I thought it was a blitz. Wagner got back there so fast and drilled Granowski as he let the ball go. But it is a gain of almost 12 and a first and 10. Ball at the 26-yard line. 3-0 Iowa. 1 minute 10 seconds to play in the first half. Here's the snap out of the gun. They run Isaiah Davis off the right edge. Good yardage inside the 25 to the 22. Nice counter run there. Jack Campbell prevented further damage, but it's a gain of 4. Call it second down and 6. Ball at the Iowa 22-yard line. Clock runs with 45 seconds to play in the first half. South Dakota State still has 2 timeouts. Yeah. See if they take a shot to the end zone. You would think they would here. Slot receiver goes in motion. They have 2 tight ends out there. They run the draw straight ahead to Isaiah Davis. Very conservative here by Coach Stiegelmeier. Down to the 20-yard line, a gain of 2.
And we got a flag down out here.
Okay. Right at the line of scrimmage. Tackle made by Shannon and Seth Benson. Let's check out the flag. You have to believe it's on South Dakota State. Illegal shift is the call. And
illegal shift. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Replay second down.
That's another one of those mistakes you make early in the year, especially with the noise.
Yeah, you're right. There hasn't been a whole lot of noise here in the first half. That's the 7th penalty.
Charge timeout, South Dakota State. They're second of the half.
That's a 7th penalty on South Dakota State, and it's a 3-0 ball game. So South Dakota State uses one of its 2 remaining timeouts. Gives us time to congratulate Lisa Salushi, who not only was a great All-American field hockey player here at Iowa, but she's been a great coach for the Hawkeyes. She won her 100th career match this past week in the Big Ten ACC Challenge down in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. A 2-1 double overtime win over Wake Forest. Had second-ranked North Carolina down 2-0 Sunday afternoon, but the Tar Heels showed their toughness. They came back to win they were down 1-0 and came back to win 2-1 in double overtime. But a great weekend for Hawkeye field hockey. Congratulations, Lisa. All right, second down and 11. 28 seconds to go till halftime. South Dakota State has 1 timeout left. How aggressive will they be? Isaiah Davis goes in motion. Empty backfield for Mark Granowski, a sophomore from Naperville. He's going to throw down the middle of the field. It's incomplete. Good coverage by Quinn Schulte from that powerhouse Cedar Rapids Xavier program. And Jackson Yankee had no chance.
Yeah, he had to read that right away because he's playing safety. He's 15 yards deep, and he came up and made that play about 5 yards down the field.
Third down and 11. The ball at the 27-yard line after the 5-yard penalty. What will they call here? 2-by-2, 4 wideouts. Again, an empty backfield, and Granowski back to throw. Hawks send a late blitzer, and a pass is incomplete. Intended for Isaiah Davis. He came out of the slot, and Quinn Schulte cut him in half again.
That's 2 plays in a row that Schulte made that saves a touchdown. They're going to have to go for the field goal now.
Hunter Dussman, who's been doing all the kicking. He was 19 for 28 last year with a long of 54, but he had 2 blocked also. He's got the leg strength.
Oh boy, they're short of offensive line when they get set up for the kick. That's another thing that happens in the first game.
Ball will be placed at the 34, so it's a 44-yard field goal attempt from the right hash. South Dakota State wanted to see what Iowa was lined up in and called timeout. So, Edward, a word from you, please.
Well, let's get it on then. Getting a medical cannabis card in Iowa is as easy as talking to your doctor. Join thousands of Iowans like me using medical cannabis today. Search budmary.com to learn more.
All right. Hi, Bud and Mary.
I'm warmed up, ain't I? You know, it's been an off season, but
you're in mid-season form.
Yeah.
With that medical cannabis. And let's see who will be the doctor on defense here for the Hawkeyes to get hopefully a blocked field goal attempt. 44 yards away. Long snapper is down and ready to go. Try and tie the game before halftime. We await the snap. Here it is. Spot is down. Kick is on the way. Certainly long enough. And it is good. Tie game at 3 with 15 seconds to play in the first half. Well, this thing is played out just like we thought it might. I didn't expect only a 3-3 game, but credit the defenses. South Dakota State, after the Spencer Petrus interception, nets 11 yards on 7 plays, a drive of 2 minutes and 44 seconds. And a 44-yard field goal by Hunter Dustman is right through. Sidewinder. Tie game at 3. So the field goal kickers, Blum and Dustman, each have a 3-pointer with 15 seconds to play in the first half. And unless the Hawks get a kick return here and a big play for a touchdown, looks like we'll be knotted up halfway through the game, Ed.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that they're not going to kick it to where we can return it. At least that's what good coaches would do here, and I know they have a good coach.
So do the Hawkeyes. And they'll be working a little extra hard here at the break, trying to find some weak spots in each other's defense. Dustman will kick off. Stay with us for the Bud Light halftime show. A scoreboard update is in order. Some other features for you. It's a pooch kick and a fair catch called for at the 32-yard line by Monty Padilla. The Hawks anticipating just what Ed prescribed or figured. And so Spencer Petrus will walk back out on the field.
Well, the Hawks have all 3 timeouts.
15 seconds to play. Petrus
got time for 2 passes of, oh, we're just going to take it to the house.
Take a knee. Crowd's not happy with that either. They haven't been happy with much here in the first half. They've been happy with the defense. But we'll go to the Bud Light halftime show with Iowa and South Dakota State. All tied up at 3. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Endless possibilities. Blue is trustworthy.
Attaboy.
Blue is caring.
We got this.
And now, Blue is Medicare Advantage from Wellmark Advantage Health Plan. All-in-one coverage, extra benefits, and the confidence of being covered by Wellmark. Because Blue is always here for you. Learn more at wellmarkadvantage.com.
Hi, welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
What about the one that takes incredible pictures?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
How about this giant cardboard phone?
Oh, that stays.
At US Cellular, new and current customers choose any phone they want for free. That's any brand, model, or size. Free for everyone. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
If Big Ten football runs deep in your veins, then Sirius XM Big Ten Radio is where you need to be. We're talking conference and team previews, live games, news and analysis from experts like Anthony Herron, Bobby Carpenter, Jake Butt, Matt McGloin, and Ben Hartsock. Coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside Big Ten football like nowhere else. Feed your fandom on the Sirius XM app. Stay up to date anywhere you go. Just download the app to start streaming.
Backed by popular demand, Hy-Vee drive-through flu shot clinics. Just follow the signs in your Hy-Vee parking lot to get your flu shot right from your car. It's easy, convenient, and no appointment or prescription is necessary. Drive-through flu shots are offered on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 3 to 7 p.m. Or get your flu shot inside your Hy-Vee pharmacy at any time with no appointment necessary. Plus, when you get your flu shot at Hy-Vee, you get a 20-cent Hy-Vee fuel saver. Some restrictions apply.
The right seed portfolio placed on the right acre paves the way for success. In the FS Envision and FS High Soy lineup, you'll find flexibility of choice with plenty of seed and trait options to match any growing condition.
Learn more about our products at fsc.com or talk to your local FS crop specialist. FS Envision and FS High Soy. More options, more yield.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye football is brought to you by Bud Light, it's for the fans. Also by Iowa John Deere Dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football. Bud and Mary's, cannabis for the people. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. And by Honda, To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. This is the Budweiser Halftime Report.
Gary Dolphin with Ed Podolak. A 3-3 football game. Iowa and South Dakota State all knotted up at a field goal at the intermission. Our halftime show is brought to you by Bud Light. Bud Light proudly welcomes you Hawk fans back to Kinnick Stadium this year. Bud Light is for the fans, and there's a few Bud Lights being consumed right now.
I bet there's a line.
Edward, I expected a good tight game here in the first half. I did not expect only a field goal apiece, but you got to credit South Dakota State. They've come in here with a good defensive game plan.
Oh yeah, they've really outthought us. With their defense. I can't think of. We made one pass of about 8 yards, and it was the only play with any success. So. I'm glad I'm not in the locker room right now, but they've got to make some changes. They've got to come out and do some counters because they're teeing off on whoever we're trying to run the ball. So we've got to catch them with some counters. But then I'm not coaching, I'm announcing. Well, they're going to make Spencer Petrus beat him in the passing game, and Spencer's been picked off once. He is 6 for 15, 41 yards. Now, if I'm Phil Parker, just keep doing what you're doing. That defense has limited Granowski to 6 completions, 15 attempts for 52 yards. Iowa has 56 first half yards, total offense, 56 yards. And the Jackrabbits have 76. Which defense or which offense is going to solve the other's defense? We'll find out in the second half. We're sponsored by Bud Light. At halftime, it's 3-3, the Hawks and the Jackrabbits. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
Touchdown! You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, this is Stephen Hartzell, host of the College Sports Now podcast. Every week, we're talking about football with some of the biggest names in the game. Subscribe to College Sports Now wherever you get your podcasts and follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets.
Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that determination and strong will can lead to endless possibilities. For years, Iowa farmers have believed in that too. Farmers are the backbone of this country, and their dedication to bringing us food and energy has never been more important. That's why we're proud to wear the America Needs Farmers logo on our helmet. Join the Hawkeyes and the Iowa Farm Bureau as we celebrate farmers during ANF Game Day on October 1st. For more information and to win game day tickets, visit americaneedsfarmers.org.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
At Golden Harvest, our best skill is knowing how to listen. From our Gold Series soybean and game-changing corn portfolios to our expert insights housed in the Illuminate digital agronomy platform, everything we offer is an answer to what we've heard from you. This is how we listen.
Copyright 2021 Syngenta. The trademarks or service marks used herein are the property of a Syngenta Group company. All other trademarks are the property of their respective owners.
Hello, seafood fans. This is Bruce Gerleman, and I own Splash Seafood Bar and Grill. Have you been to Splash lately? Come back downtown and let me spoil you. White linens, fresh flowers, candlelight, award-winning wine lists, professional staff, and best of all, my fresh fish are jetted in from Hawaii every morning. Enjoy my homemade lobsters, Alaskan king crab, fresh oysters from the cold, clear, clean waters of the Pacific Northwest. My favorite is the surf and turf featuring my hand-cut prime steaks and lobster. Splash, a truly special evening of adult indulgence.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Only 56 total yards for Iowa, just 76 for South Dakota State, as the Hawkeyes and the Jackrabbits are tied at 3 here at the half. Each quarterback 6 for 15. Petrus has been intercepted once. Iowa's rushed 16 times for a net 15 yards. Ouch. 24 net yards rushing on 14 carries for South Dakota State. LaShawn Williams has 31 yards on 10 carries to lead Iowa ground gainers. Isaiah Davis, 24 yards, 8 carries. Pass catches, Isaiah Davis has 5 out of the backfield for South Dakota State. Arlen Bruce has 5 grabs, but only a net of 14 for Iowa. Justin Jacobs with 5 tackles, Campbell with 4 to lead Iowa. Adam Bach has 5 for the Jackrabbits. Caleb Franzel has 3. And it's been all defense, 3-3 at the break here on the Hawkeye Radio Network, Iowa and South Dakota State. Imagine driving your Polaris Razor, Slingshot, or snowmobile as you explore the back roads of Iowa this fall and winter. Grab your chance to win a Polaris vehicle or $50,000 cash when you enter Explore Iowa tickets at ialottery.com or via the Lottery Plus app. Enter today. Halftime, it's all tied up at 3. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At Cenex, we're locally owned and operated, so your community is our community. That's why your Cenex goes far beyond the store. We fuel community connections by supporting local festivals, restoring town monuments, and renovating baseball fields. Now in its 4th year, we'll have contributed more than $400,000 to Cenex communities through our Hometown Pride initiative, because community connections make the places we live so special. Cenex, powered locally.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4-Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Medical cannabis can seem confusing, but you can trust the experts at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. I'm Ed Podolak, and after a long NFL career and a terrifying car accident left me with chronic pain, Bud & Mary's helped me get relief with Alleviar tablets. Bud & Mary's cannabis products are available in a variety of forms, sizes, doses, designs, and strengths. Explore their brands like Batch, Alleviar, and Become, and discover what works best for you.
Earning $100 in free play at Wild Rose Casino and Hotel is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Sign up to be a part of Club Wild and you could earn up to $50 in free play on your first visit. But it doesn't stop there. You could earn an additional $25 in free play when you come back a second and third time. When we say you'd rather be here, we mean it. Join Club Wild today and you could earn up to $100 in free play. See Club Wild for details.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Live from the Learfield Network studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
From Learfield Master Control, I'm Mo Lewis. 3-3 at the half. Let's check the U.S. Bank scoreboard. Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and all across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank. Stop by your local branch or log on today. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Elsewhere in the Big Ten this week, Penn State beat Purdue 35-31. It was Minnesota blanking New Mexico State 38-0. And right now, Michigan leads Colorado State 23-0 at the half. Maryland up 17-7 over Buffalo. And Rutgers trailing Boston College 14-6. Also, Northern Iowa trails Air Force 14-3. Hawkeyes 3, Jackrabbits 3. This is Iowa Hawkeye football from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Hi, welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
What about the one that takes incredible pictures?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
How about this giant cardboard phone?
Oh, that stays.
At U.S. Cellular, new and current customers choose any phone they want for free. That's any brand, model, or size. Free for everyone. U.S. Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
The Hawkeyes play here. Touchdown, Iowa! This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Schneider Graphics is a family-owned company providing full vinyl graphic services for over 30 years. We proudly provide vehicle wraps, fleet graphics, wall murals, signs, banners, and more using quality 3M products. Large or small, Schneider Graphics can help you with your next project from design to installation. As a proud partner of the University of Iowa, you can see our work on game day on the Hawkeye team bus and the gates and sidewalks of Kinnick Stadium. Schneider Graphics, located in Des Moines, service throughout Iowa. You don't have to go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on game day.
This has been the Budweiser Halftime Report. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Bud Light. It's for the fans. Also by Case IH. Enter the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawkeyes. EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC insurance companies to protect it. Shields, right there with you. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. And by Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926. Welcome back to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Here's Gary Dolphin with a well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield second half.
Couple of minutes away, they're introducing this year's Iowa Hawkeye letter winners, Iowa Hawkeye Athletics letter winners athletic or Hall of Fame class, excuse me. And what a great group it is, just being introduced now. Dallas Clark, of course, maybe the most notable or the most famous. But Dan Holm helped Iowa to its first NCAA wrestling championship in the mid-'70s. Multiple All-American, NCAA champ, Big Ten champ. Kerry Knopf in softball out of Des Moines. Amy Fowler, All-American in field hockey, longtime coach. Keith Noreen, the late Keith Noreen, a phenomenal baseball talent for Dwayne Banks. George Roddy, also deceased. Men's golf, one of the great African-American players of all time, really, back in the 1930s. And Nancy Leah Underwood, an Olympic qualifying swimmer and diver for the Hawkeyes. Congratulations to all those Hall of Famers. Here at halftime, it's Iowa 3, South Dakota State 3. We expected a good hard-hit game. It's been all that. We expected more offense, at least from the Hawkeyes and quarterback Spencer Petrus, but he's been picked off. That led to the only score for South Dakota State, a 44-yard field goal by Hunter Dustman that tied the game with 2:51 to play, or excuse me, with 15 seconds to play in the first half. This after Aaron Blum drilled a 46-yard field goal with just a minute or so left in the first period, and Iowa led 3-0, but they couldn't make that lead stand up after the interception. Ed, Iowa's won the battle of field position thanks to Torrey Taylor's phenomenal punting. Taylor, 4 kicks, a 49-yard average. Dustman 6 punts for 39 on average. Iowa had him back on its heels the first couple possessions deep in its own territory thanks to 7 first-half penalties by the Jacks, but the Hawks couldn't take advantage.
Yeah, because the Hawks got very good field position, too, because after they held them back inside their own 20, they had a shanked punt, a poor punt, and so the Hawks... Gosh, I think they had, first 4 times they had the ball, they had it in Jackrabbit territory.
Well, the good news is there's 30 minutes of football left, and hopefully Spencer Petrus and the offense can get the ship righted with the direction of Brian Ferentz and wear down this South Dakota State, this really solid, really good FCS program out of Brookings. I want to congratulate Cedar Rapids native Commander Thomas Schomburger. He began his career. He's our military hero today after beginning his career in 1972 at the Naval Air Station in Albany, Georgia, with the Sky Warriors. From there, his career included tour of duty stops in Florida, Puerto Rico, and Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. Schomburger served aboard the United States aircraft carrier USS Enterprise, where he was part of Operation Praying Mantis. That sounds like a stalking group, doesn't it, after the enemy? Yeah. The highlight of his career came after his selection to serve with the United States Navy flight demonstration. Here's Rob Brooks.
Fire there to only allow the Jackrabbits a field goal.
Yeah, it was a really big series right there off the turnover. Got to stop and gave us, a chance to keep them out of the end zone, certainly.
Well, good field position in the first half. That happens here in half number 2, just about execution and taking advantage.
Yeah, exactly. Hate to squander good field position. We had it and didn't take advantage of it. Yeah, I think offensively we just got to slow down and execute. We're, just kind of staggering right now, a little bit of a piano drill.
Coach, thanks very much.
Thanks, Ron.
And that's certainly going to be a key, and we'll keep our eyes on that. And as you mentioned, Dolph, this staff is one of the best, if not the best, at halftime adjustments. And let's see if it happens on the offensive side of the football.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Robbie. Ed, what's he talking about there? Looks like a piano drill. So we just need to slow down and execute.
I never heard a piano drill before, but it means that, I think they're thinking too much and not knocking people out enough. They've just been out of sync trying to block these smaller, quicker players. But, we're great at making adjustments. And so, I think, as I said before we went into halftime, we've got to do some counter plays. We've got to start one way, go back the other, the way they're flying to the football.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens early on. Now, South Dakota State gets the ball to start the second half, and we shall see. Of course, that Iowa defense has been so solid. Just to wrap up, Commander Thomas Schomburger from Cedar Rapids, our military hero of the day, entered the Navy in '72, concluded his career in 1996 in San Diego. He is a diehard Iowa Hawkeye fan who will also admit to always keeping an extra eye on his U.S. Navy midshipmen. Go Navy and go Hawkeyes, says Commander Thomas Schomburger. You were visiting with him over here in our Learfield room next door earlier today.
Really nice chat with him, and he served in a lot of places, and he retired in San Diego, and he said, San Diego's kind of nice, but I want to move back to Iowa. So he came back to Iowa.
Congratulations, Commander Schomburger. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification before we go to the second half. 10-second ID break with the score tied 3-3 headed to the third period. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. Hawks will kick off toward the north goal line. Our game sponsor today, thank you, Eastern Iowa Airport, CID. 5 airlines and 16 nonstop destinations. It's Hawkeye Nation's #1 choice for travel. Just say go. Fly CID. Check out flycid.com for more information. Stevens will run up and kick off for the Hawkeyes. Drew Stevens. Low line drive caught at the 3-yard line and being returned by Tyler Feldkamp. Heads to the middle of the field, cuts back near the Iowa sideline and is dropped at the 18. Good downfield coverage again by Iowa. First downfield was Xavier Wampa, 5-star recruit out of Des Moines, and he got some help from Addison Ostrenga, another true freshman from Sun Prairie, Wisconsin. They really, really like Ostrenga.
Yeah, well, both of them. They like both
they love
players.
Wampa. And Addison Ostrenga, a walk-on, and man, has he looked good in the fall camp. All right, defense. One turnover deserves another. See if they can match the interception by South Dakota State late in the first half and get Granowski to make a mistake. They're going to run straight ahead with Isaiah Davis. And he knew he was in trouble the minute he got the handoff as he was thrown back after a gain of a yard, maybe 2. Jack Campbell right there with him. We're brought to you by U.S. Cellular. Robbie Brooks has an update. Rob?
Justin Jacobs did not start this series. Logan Klemp starts at linebacker, but now will come out in favor of 3 defensive backs. We'll try to find out what's going on with Jacobs.
Yeah, Jacobs limped off late in the first half. 2nd down 8. A long 8 for Granowski and South Dakota State in a 3-3 football game just starting the second half. 1 running back. They overload the left side. They're going to run that way, and stop and go move gets a nice gain of about 4. That time it is Isaiah Davis again on the carry. So he's run for 6 yards on 2 downs to start the second half. Jack Campbell again wrapped him up. The All-American linebacker. Iowa's linebacking group voted the best in the country by many services. And those linebackers and that defense need a stop here. South Dakota State content to run the football, at least for the moment. This would be a passing down. 3rd down, a long 4. Now they're going to run it again off the left side, and great cutback by Davis gets the first down. Boy, that's good blocking too.
Boy, I guess, and he looked like he wanted to cut back from the very point he got the ball. He got against the grain, and man, that's gaining 6 yards on 3rd down against that Iowa defense is not easy.
And they're running behind that right side. Bo Donald at right guard, John O'Brien at right tackle, Gus Miller the center. They're all fairly new starters. And so they're running right at the Hawkeyes. Logan Lee, Noah Shannon up front. On the outside is John Wagner. Now they're going to run to the outside, and on a cutback, they cross Iowa up. Another big gain, a first down run of 12 yards there by Isaiah Davis. Well, it looks like they've made the proper adjustments here offensively at halftime.
They've seen that's their counter play right here. So he comes back against the grain, catches our defensive end going inside.
Cooper DeJean prevented further damage, but Isaiah Davis had 15 yards rushing. I'll check that. He got a little more than that in the first half. He's up to 47 yards now, but 20 yards rushing here at the start of the 3rd quarter. He's going to run again. This time the Hawks outnumber him on the right side as he tried to get wide side outside, and the Hawks swarmed across the line of scrimmage. That time the Hawks win the battle. The line of scrimmage led by Lucas Van Ness and Jack Campbell. Campbell very active.
Yeah, that time the Hawkeyes controlled the line of scrimmage, pushed it back, loss of 2.
2nd down 12. The ball right at the 40-yard line of South Dakota State. They've got some good operating room now, and they're gobbling clock. 3 minutes gone, 3rd quarter. 3-3 Iowa. And the Jackrabbits tied. Empty backfield. The tailback escapes to the outside. Oh, and Granowski dropped the football, and he's sacked back inside the 35. Nothing wrong with the snap that I could see. Noah Shannon dropped him as Granowski. They sent the tailback, Amar Johnson, out wide left. Empty backfield. Granowski he never picked up the football, Ed, for some reason.
Yeah, that was just a dropped snap, nothing else.
Noah Shannon almost got to the football. Loss of 6, ball at the 34. So this drive is blown up on South Dakota State, depending on what the Hawkeye defense does here. It's 3rd down and 18. South Dakota State 3 of 10 on 3rd down. Johnson still the tailback. Granowski drops back, rolls out right, now throws to one of the underneath men, and he's going to be way short of the first down. A gain of perhaps 4 or 5 to the wide receiver Jackson Yankee, who trailed Granowski across the field. And Mark Granowski took one quick look way south and then just said, you know what, we'll punt it away.
Yeah, the linebackers too did exactly right. They dropped deep enough that he couldn't throw for the first down, and then drove up on the underneath receiver as he caught the football.
Jack Campbell ate up Yankee, and now on to punt is Dustman. He's averaged 39 yards a punt. Kick is almost blocked, and here are flags as
it's coming back.
Dustman falls to the ground under contact by one, maybe two Hawkeyes.
And that's going to be the 15-yarder there because...
Well, they're calling running into the kicker.
Running into the kicker. Defense, number 43. Penalties declined. First down, Iowa.
So that would have been a 5-yard penalty.
Yeah.
The punt was fielded by Arlen Bruce.
Timeout.
Just outside the 20, inside the 20, and he returned it to the 27. So a 5-yard walk-off declined by South Dakota State. And why not? The way the Jackrabbits defense is playing, they'll trot onto the field, and let's see what the Hawkeyes can do with its first drive here in the third quarter. Tie game at 3-3, 9:59 to play third quarter. From Kinnick, this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
There's so much to explore in Iowa, like lakes and caves and county fairs and trails and rails and back roads and beaches. Which is why I want to tell you about Explore Iowa from the Iowa Lottery. You can win big. I mean, the top prize is $50,000. But there's also Life After Scratch, which means you can enter to win a Polaris Razor, Slingshot, or Snowmobile. Visit ialottery.com for rules and complete details. Official licensed product of Polaris, Inc. All rights reserved. Polaris and the Star Design are trademarks of Polaris, Inc. Woohoo!
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hawk fans, are you looking to travel in style like the Iowa Hawkeyes? WinStar Lines provides luxury charter bus service, van service, and employee shuttles. We travel throughout the Midwest, providing ground transportation service to or from anywhere in the continental United States and Canada. With multiple locations throughout the Midwest, call WinStar Lines to transport your group. Our friendly, safe drivers will get you to your destination in style. Visit GoWinStar.com to book your travel plans today.
You don't have to go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
Hawkeye football live from Iowa City in Kinnick Stadium with Ed Podolak, Gary Dolphin, Rob Brooks on the sidelines, Corey Sheets, our engineer, John Swisher, our spotter stat man. Welcome into a new season of Hawkeye football. It's been a struggle for the Iowa offense, but Spencer Petrus has another chance here to start the second half. Let's see if the Hawkeyes, who were well under 100 yards for the first half, 56 total yards, can get something going against this quick and physical South Dakota State defense.
Yeah, that's it. They're just tough to block. You're blocking their shadow most of the time.
Petrus hands off to LaShawn Daniels, who runs straight ahead and avoids an arm tackle and gets across the 30. Just shy of the 31. Nice gain of 4 on first down. Adam Bach, per usual, he's everywhere today. Bach with the stop. Second down, and well, they move it back to the 30, so call it second down and 7. 9.5 to go, third period. Iowa held the Jacks and get the ball back here to start the second half. Now here come blitzers, and they swallow up Caleb Johnson. He had no chance. Blitzers coming off both corners, and Caleb Johnson had no chance as Malik Lofton went down under the arms of Isaiah Stallbird and Malik Lofton, the cornerback and the safety. Well, Stallbird came from the left side. Lofton from the right corner. No gain. Third down and 7 for Petrus and the Hawkeyes. Caleb Johnson stays in at tailback. Hawks go diamond formation left side. 3 wide left. Petrus, good protection. Pass is almost intercepted. Should have been picked off and dropped by Deshaun Gales, the cornerback, intended for Madi Potabom, and that would have been well short of a first down had he caught it.
Yeah, he comes out as a tight end, and you know, being a fullback, he's not used to just where the first yard marker is. And
well, and I want to correct myself. I was wrong. He was right at the first down line. had he caught the ball. But of course, he never got to touch it. But Deshaun Gales, he'll be seeing that in his sleep tonight. So the Hawks go 3 and out to start the second half. Tory Taylor's averaged nearly 50 yards a punt today, and he sends another one. High hanging punt to the other end, caught at the 20 and downed immediately. A great downfield tackle by Terry Roberts. Terry Roberts was down there, but the tackle was registered by Luke Elkin.
Snapped the ball and then went down and made the tackle.
Well, I should hold the phone because we got two guys with the same number. The other one is Eric Epinesa.
I'd guess more it's Eric Epinesa.
Yeah, I know Luke Elkin's fast.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing, although the way Torrey hangs the football, we'll try and clarify that. Either way, terrific downfield coverage by Epinesa and or Elkin and Terry Roberts. 1st and 10 for South Dakota State when we come back at the Jackrabbits 20. Tie game at 3, 8.5 minutes to go, third quarter. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
Thanks to Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Welcome back to Hawkeye football. Coverage all season long, courtesy of Wellmark, longtime supporter of Iowa athletics. After a 50-yard Tory Taylor punt, Hawkeyes give the ball back to South Dakota State. 1st and 10 for the Jacks at their own 20-yard line. About halfway through the third quarter, a 3-3 football game.
Now, how many yards of punt returns has there been this game against Tory Taylor? I'm going to guess 0. I don't know how close.
Maybe a couple. We'll check on that. I mean, Tory's had a great day booting the football. 8 punts for Taylor, and he's averaging 50 yards.
He's going to have to get in the ice bath after the game.
He is Iowa's chief threat to this point. Granowski at quarterback. Isaiah Davis has had a good start to the second half, running the football, and they play fake to him. Granowski stumbles away from center, throws, pass incomplete. Oh, it was right on the money to Yankee too, but only Quinn Schulte's right paw that got in there and knocked it loose prevented a 15-yard gain.
I've been so impressed with him today, and you know, he's just started. This is his first start ever, isn't it? He was backed up a lot last year. He played a
lot last year. Yeah, we'd have to check and see if he started any games.
Timeout for injured offensive player.
Jackson Yankee, by the way, caught 72 passes last year. Now, he is really solid. And we've got an injured player down, and it is the quarterback Granowski. You know, he stumbled. Remember, he pulled away from center, and when he went to plant the knee, and I'm guessing it's the knee he had surgically repaired last spring, spring of 21, not 22. It looked like it buckled a little bit. Let's go down to Rob Brooks on the U.S. Cellular Hawkeye sideline.
Yeah, Dolph, right now it looks like a cramp. They're really working on that right calf area.
Good. I mean, I'm happy.
So hopefully that'll be the case. And not so good news for the Hawkeye defense. Justin Jacobs out for the game. He's back on the sideline, but just in shorts and a T-shirt, not in uniform, so hopefully nothing long-term.
All right, thank you, Robbie. All of Robbie's reports this year brought to you by U.S. Cellular. We're also sponsored by Mid-American Energy. Mid-American Energy can help save you energy and add to the bottom line. Visit midamericanenergy.com and learn more. Granowski is flat on his back at the 8-yard line as they continue to work on that lower leg. Iowa corn back on board with Hawkeye football this year. When corn grows fuel, Iowans win. Ethanol is a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, our health, and our wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag Iowans win. Plus, you'll be eligible for some fun corny giveaways from Iowa corn.
Yeah, I think it's a cramp on the right calf. And, when it's this hot and he didn't play last year, it's sure possible, and it will make you incapacitated, I'll tell you.
Yeah, you can lift weights all you want, but strength and conditioning, but until you're out there running around, and it's hard to stay hydrated today. They're pumping a lot of fluids into him, but he'll come out for at least one play. And their backup is listed as Rudy Voss, a sophomore from Lakefield, Minnesota. They have, as you would imagine, a lot of kids from Minnesota on the roster. Now, Keaton Heidi also is a backup. He's a senior. I'm guessing they would send Heidi in with that experience. Now they're gonna go with Rudy Voss, the sophomore. 1 for 4 last year, threw 4 passes for 5 yards. Second down 10 after the incompleted pass. 3-3 football game midway through the third quarter here at Kinnick. Well, empty backfield. Voss is just going to keep the ball and run, and he's dropped by Campbell after a 2-yard gain. Campbell has had a great start to the second half. He's got 8 tackles now, including 1 for loss and 2 solos. Jack Campbell, he and Quinn Schulte have been the story here early in the second half.
You betcha.
They give Voss a yard. He's going to stay in for this next snap. I can't imagine they're going to throw the football with him, but we'll see. Third down 9 at the 21 of the Jacks. Tight end Hines goes in motion. They run the counter with Isaiah Davis. Well, that guy just refuses to go down. He's gang tackled, led by Y.A. Black, and they net Davis nets 3 on that carry. So it's 4th down and 6, and here comes the punt team with 7:25 to play in the third period.
Well, it's going fast so far here in the second half, isn't it? My goodness.
Timeout for injured offensive player.
Oh my, another injured player.
Oh my.
That's it's a guard, I believe. Mason McCormick is out of the game. Ethan Vibert, a big old junior from 307
This will be a full timeout
from Saskatchewan. Ethan Vibert. Yeah, this game is moving along. I mean, you'll be able to make double bubble hour if this afternoon.
Well, I just hope I have something to celebrate.
I was going to add that. Timeout on the field. We'll come back to Kinnick, see if the Hawks can get a drive going offensively. 7:19 to play third period. 3-3 Iowa and South Dakota State. And this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The most powerful ideas come from understanding. By asking what's important here. At Great Southern Bank, we start by asking our customers to find out how we're doing and what they really need. Then we get to work, making banking easier and more effective, financing more flexible, and our communities better places to live. It's an ongoing team effort to keep improving how we serve our neighbors day after day. And it all starts with understanding what really matters. Learn more at GreatSouthernBank.com. Member FDIC.
To have a strong finish, you need an excellent start. It's true on the track and also in the field. That's why Merschman Seeds works tirelessly to deliver cutting-edge technology year after year. This is Joe Merschman, introducing Starting Line, Merschman Seeds' latest advancement in seed treatment, now providing added protection from white mold and sudden death syndrome all season. Ask for Starting Line seed treatment from Merschman Seeds, your friend in the field.
Spencer Petrus throwing on the sideline, so it looks like he's going to come back in at least for one more series. Spencer, to this point, 6 for 16, 41 yards, quarterback rating of 46.5. Now, Spencer's not played his best football, Ed. But at the same time, you got to give credit to this South Dakota State defensive game plan too.
Well, they've just swarmed all over us. I haven't seen any holes, and that's just good planning.
Hawkeye defense has been equally good. 2 field goals. That's been it in this game. As we await the punt, Vibert did get up and walk off mostly under his own power. That's good to see. Maybe he too had a cramp. Hawkeye offense has been cramped up all day long. Let's see if they can get going here now. Dustman, another punt from deep in his own territory, and we got another flag. False start coming up on South Dakota State.
False start, offense, number 42. 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
That's 8 penalties and 39 yards on South Dakota State. Again, they averaged a half a dozen penalties and 55 yards a year ago and still went 11-4. So they played through mistakes, and they're trying to do that again today. But the Hawks should get decent field position here. Arlen Bruce standing back at his own 40. Here's the snap, and the kick is a good punt. Good punt. Backs Bruce up to his 30. Takes a look, waits for blockers, now comes back upfield, spins away from one tackler, would-be tackler, and gets back to the 40-yard line where he originally stood. So here come the Hawkeyes, 1st and 10. Oh, we got a flag back upfield. I don't like that. That's usually thrown where there's a hold.
During the kick, holding, receiving team number 43. That 10-yard penalty will assess from the end of the kick. 1st down, Iowa.
All right, so they'll march the Hawkeyes back 10 to the 30. Carson Sherrar, redshirt freshman from Iowa Falls, and Alden got caught with the hold. Oh my, they said from the end of the kick, not the end of the play. So that takes them all the way back to the 20. That just cost them 20 yards of field position. Ooh, that is a big penalty. It's only Iowa's first penalty, but it is huge. That's what drives Kirk Ferentz nuts. But Petrus historically has been good at putting long drives together. He needs one now. Double tight end. Back to pass is Spencer on 1st down. Throws it over the middle. Caught by Bruce. Midfield, 40, 45-yard line, and gunned down at the 47-yard line. Great protection that time for Petrus.
Yes, and it's a very good pattern. We had 2 receivers run off the deep coverage, and then he came in underneath. Really nice pattern.
Deep slant by Arlen Bruce, Malik Lofton, Jason Freeman on the stop. 26-yard pass play by Spencer Petrus. Maybe that gets him going. He had 41 total before that throw. Ball across the 45 to the 46, 1st and 10. 3 receivers in the formation and a flag after a whistle.
Yeah, left guard moved.
False start, offense, number 56. 5-yard penalty, 1st down.
That's Nick DeYoung. The Hawkeyes have played error-free, penalty-free up until the start of this drive, and now 2 big penalties. They were able to overcome the first one. Now they'll look at 1st and 15 after the false start on DeYoung. Nick Ottapella, a junior, 300-pounder. 1st and 10 at the 41 for Iowa. tie-dye with Padilla and LaShawn Williams behind Petrus. Padilla goes in motion. Spencer back to pass, gets rid of it, and overthrew Laporta. Oh, we had Laporta open across midfield. Just threw it a little high for him.
Yeah, they had underneath coverage with that outside linebacker, which made it a tough throw. Those 200-pound linebackers are something. I just tell you, they are all over the field.
Dayton McGaughey was in coverage with Laporta. They might come back to that play. 2nd down 10. Again, the ball at the 41. 5:50 to play, third quarter. Tie game at 3. Arlen Bruce in motion across the backfield. And Petrus throws it to him. Arlen tries to get to the outside and got maybe 2 or 3.
I think the Jackrabbits have been working on stopping that play. There's been nothing out there on those quick screens today. Holy mackerel.
Caden Johnson was right there, the defensive end. He got outside. You're right. They're light, but that means they're fast and they're good tacklers.
Oh, yeah. Looked like a fire drill the way they headed over there.
3rd and a long 13 from the 42. False start penalty. Got Iowa behind the chains. See if Petrus can bring him back. Alec Wick goes in motion, left to right. Here's the play. They're rushing 4. Petrus, good protection, throws to the underneath man, LaShawn Daniels, and he gets 7 or 8, but he's well short of the first down. It'll be 4th down and 6. And the cat and mouse punting game will continue. Crowd is not happy.
Well, there's obviously nothing downfield because you got 15 yards to go for a first down and you throw it sideways. So it must have been very good coverage downfield.
Spencer had time to take a good look too. So if there was somebody open, he didn't see him. And they called on Tory Taylor again for his 9th punt of the day. And what a day he's had. He's averaged 50 yards. It's a low snap, but he gathers it in and a little off balance when he let the kick go. It hits at the 20, heads inside the 10. Look at that. It's going to roll dead at the 1 yard line. Well, not going to roll dead. It is down at the 1 yard line. My, oh my, oh my. Tory Taylor.
And guess who downs it?
Well, playing shortstop was Cooper DeJean.
Yeah.
And I thought, get on it, Cooper. It's going to get to the end zone. He just backed up. He said, be quiet up there in the booth. I know what I'm doing.
I played third base in baseball.
I've never seen a punter who, the way he noses it into the turf and it just dies and it squiggles around like a top, or it'll head to the, but it's like the ball has eyes. Oh, there's the chalk line. I'm going to head that way and right into the hands of my favorite Hawkeyes. Timeout on the field with 4:10 to play, third quarter. We're still tied at 3, but South Dakota State has to start from its own 1 in the north end zone, or the north end, when we come back. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
I'm here for Pioneer Brand Seeds, a block away from another ag company's corporate office. This company concentrates their breeders here in one centralized location. That's not how Pioneer works. Our breeders are located where their test plots are. That way, Pioneer corn breeders gain insights about what does and doesn't work for a local geography in real time. Ask your local Pioneer sales representative about field-proven Pioneer brand corn hybrids. And like our breeders, they're located near you.
Back at Kinnick Stadium this year are Hawkeye Hydration Stations. Brought to you by our partners at Delta Dental of Iowa, Iowa Corn, and Pivot Bio. Located at multiple areas on the stadium concourse, Hawkeye fans are encouraged to bring their reusable bottles and fill up with fresh drinking water all season. When you visit one of the hydration stations, be sure to learn more about the important clean water initiatives of each of our partners. Delta Dental of Iowa, Farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and Iowa Corn Promotion Board, along with Pivot Bio, care about the water we share.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Well, Mark, Blue Cross Blue Shield welcomes you back to more Hawkeye football. The Iowa defense, led by Jack Campbell, Cooper DeJean, Quinn Schulte, John Wagner, and others. After a brilliant punt by Torrey Taylor, he's punted 6 times. I said 8, I beg your pardon. Seems like 8.
Yeah.
But 5 of his 6 punts have died inside the 20, thanks to Iowa special teams. And now they're at their own 1. South Dakota State's going to try and run it out of there. Tackled in the end zone by Jack Campbell. That should be a safety. It is. The Hawkeyes take a 5-3 lead and are about to get the ball back.
Well, we were waiting for the defense to score. They've done it for us a lot of times.
Did you see Campbell drag him halfway through the end zone? There's no way he was going to escape until he saw the 2 hands together from the side judge. Yeah. And then he let the ball carrier go. Was that Davis on the run? Might have been Amar Johnson. We'll take a look on the replay. That's Johnson. Campbell's got him by the shoulder pad. He just drags him back across the. It's Isaiah Davis.
Yeah.
Isaiah Davis, who's a tough ball. I mean, he is a tough kid, a primary ball carrier. But the ball was back in the end zone.
Yeah.
When he went down. Half his body was across the 1. But Campbell.
It's not real smart to take it outside when you're down there, You're better just trying to get your nose somewhere on the ground between your tackles, because there's going to be a shark feeding outside there.
A bunch of piranha. The Shields scoring drive by the Iowa defense, 1 yard, 1 play, 5-3 now. The Hawkeyes take the lead here in the top of the 8th, bottom of the 8th. 4:03 to go, 3rd quarter. Hey, Shields is your spot for all Hawkeye gear. Shields right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. Saw a very nice, nicely decorated Shields booth at Fry Fest this weekend. All right, Dustman will kick off. Now the Hawks have the lead back. Let's see if the offense can hold up its end of the bargain. Kick is fielded at the 17-yard line and returned across the 30 to the 35 by Riley Moss. So they're looking at a lot of kick and punt return candidates today. Arlen Bruce and Riley Moss and Cooper DeJean. Nice return by Riley and good blocking downfield.
Yeah, well, of course, the ball's kicked from the 20.
And it was a line drive kick, which benefited Riley, but he wasn't touched till he got across the 30-yard line. All right, Spencer.
Got to take advantage of this momentum.
Sure do. They had great field position in the first quarter off Taylor punts and couldn't score. Got a field goal. Now here's LaShawn getting wide and 5-6 yards on first down. LaShawn Daniels. He's capable. You give him just a sliver of daylight, and he can turn it on. LaShawn Williams.
Boy, they're good tacklers, though, in that secondary. He went down. It looked like he was going to get something out of that, and then.
Well, it's 2nd and 4.
Yeah,
we'll take that.
Yeah, I was hoping it was going to be 1st and 10.
Or touchdown Iowa.
Yeah.
LaShawn Williams has 12 carries, 39 yards. That's a 3.5-yard average, and hopefully building on it. He's got blockers out in front of him. Same play as he sweeps the short side of the field. Be about a yard shy of the first down as he gets 3 to the 45-yard line of the Hawkeyes. And to Ed's point, went down immediately and under the weight of linebacker Jason Freeman. I'm looking at, they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 linebackers between 200 and 215 pounds.
Yeah.
Linebackers.
Now here's where, Coach Ferentz likes that offensive line to take over. He challenges them.
And Daniels gets the first down. But I tell you what, they had a couple guys in the backfield. LaShawn Williams, 3 straight carries. Adam Bach gets credit for the tackle, but Deshaun Gales, the corner, came up and had a glove on LaShawn. But LaShawn Williams, I promise you I'll have that right by the 6th game of the year.
Well, you've got Johnson in there now.
Oh, good. Well, to be compared to LaShawn Daniels isn't all bad.
No.
I'm sure LaShawn Williams would accept the compliment. 1st and 10. Spencer play fake roll out, and he's going to go down. Sack.
My goodness, nobody blocked anybody.
And he had to eat the football. 37-yard line, huge loss from the Iowa 48 back to the 36. Reese Winkleman and Dayton McGaughey.
I mean, he didn't even have a chance to turn around.
A sack of Spencer Petrus. He was dropped once in the first half. And that's a major, major loss. 2nd down and 22. Ooh. All after a safety by the Iowa defense. All the momentum shifted back to Iowa. Petrus tries to get it back. Throws down the middle. Great catch by Arlen Bruce in double coverage at the 39-yard line of South Dakota State. But a flag at the end of the play.
Well, they're going to call it targeting.
We have an injured Jackrabbit back where Petrus let the ball go. So I'm hoping it's not... I don't see any flags at that end of the field.
No, it's all right here. It was right after the hit.
It's where Arlen Bruce caught the football in between. Boy, now there was a throw by Petrus.
Amazing throw. That was split right in there. It was a great pattern between the safety and the corner.
I did not see any helmet to helmet, though. Maybe I just missed it. Let's see.
Ruling on the field, we had a completed pass. We have a personal foul targeting defense number 25. Get a 15-yard penalty added on to the end of the play. A first down. That play is under further review.
Eagle Eyes Podolak.
Well, it looked like, he was on the ground and a guy dove in.
Okay. So it happened when he hit after he had caught the pass and was down on the ground. Okay. Yeah. You must have got a good night's sleep last night.
Well, I did. I like to get up early, too. That's these early games. I can head to the Wigan Pen pretty soon.
And you get in early. Early in the morning. Oh, my. 5-3 if you're just joining us. It's a 5-3 lead. Reese Winkleman was the injured player, and he's had a heck of a game. Dad was a captain at South Dakota State, All-American. His dad had 15 sacks from 97 to 99, and son is playing a lot like Dad. Now we're looking at the replay of the targeting call.
Yeah, I think it's going to get waved off.
Yeah,
it was his shoulder.
He hit him right in the chest plate.
And it was his shoulder first. But
so
we're not making the call.
So really, I didn't see helmet to helmet.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, okay, great.
And I had a fantasy.
Well, neither one of us are ever wrong. So it's a draw, but it's under review. All plays under review are sponsored by Athletico Physical Therapy. And it was a quick review. And here comes the call.
After review, replay has confirmed we have a targeting foul. Personal foul defense, number 25, using the crown of his helmet. The 15-yard penalty added on to the end of the play.
Okay.
Number 25 is disqualified for the rest of the game.
It was not helmet to helmet, but he used the crown of his helmet to hit Arlen Bruce up in the upper chest area. Boy.
It's a tough call.
Yeah, that's got to be an adjustment to that rule. Just looking at the new rule changes this year, and I don't remember seeing that in there. We'll see if that's an additive, all in the interest of protecting a player, whether it's a wide receiver or a running back.
Well, let's get it in the end zone.
When he's in an awkward position. Yes, the ball's at the 23-yard line of South Dakota State. Hawks trying to add to the 5-3 lead. They run the reverse to Bruce. Turns the corner. He's at the 15. He's at the 10. He's got a first down inside the 11-yard line.
Was that a counter?
I was just going to say, what's that you said at halftime about Iowa needs to run some misdirection plays?
Yeah, I mean, he got outside so fast.
Hawks are in the Case IH red zone. Case IH. 1st and 10, just outside the 10. Quentin Hicks, the defensive end, as they're playing a lot of guys now in the game, and that was a gain of 12 in the game. That was a gain of 12 for Arlen Bruce. Arlen Bruce is becoming the multifaceted player used in this game here. Even balanced line. Actually, they go with 3 tight ends. Straight ahead running for LaShawn Williams, and he plows inside the 5-yard line.
They say that was a fumble.
Oh, my. I didn't see that. Yeah, they're giving the ball to South Dakota State. What in the world, Ed? We'll have to check that out. LaShawn Williams had 4, 5, 6 yards inside the 10 to the 7. They spot it down.
He had everything but the ball. That ball came out early in the run.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, it was pried out of there. It looks like it was pried loose by Adam Bach, the Solon High School product. Oh, I don't know when that ball came out. I got to believe they're going to look at this. Here's the angle. We're looking at the angle we think will show it. Well, the ball's out before his knee's down.
Yeah,
what a play by Adam Bach.
And before his forward motion was stopped.
Second turnover by Iowa today. The score remains 5-3. And South Dakota State gets the ball back after the turnover at the 7-yard line. The Hawks had gotten into the Case IH red zone, but they give the ball away on a fumble. Petrus has been intercepted, and now LaShawn Williams with the fumble. And here comes Mark Granowski back in at quarterback. And he's going to keep it, tries to run left. He's dragged down from behind. Good play by Cooper DeJean again. Short gain of a yard or two. Seth Benson was there as well. Hawkeye football is sponsored by Case IH. Hawk fans take the field with a winning lineup from Case IH. Learn more about exclusive offers on top performing tractors and combines at caseih.com/Hawkeyes. That'll be the end of the third quarter. Iowa has the lead back, but it's slim.
That is the end of the third quarter.
5-3 Iowa. Hawks were going in for some kind of score, but turned it over. And now the defense just been something all day long. Tries to get the ball back for the offense, which is showing signs of life. Hawkeye football brought to you today by Pioneer. Test after test and field after field. Pioneer is tougher on our corn hybrids than ever before. Pioneer brand corn hybrids are field proven and ready for your fields. Talk with your local Pioneer sales representative to learn more. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, this is Stephen Hartzell, host of the College Sports Now podcast. Every week, we're talking about football with some of the biggest names in the game. Subscribe to College Sports Now wherever you get your podcasts and follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At the Machine Shed, we serve certified Angus beefsteaks, and the difference is in the flavor. Try the Hay Baler Top Sirloin, or our customer's favorite, the Cattleman's Choice. Stuffed with Swiss cheese, mushrooms, breadcrumbs, garlic, and spices, topped off with our award-winning Pioneer sauce. Dinners are served with fresh vegetables, homemade bread, and family-style fixins.
I-80 in Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Hello, Hawkeye fans. I'm Bruce Titus, Director of Dining Services at Oak Knoll. We are presently hiring full-time and part-time cooks to work in one of our 4 dining venues. Our cook shifts end at 8 p.m., meaning no late nights and more time with friends and family. We work with fresh foods and we show off your creativity. Does having paid time off and benefits sound good to you? Learn more. Go to oakknoll.com. Go Hawks!
Welcome back to Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Hawkeye football. Blue is caring, blue is convenient, and now blue is Medicare Advantage from Walmart Advantage Health Plans, offering all-in-one Medicare coverage, our extensive network, and the confidence of being covered by Walmart Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Learn more at wellmarkadvantage.com. Good news is Iowa has the lead, but it's only 5-3, and the Hawkeyes were driving for what we were hoping was a touchdown. They had run 7 plays for 53 yards, got inside the 10, and LaShawn Williams unfortunately had the ball pried away by linebacker Adam Bach out of Solon High School. He's trying to upset his home state school from South Dakota State, heck of a play by Adam Bach. Ed, you won't see that very often. I mean, LaShawn had his left arm securing the football tightly, but not tight enough. That's a heck of a play by Bach.
Yeah, Bach wasn't going for the tackle. He was going to get the football, and he just reached in there and pulled it out, and it didn't even fall to the ground. He just kept it in his hand.
So the Hawkeye offense, which has struggled all day long against this defense, finally got a drive going, but coughed it up in the red zone. And now South Dakota State has run one play for a 1-yard gain. And here we go with the fourth quarter. 5-3. Hawks have a safety from Jack Campbell that broke a 3-all tie, each team with a field goal. On a opening day where the offenses have struggled against two really, really good defenses. Here's Granowski. One running back, slot receiver goes in motion. Hawks showing blitz. Now they back off. Good protection for Granowski. He throws and caught on the sideline, the Iowa sideline. Riley Moss was right there, but it's caught across the 25 to the 28-yard line by Jackson Yankee. And so the Jacks are going to the air and paid off there. A 20-yard gain to the 28.
Ooh, that was man-to-man coverage too, and he just beat Riley Moss for a big gainer.
And this guy caught 70, almost 75 passes a year ago. He knows how to go get the football. He now goes in motion. The Yankee twins both out there. They have a tight end wing to the right side. And in the gun is Granowski. Tight end now goes in motion. They got all kinds of movement along the line of scrimmage. Here's Granowski on the fake to the tailback, and Jack Campbell wasn't buying it. And Granowski is dropped as he got upfield for about a yard. Campbell with another tackle. He's in double figures today. Got 11 total. 1 minute gone, fourth quarter. No panic in this South Dakota State team. This offense.
Well coached.
They really are.
Didn't they play 2 seasons last year?
5-1 in the 6-game spring after COVID, and then 11-4. And the Final Four, the FCS championships this past winter. Empty backfield for Granowski. Back to pass again. Plenty of time. Pass deflected at the line of scrimmage and nearly intercepted. Louis Steck, little Louis Lua. 6 foot 270 out of LaGrange Park in Nazareth High School in Chicago. I think Y.A. Black was the one who got a paw on it, knocked it up in the air, and Louis was just a bit out of position to grab it. He's playing defensive tackle.
He's played a lot today, too.
He has. Well, to your point, it's hot down there. All right, 3 of 12 is South Dakota State on third down. They've got third and a long 8 from the Jackrabbits 29. Granowski with Isaiah Davis in the backfield. Here's the snap. He retreats, a 3-step drop. Now he covers up, going to try and run for it. Fakes the shovel pass, now backs up, throws it, and it is incomplete at the 33-yard line. Mike Granowski was really creative there. Faked the handoff, rolled out left. It was a keeper all the way, and he was chased down the line of scrimmage. You don't think big guys can run? Y.A. Black was tagging him. He backed up along the sideline, faked the shovel pass, and then tried to force it into Isaiah Davis, but he was well covered by Quinn Schulte, and a punt coming up for South Dakota State.
Boy, it was like a bunch of dogs chasing a rabbit. I mean, he was bouncing around back there.
There was no straight line in that play. Dustman, who's been as busy as Torrey Taylor, gets rid of the ball. He's found his punting stroke. Here's a fair catch made at the 30-yard line of Iowa by Arlen Bruce. So the Hawks will reload, try and drive it back down the field again after a 40-yard punt. 13 minutes, 22 seconds left to go in this football game. Boy, you have to feel one touchdown would sew it up for the Hawkeyes the way this defense is playing. Iowa leads it 5-3. Back to Kinnick in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, this is Stephen Hartzell, host of the College Sports Now podcast. Every week, we're talking about football with some of the biggest names in the game. Subscribe to College Sports Now wherever you get your podcasts and follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets.
Time to redo this basement?
Yeah. A home gym, movie theater, model train utopia.
Or yoga studio?
I'm flexible-ish.
Great. I'll just use the U.S. Bank mobile app so we can plan it out.
Which way are you leaning? Setting a savings goal or applying for a home improvement loan?
I say we look at both options, right here in the app.
Budget for a really good home gym. We deserve it.
Noted.
Help for today, planning for tomorrow. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
The right seed portfolio placed on the right acre paves the way for success. In the FS Envision and FS High Soy lineup, you'll find flexibility of choice with plenty of seed and trait options to match any growing condition.
Learn more about our products at fsc.com or talk to your local FS crop specialist. FS Envision and FS High Soy. More options, more yield.
Hawkeyes up 5-3. The difference is safety by linebacker Jack Campbell early on in the fourth quarter. Well-marked Blue Cross Blue Shield welcomes you back to Iowa, South Dakota State. Hawks have the ball at their own 30 when this series starts. Rob Brooks has an update on the Hawkeye sideline.
Dolphin, you and Eddie were talking about South Dakota State and FCS football in 2021 with that spring season. The Jackrabbits ended up playing 25 games in 2021. They were 8-2 overall in the spring, then 11-4 last fall, and that included 8 playoff games. Think about that.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, I love watching that FCS football. I mean, North Dakota State, we remember what happened here, 5-6 years ago. I hesitate to even bring that up. But, I mean, a great program there. You and I, we know all about Northern Iowa. Illinois State, Missouri State. I mean, that Missouri Valley is so strong, and South Dakota State is a prominent member after the merger of the North Central Conference and the Missouri Valley a few years back. And I've said often, Ed, the difference is 20 scholarships.
Yeah.
FCS programs allow 65, FBS 85, and a lot of good football players all over the place, including Iowa, and this is where Spencer Petrus will try and move the offense down the field again. He's back to pass, throws left and overthrows Arlen Bruce. The ball just sailed on him. He was open.
Oh, wide open. I don't know whether he's not getting his feet up under him, throwing off his back foot, but we've seen a lot of high passes today, and really there's no excuse for that when you get as advanced in your career as he is.
Yeah, that would have been 5-6 yards. Well, Spencer now looks at 2nd and 10. Iowa driving to the south end, hopefully. LaShawn Williams, the tailback. 3 wideouts. Petrus to throw again. Looking to the left side. Forced it into double coverage. It was caught by Luke Lachey. And how that thing ever... I mean, there were 2 white shirts all over Lachey, glued to him. And
timeout.
We got another injured
defensive player.
South Dakota State player. This might be a cramp. Likewise, we've had a number of them here in the second half. Let's go to John Swisher for a U.S. Bank scoreboard update. John.
Dolphin, elsewhere in the state, Iowa State is leading Southeast Missouri State. That's in the first half. As at halftime, Air Force beating UNI by the score of 27-3 in the Big Ten Conference. Timeout. We will get to those in a second.
No, go ahead.
Well, I got to get to them here. There we go. Boston College over Rutgers 21-15. That's in the fourth quarter. Maryland 31, Buffalo 7, Michigan 44, Colorado State nothing. And that's all the games going on right now in the Big Ten.
Thanks to U.S. Bank. We'll take a break. 13 minutes to play. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
There's a hero in all of us. Shields is proud to partner with Iowa and Nebraska for the Shields Heroes Game. Together, we want to recognize and celebrate local heroes who exemplify the goal of positively impacting the community and who stand as an inspiration to others. If you have a family or community member you'd like to recognize and nominate, please do so at shields.com/hero so we can celebrate the heroes in our community.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Cooperative like DePaco Credit Union, you're not just a member, you're an owner. Active participation not only powers the credit union, but promotes financial well-being through education, better rates, fewer fees, and thank yous. A special member benefit that thanks you in participation dividends for saving, borrowing, and planning for your financial future. Since 2016, DePaco members have shared millions of dollars in thank yous. Get the details and learn how to earn at depaco.com/thank yous. Requires credit union membership and thank yous program eligibility. DePaco is federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, this is head Hawkeye coach Tom Brands. This December, the world comes to Iowa, Coralville, Iowa. The best men's and women's wrestling nations will descend on Extreme Arena to battle Team USA for the 2022 World Cup. If you are a wrestling fan, this is an event experience you will not want to miss. This December at Extreme Arena, 2022 World Cup. Learn more at uwwiowacity.com.
Spencer Petrus with a 6-yard completion to Luke Lachey. We have an injury timeout, and then when play resumes, the Hawks have 3rd down and 4 at their own 36 early on in the 4th quarter. Iowa leading 5-3 over South Dakota State. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Hawkeye Football. People listening in from all over the country. Nick is in Warren, PA. Lynn's on the West Coast. James in Ontario, Canada. Eric harvesting seed corn in Calamus. Rachel and Josh are on Highway 76 headed to Denver. Drive safely this holiday weekend. Mike's in Raleigh, North Carolina. Joanna in Vancouver, Washington. Beautiful part of the country. Hi to Eric in Greenville, South Carolina. And Bill in Pittsburgh. All Hawkeyes all over all the time, rooting for their black and gold. 5-3 score, 3rd and 4. Petrus rolling right, throws as he's hit, and the ball falls well short of the intended target. A sideline pattern intended for Arlen Bruce. Again, penetration in the backfield.
I mean, he had no chance. Again, I thought our offensive line was improved this year, and that they thought they were playing well, but they sure have some more improvement to make.
Yeah, and they've moved some guys around different positions today, but they're all guys that have played. So the Hawks will punt again. This will be punt number 7, if I have it correct, for Tory Taylor. He steps into it and just mauls it. Flags fly. Fair catch at the 6. Flags at the receiving end of the field.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's going to be holding, or they threw it way out by where our...
Now they're pointing.
During the kick, holding, receiving team number 13.
Okay.
The penalty will be half the distance to the goal.
All right.
At the end of the kick, 1st down, South Dakota State.
So you were afraid it was going to be holding?
Yeah, I was afraid it was going to be on us back at the line of scrimmage.
I got you.
You know?
I got you. Half the distance to the goal, not much, but the way Jack Campbell's playing, every yard helps. A 56-yard punt by Tory Taylor. He certainly is our leading candidate for star of the game if this 5-3 score would hold up. Hawks in the lead 5-3. Does the defense have another safety or turnover in it? Crowd thinks so. 1st and 10 for South Dakota State. Granowski standing at the goal line. Isaiah Davis is 3 yards deep in the end zone. And he turns and hands the ball to Davis. Oh, a nice cutback. And running room out across the 10 to the 11. That was well blocked.
Really well blocked and really good running. I mean, he stretched it to the right until he made everybody commit, and then he cut back, and our linebackers got caught up inside.
Play was intentionally slow and developing. They had two tight ends over on that right side that got inside blocks, and Davis broke it back to the left and brought it out across the 10. It's second and short, second and about 3 for South Dakota State. 12 minutes to play in the football game, and the Hawkeyes lead by the baseball score of 5-3. They're going to run Davis again. Took a look inside, tried to go outside, and he's dropped for a 2-3 yard loss. Oh, what a play by that Iowa defense. And sneaking up there, or getting to the outside and holding his own, was Kayvon Merriweather. Noah Shannon was also in the backfield. Wonderful play by both Merriweather and Shannon.
Yeah, we both got depth. You know who's been playing a lot in this game too is Logan Kemp. He was around the ball there too.
Merriweather got credit for the tackle, but it was Shannon who blocked the path of Isaiah Davis and held him up. Here we go. Third down after a loss of 4. Third down and 7. So Granowski's going to throw from his own goal line. He leads his man, and he's going to be close to the first down. Oh, he dropped the ball and then hops back on it, and that's going to give him a first down at the 16-yard line. Jack Campbell was right there, jarred the ball loose. Isaiah Davis, boy, they've been using him a lot of different ways.
These officials are talking it over.
I think they're asking, was it an incomplete pass? Let's hope so. Did he secure the ball as he was going to the ground? The referee asking the line judge, what did he see? And if he had secured the ball and was
the
down
ruling on the field is that we have a fumble forward out of bounds. The ball will be brought back to the spot of the fumble. We'll measure.
And the sticks are on the other side of the field.
So they bring them all the way across the field turf here at Duke Slater Field.
This is going to be
It's a big call
close.
here. Yeah, this is a big call. Campbell's had so many Spahn and Rose hammer hits today. I don't know where to start, but contractors really busy this fall, but you've got this high quality building materials like GAF. Use the Spahn and Rose visualizer to plan the perfect roof and blend an elegant architectural look with exceptional performance. GAF, we protect what matters the most. With several Spahn and Rose locations nearby, you can focus on life's other important things this fall. Spahn and Rose, buy easier, build better. Spahn and Rose, and that Jack Campbell hammer hit from Spahn and Rose looks like it saved a first down.
Yeah, an inch short.
Well, you know, are they going to go for it? I mean, this is let's see what Coach Spiegelmeier decides. It would appear, I mean, Granowski's still out there. The nose of the football is just shy of the 14-yard line, and that's where they need to get for a first down.
Well, they got advertisements everywhere. How much time is left in the game?
11:02 to play in the game.
Oh, I see. There it is.
So it would appear anyway that the Jacks are going for it. Now they may be trying to do it. Well, they will be doing a hard count, try and draw Iowa offside first. Isaiah Davis, who's had a heck of a game considering the lack of offense, is the lone tailback. They go with two tight ends. And Granowski up under center. Hard count. Oh, a flag, an illegal motion. Either a false start or a motion penalty on South Dakota State.
Start, offense, number 74. 5-yard penalty, fourth down.
Poor old Garrett Greenfield. He's been called twice, maybe 3 times for that false start today.
Well, you can thank the student body for that one.
He's from Rock Valley High School. Out in Rock Valley, great high school football program. Several of them out there where LeVar Woods grew up in that neck of the woods. Well, that makes the decision easy for Coach Spiegelmeier. They'll punt it away. And a big 5 yards for the Iowa defense. The ball back inside the 10. So Dussman will send it.
Whenever we shift on our defense, they jump off. They start in motion.
Offense, number 11.
That's happened maybe 5 times
Fourth
today.
down.
Now that punter, punter won't be able to get back his 14 yards.
Well, they say it was on 11. Why would Granowski, the quarterback, be out there? They must have 2 11s. We'll double check.
Yeah, they do a Freeman.
All right. I thought maybe they were thinking fake. All right, so now they're back at the 4-yard line, half the distance to the goal. Here's the snap, a short step forward for Dustman. He gets it away. Hawks are going to fair catch at midfield. 50-yard line, Arlen Bruce. Oh, for 1 touchdown drive.
How about a field goal?
Well, yeah, I'd take it, but I'd rather have the touch. Timeout on the field. The Hawkeyes holding on to a 5-3 lead with 10.5 minutes to play in the game. Here at Kinnick on opening day, this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately. Then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Hawkeye football, courtesy of Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Gary Dolphin with Ed Podolak and Rob Brooks. Welcome back to this, what would Kirk Ferentz call this, a rock fight? This has been a boulder fight. 5-3. Iowa has a field goal and a safety. The South Dakota State has a field goal. And it's a 5-3 Iowa lead with 10:20 to play in the game. Iowa Corn is a proud sponsor of Hawkeye football. The Iowa Corn Cyhawk Series is all about celebrating student athletes as well as our state's corn farmers. Just like the Cyclones and the Hawks work hard all year to get ready for the season ahead, so do Iowa's corn farmers, growing a crop used in over 4,000 products. And that's a win for all Iowans. Thank you, Iowa Corn. Hawks have 2 turnovers today, which is really stalled or upset what offensive flow they've had. LaShawn Williams coughed the ball up or had it stripped inside the 10 at the 6 a couple possessions ago, and the Hawkeyes were on the move with that 5-3 lead. Now the defense again forces a punt by Hunter Dustman. A 46-yarder a moment ago, and Iowa has the ball back at midfield. Alec Wick out of Regina, and Laporte in the slot with him, wide left, out of the eye. The Hawks are running to the short side of the field. LaShawn plows his way for 3. Hawks want to burn some clock here. Colby Herter, the safety, and Ryan Van Marl, tough guy out of Sheldon High School. He's 280 pounds. Brand's brothers are from Sheldon. Gain of 3, second down 7. Let's see. LaShawn Williams has rushed 16 times, 53 net yards. To this next snap will be under 10 minutes to go on the game. Petrus hands to Williams again, and he's tracked down from behind. A weak side linebacker blitzing. Quentin Hicks.
Well, you knew this was coming. The fullback in. Coach is going to run this clock down. Let's see if we can get at least 3 points, because he's just frustrated that the offensive line hasn't been able to dominate that line of scrimmage.
2-yard gain for Daniels. Hawks need 5 for a first down. 9:15 to play in the game. Big pass play attempt here, you would assume, from Petrus. Porta wings to the right side. That's the short side of the field. Here's Petrus back to pass. Flush. Now he's going to run for the first down. No, he's short. Has to take a knee or slide to a stop at the 42. And the Hawkeyes will be 2 yards shy of it. First down. They'll have to punt it away again.
Boy, and again, we get beat. Our right tackle gets beat on a pass rush. Petrus has no chance to even set his feet and look downfield. And we know he's not a runner. So
yeah, he did all he could do just not to lose yardage there. He gains 2, and it's actually they put him down at the 44, so he gained 1 yard. And they call on Torrey Taylor again. And there it goes skyward. It's going to hit inside the 10, and this one gets into the end zone. First time today that Taylor's punt has found the end zone. That's 8 punts and a 44-yard average. 7 of the 8 have ended up inside the 20.
Yeah. And I think at least 5 of them inside the 10.
That's a touchback, so the ball come out to the 20 with 8:06 to go in the game. Authentic Brand is a proud supporter of Hawkeye football. Thanks, Authentic Brand, for providing our Hawkeye apparel for today's game. Authentic Brand offers the finest Hawkeye gear and accessories, and they're an Iowa company in Perry. Refresh your game day wardrobe. Shop official Hawk gear at Hawkeye or at authentic-brand.com, or find them in retailers near you. So Granowski has the lines down for South Dakota State. Even balance, 2 tight ends. Granowski forced out of the pocket. Down he goes. He didn't have a chance to escape the pocket. Logan Lee wrapped his mitts around him and threw him to the turf. Iowa's third sack of the afternoon, and another $150 courtesy of Mershman Seeds for Children's Hospital. What a play. You talk about a bull rush, Ed. We've seen a lot of that today.
He came up with a lot of big plays last year, too. He's long and slender for playing defensive line. Doesn't even weigh 300. But
275 at 6'5". That young group of defensive linemen. We've raved about them all offseason, and they're showing some stuff today. That was a loss of almost 10. Second down 19. Call it as Granowski will go to the air, and another flag. Timeout perhaps called.
Charge timeout, South Dakota State.
Okay.
Their first of the half.
So
a 30-second timeout.
They avoid the flag, and we'll keep it right here. A 30-second timeout with 7:15 to go. 5-3. The Hawks with a 2-point lead. The difference, a Jack Campbell safety tackling Isaiah Davis in the South Dakota State end zone. Hawkeye football is sponsored by Sirius XM Radio. No one gets you closer to college football than Sirius XM. Download the Sirius XM app and take your Hawkeyes with you all season long. Tune in to Big Ten Radio exclusively on Sirius XM for news, talk, analysis, and more straight from your phone. No car required. Sirius XM. 7:15 to go in the game. 2nd and 19 will be the play for South Dakota State. And the Hawkeyes hanging on to a 2-point lead over this FCS powerhouse for the moment.
Yeah, Coach Ferentz even out in the defensive huddle. Very seldom does he come into Phil Parker's huddle.
4 receivers, 3 by 1 is the formation. 1 running back. Here's Granowski. Retreats to his goal line. Now he rolls through the end zone, running out to his right. He's going to try and get what he can, and he's forced out of bounds after a short gain. Good job by Terry Roberts spying on him.
This was a great pass rush.
It really was, and after all that, he gained a yard. 3rd down, 18. Boy, Phil Parker's got himself another head-hunting crew, doesn't he? Yeah. Yeah, it's only appropriate that Campbell's wearing 31. You know who wore 31?
Who?
A few years ago. Matt Roth.
Oh.
And some other good ones.
Yeah.
San Diego State 3 for 14 on 3rd down. Big play here for the Iowa defense again. 3rd down and 18. Granowski to throw. Good protection. Airs it out down the near sideline and well overthrown. Well over the intended target, but I mean Riley Moss had the receiver all gobbled up. Canyon Bauer, who's a little used. Oh, I see a flag back at the line of scrimmage. It's holding.
Offense number 78.
Well, he was in the end zone.
Penalty decline. Brings up 4th down.
I thought he might have been in the end zone, which would have been a safety.
That's on right tackle John O'Brien. And the Hawks will obviously decline it on 4th down and 18. 6:33 to play.
Boy, you want a fair catch this. You don't want to.
And Arlen Bruce has been fair catching.
Yeah, you don't want to take a chance turning the ball over.
Another great job by LeVar Woods and special teams today. So we await the snap for the punt by Dustman. And he steps into it, and it's a low line drive. Get away from it, Arlen. It rolls across midfield. Good decision by the young sophomore.
Yeah, and you know, it's a pretty smart punt, too, because you've got the guys coming down the field trying to block gunners, and they can kick that ball, you know. But he was telling them, get away, get away.
Savion Williamson downs the football. Iowa will have it 1st and 10 at the Hawkeye 44 when we come back with just under 6.5 to go here at Kinnick. Iowa trying to win its season opener. It hasn't been easy. By far, it hasn't been easy. The Hawks have the lead 5-3. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
You like to listen to them, now you can watch them on the special Behind the Mic broadcast. This unique second screen experience shows Ed Podolak and Gary Dolphin calling all of the action. The broadcast is live now on the Hawkeye Radio Network's YouTube channel, on Twitter at Gary Dolphin, and on Facebook.com/Voice of the Hawks.
Welcome back to Hawkeye football, brought to you by Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield. We've had a lot of cramping up, mostly by the South Dakota State team today. We're going to have a couple of feet in the ice tub tonight. Torrey Taylor and Hunter Dustman's right foot. Taylor 8 punts, 50-yard average. Dustman 11 punts, 41.5-yard average. Today, Iowa has the lead at 5-3. A long time ago, each team kicked a field goal back in the late first quarter and late first half. The tie game at the break, Jack Campbell worked as safety at the South Dakota State goal line midway through the third period.
Fullback and 2 tight ends.
5 minutes to go in the third period, and the Hawks broke the tie at 5-3. Iowa had a drive inside the 10 but fumbled it away. Petrus has been picked off. So it's been penalties for South Dakota State and a couple of big turnovers for the Hawkeyes that have really hampered both offenses. But the Hawks have it right back on 44-yard line, and let's see what they can do with this drive. Here's LaShawn Williams. Not much. They're daring Iowa to throw the football. Darren Spencer Petrus to beat him through the air. And the Hawks are going to say, or the Hawks are saying, we're going to run some clock. Defense has been spectacular. Now, what will Iowa do on 2nd and 8 after a gain of 2 by LaShawn Williams?
You know, they're playing the fullback as a tight end now.
Williams has 18 carries, 57 yards, a 3.2 average, and he's dropped for a 3-yard loss as he gets the handoff.
It's like they're in.
I think there's 10 guys in the box that time.
It was like they're in our huddle too.
Yeah.
But there's definitely 10 guys in the box. They have got our offense figured out.
Long day for that young offensive line for the Hawkeyes. Now it's 3rd and 10. Williams loses 2 yards. 3rd down and 10. Ball just shy of the 45-yard line. Can't imagine the Hawkeyes would get too aggressive here. Petrus is going to throw. Takes a 5-step drop, whistles it down the field, and it's underthrown. Well, he had Alec Wick wide open at the 40-yard line of South Dakota State on a square in.
I mean, wide open.
And threw it low into the turf. And that would have been easily a first down. 4th down and 10, and the Hawks will have to punt it away again. Another 3 and out. 4:56 to go in the game. South Dakota State has 2 timeouts remaining. Iowa has its full complement of 3. Iowa leading 5-3. Torrey Taylor needs to get another good punt off, and he angles it toward the Iowa sideline, out of bounds. Good job by Torrey Taylor. No chance at a return, and he knocks it out at the 8-yard line.
And see, they had the rush on, and he saw it coming from his left side. So he took 2 steps.
So he ran to the right.
Yeah.
50 yards net, right on his average, with his 9th punt of the day. So the Iowa defense, which has gotten it done all day long, sends out Shannon, Van Ness, Joe Evans, and Logan Lee. That's the front 4. Benson and Campbell are the linebackers. Cooper DeJean joins the secondary as the cashback. And here's Granowski. They run the draw handoff. Going nowhere as Isaiah Davis has Noah Shannon. Came pouring through and knocked him down for a 2-yard loss.
Well, and the clock keeps running, and that defense, boy, is it to control the line of scrimmage. Shannon was 2 steps in the backfield.
Davis has been a workhorse today. 18 carries, 51 yards, but a 2.8 average.
How do you get that?
Wow. That's been a good day for the secondary, too, in coverage.
Yep.
Let's hope that continues. Here's Granowski. Tight end goes in motion. 1 tailback. 2 tights in the formation. Granowski back to the end zone. He's dropped. That's a safety. That's a sack. It's a sack in the end zone. He threw the ball away intentionally. Joe Evans got to him first.
They haven't made the call yet.
And
now
there it is.
There you go.
Hey, 2 safeties. When's the last time that happened in the same game? We'll let you know shortly.
And
Joe Evans.
By 4.
Joe Evans, he's not an every down player, but how many big plays? Remember the Minnesota night game a couple years ago? He had 2 sacks, and Minnesota went the wrong way, at least if you're a Gopher fan. Evans salted that thing away for the Iowa defense, and here he comes and crushes Granowski from behind. And there was nobody anywhere in the area he was trying to throw that football. So it was a sack all the way, and the Hawks extend the lead to 7-3.
Yeah, and you know, he's only 250 pounds, and he was a quarterback in high school.
Aims high.
But nobody can block him. He just runs away from the collision and takes the shortest route to the quarterback.
26 years. I thought we had seen it all. We're seeing more here today. 2 safeties. Check out Shields for all your Hawkeye gear. Shields brings you every Iowa scoring drive this season. Shields is right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls.
Well, at least a field goal can't beat us now. They've got to have 7, and I don't know where you'd get to make that bet that somehow they're going to drive the length of the field.
They need 7. I mean, they've only got 6 first downs on the day, and Iowa has 9. Both are 3 of 15 on 3rd down. I mean, that's just the kind of day it's been for the offenses. With Iowa, it's been turnovers, and with San Diego State, it's been penalties. But the double bonus here is South Dakota State has to kick off to Iowa after the safety. So maybe the Hawks can put a 1-scoring, clinching touchdown drive together. Here's a side-winding kick caught at the 22 by Riley Moss. Avoids 1 tackle, gets outside, crosses the 40 to the 43. Good job, Riley Moss.
Yep.
You know, he's on display for NFL scouts all season. I asked him in the spring, I said, or this summer, I said, you went to the combine in Indy, and I mean, they took a good look at you. Why are you back here in Iowa City? Well, he said, just like last year, they told me my arms are too short and I can't run. So I'm going to use that as motivation this fall, and I'll show them I can run and my arms are long enough.
You see, he had a jump reach of 42 inches. There aren't 5 people in the history of the combine that have ever jumped 42 inches.
I mean, I know it's tough to make the NFL, but come on. No running room for LaShawn Williams. He loses 2 as the Hawks are content to run clock. 3:43 to play in the game. Now you're just hoping for a couple first downs.
Yeah.
But a wrong way to start that thought process. A loss of 2, but again, they're just flying to the football.
Well, my hat goes off to that defense.
Yeah, they have really played hard and played well, and the Iowa defense has played a little bit better. 2 safeties the difference here. Hawks with 3 tight ends, including Padilla. They're going to run to the short side of the field. LaShawn Williams breaks through a couple would-be tackles. Heck of an effort by LaShawn. I mean, they're just ganging up. He's a marked man. Oh, yeah. If you joined us late, Gavin Williams.
Timeout, South Dakota State. They're second.
Gavin Williams.
Be a 30-second timeout.
Injured, not playing today, and we'll ask Kirk about that on the post-game show. A lot of injuries, more than we thought. We knew there were a few. Timeout, South Dakota State. They've got 1 left. Nothing goes better with Hawkeye Sports than Wimmer's Meats. Wimmer's premium quality choice of hot dogs and sausages deliver the home game experience to your family and friends. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Hawkeye football is sponsored by your Honda dealers. Hi to our Honda dealers all over eastern and east central Iowa. Sam Booser and Community Honda up in Cedar Falls among them. And my guy Mark Zimmerman. R.C. Rogers down at the Zimmerman Honda location. Beautiful new dealership in Moline covering the Quad Cities. Honda. Timeout is over with. One remaining for South Dakota State. 3 minutes to play in the football game, and Iowa trying to hold on here with a 7-3 lead.
Yep, Kirk wanted timeout.
Logan Jones.
Timeout, Iowa.
Was about to snap the ball, and Kirk said, "Hold the phone here. Let's visit." He was looking at what South Dakota State was in.
Yeah, he looks to see what the defense is against what is called.
I can only imagine what social media is saying right now, buddy boy, but let's tell everybody to calm down, check the blood pressure, and what would you add?
I won't be checking. You know, I don't do social media.
Oh, you won't be taking your blood pressure either, I know. But what can you say to calm everybody down, if anything?
Well, can I get back to you?
Yeah, get back to me. Obviously, there's work to do.
Yeah,
offensively.
Well, you think we'll throw it?
Well, we're showing pass. Lachey's in the slot out there, the tight end. Single receivers, they run the draw. Good call. LaShawn gets to the outside. He's got the first down at the 45-yard line. Great run by LaShawn Daniels. Well, they obviously thought pass was coming with the formation. Spencer with a quick throw fake. And the draw handoff to LaShawn Williams.
And a really good job of blocking it.
A tremendous block by Nick DeYoung. Got him the final 3 yards needed for the first down.
Yeah, he got out on that middle linebacker, and that made the first down.
He ran through 2 white shirts to reach the 45, and now with 1 timeout left for South Dakota State and just 2.5 remaining in the game, Coach Spiegelmeier will be judicious where he uses it. Here's straight ahead running for Williams, and of course he is met by 6 defenders. Isaiah Stallbird, the young man from Kearney, Nebraska, who started out playing for Scott Frost over in Lincoln, left
And see, now you just want to get on the ground because they're going to be grabbing, they're going to be trying to hold you up.
Last timeout used by South Dakota State.
Yeah, and rip the ball out. They want to keep you up, so boy, get that nose on the ground. Get in there.
Get a helmet on Adam Bach, because I still can't believe he ripped that thing away from Williams the way he did when the Hawks were looking like they were going to score a touchdown at the 6-yard line, and LaShawn was stripped of the football, and it's been close ever since. But the Hawkeye defense trying to save the day again. Campbell and Evans with sacks in the end zone, or tackles in the end zone. Hi to Mike in Cocoa Beach, Florida. Pam's driving in Mississippi. Deb's in Marshalltown, and Ryan's right here in Iowa City, all tuned in to the Hawkeye Radio Network. 2nd down 10 for the Hawks as we get back to play. And South Dakota State cannot stop the clock. Williams on a cutback gets 4 or 5. 2:10 to play in the game.
See there, he got smart too. He got on the ground. As soon as he saw the play was over, get on the ground.
Adam Bach, who played 25 games last year, over 300 days with 203 tackles, made that last tackle.
Yeah,
Bach has 13 today, including 6 solo.
He said he's had this circled on his calendar for quite some time.
A forced fumble. I asked Coach Spiegelmeyer about Adam Bach and his personality. He said, I've never met a more focused young man, and I mean focused about his academics as well as his athletics. Here's a quick hitter to Padilla. He's fighting for another first down, which would seal the deal, but not quite. That was 3rd and 5, and he got 3 of the 5 needed. So Iowa will use the full 40 on the reset, and there will be about 45-50 seconds remaining. I'm guessing the Hawks will take the penalty here, which no doubt will be declined by South Dakota State, unless Kirk Ferentz uses a timeout. Iowa has 2 remaining, so they're in good shape here. It is a delay of game called on Iowa, so no Iowa timeout.
And they're checking to see if he wants the penalty.
They're going to decline it. Fourth down and 2 for Iowa. 44 seconds to play in the game. Next week, Iowa State. We haven't talked about the Cyclones, and for good reason. We're trying to get through this one. 7-3, Iowa has the lead with 44 seconds remaining.
Well, you said earlier we didn't want to show Iowa State any of our secrets.
Well, I said that off air. Iowa State, by the way, the Cyclones lead Southeast Missouri 21-10. Oh, now the Hawks, they are going to punt it. Excuse me. Torrey Taylor with a quick kick. Hits at the 5 and goes into the end zone. Well, he's not perfect.
No.
Iowa State, I'm sorry, Ed.
He didn't want it blocked, so he just kicked it.
Got rid of it and saved Iowa 20 yards of field position. They'll bring it out to the 20 with 37 seconds left to go. The Hawks need to close it out. Iowa State has a 21-10 lead in Ames over Southeast Missouri as they reach halftime. 28 seconds to play there. So the Hawkeye defense needs one more stand as South Dakota State goes with 4 wideouts and a tailback, and Granowski straight back to pass. He's being chased, and an incomplete throw in and out of the hands of Isaiah Davis. He was the last option as the Hawks were. That's a tired offensive line for South Dakota State, Ed, and Noah Shannon has just been an absolute wrecking ball the last 3 series.
Yeah, it is something. You can't move him. He's only 6 foot tall.
But he's 290.
And he gets leverage underneath offensive linemen.
Pride of Oswego High School in Aurora, and he's had a solid career as a spot player. He's played a lot today. Here's Granowski to throw. Blitz coming. He gets rid of it. It's caught and then flipped to a trailer, and they lost 2 yards. 25-yard line, so it's going to be 3rd down and 5. Out of bounds Zach Hines, the tight end, caught the pass, short pass on the hash, and then Canyon Bauer trailing the play, a wide receiver. Yeah, he's been in there a lot. Landon Wolf, the Oklahoma State transfer, caught a pass in the first half. We haven't seen him, at least I haven't, since the first half. And he obviously got hurt. 3rd down and 5, 25-yard line, 25 seconds to go in the game. Iowa up by 4, 7-3. Hines goes in motion, the tight end. Granowski hasn't thrown downfield yet. He's going to throw downfield now, and it's incomplete. Look at Jack Campbell out in coverage.
He's got to be tired pretty soon.
Running with the tight end. He's 20 yards downfield running with the tight end.
And there was no way to get that ball thrown in there because Campbell was right underneath him. Granowski had no chance to get it in.
He had to lob it over Campbell. 11 tackles, 4 solos, a safety, a quarterback hurry, and a tackle for loss for Soup. Last gas, 4th down and 5. 20 seconds to go. Iowa 7, South Dakota State 3. And taking a look downfield now, throwing to the South Dakota State sideline, and an incomplete pass. A heck of a collision. Once again, the intended receiver, Canyon Bauer, and Quinn Schulte made sure that that pass was not going to connect. That is a big-time Spahn and Rose hammer hit. Legal.
You know, Schulte has had quite a football game. We've been hearing about him and how good of practices he's had, but he is the real deal.
Well, his dad's a Hall of Fame coach. He's won multiple state championships. Cedar Rapids Xavier has been solid for so many years. Let's check out Canyon Bauer here. Hope that he's might have had the wind knocked out. Our player of the game is going to be Torrey Taylor, our Old Dominion best of the best.
Even after you gave all of those stats on Campbell, we still have to pick the punter. You know?
Yeah, but we might not be able to pick Torrey. Jack's not going to mind.
No.
Kirk Ferentz will no doubt have some complimentary things to say to Coach Spiegelmeier as they meet at center field. And I'm sure John Sandikirk, Coach, thanks. They had never met each other, and they were both so praiseworthy of each all week long. And Coach said, I'm looking forward to meeting Coach Ferentz. He said he's a lot like me. He said, I love a fullback, I love two tight ends, and I love to run the ISO play. and they had a heck of a collision today, but Iowa holds on as they take the snap and run the clock out. And the final score, Iowa 7 and South Dakota State 3. FCS Power, the Jackrabbits, gave Iowa all it wanted today, and the Hawkeyes stayed the course, played through some very tough moments offensively, survived 2 turnovers, and win it 7-3. 2 safeties by the Iowa defense, the difference in the game. And all the players are out on the field shaking hands with each other. This has been an old-fashioned tug-of-war, Ed, and I'm sure one of the main reasons is 12 Iowa kids on that roster for South Dakota State and a ton of Iowa kids on that Iowa roster. It's almost like an intrastate game.
Yeah, they probably played against each other in high school, a lot of them, and were recruited by the same schools when they started picking colleges. So they've got a history together.
Speaking of history, Iowa is the first Big Ten team to win a game without scoring a touchdown since Nebraska beat Michigan State 9-6 in 2018.
I'd have thought it was longer ago than that.
Well, Iowa had a similar win to this back in 2004 against Penn State. You remember what happened in that game?
6-4.
6-4. David Bradley, I think, stepped out of the end zone twice for safeties.
Well, we took a safety at the end of the game so we didn't have to punt it. A field goal would beat us, but the wind was blowing into our face.
Yeah.
Hey. They'd just given Paterno a big bonus. And signed him for more time, and I was driving out of Penn State after the game, and I was listening to the local station. They said, we gave him a raise for this?
Well, that is Penn State. You know, they think they invented the game.
Yeah.
And they've always been good in Joe Pa. I don't know that you question Joe Pa, the Hall of Famer that he is, but when you lose a game like that, and there'll be critics even after a victory like this, but as I always like to say, it's a time of memorial. A win is a win. A victory is a victory, and you get better.
And what is it? Coach said, we just count how many marks there are in each column at the end of the year. There's a W and there's an L, and you want more marks on the W side.
The left-hand column, as they say. Now the final score, Iowa 7, South Dakota State 3, and we're just getting started. We've got a whole post-game show courtesy of U.S. Cellular. Talk about this game. We'll hear from Coach Ferentz. Torrey Taylor is our best of the best. We could have gone best players, but Jack Campbell was on the field a few more minutes than Torrey.
And we'll have another chance to get Jack this year. And Corey's always an interesting. Maybe he can add some humor to what we've got here today.
And I'm guessing Jack Campbell would chew my nose off if we picked him over Torrey Taylor, because he'd be the first to tell you, get that putter out there, because it was all field position today for the Hawkeyes, and they win at 7-3. All right, post-game show coming up next. Iowa out of the gates at 1-0 with a 7-3 win over the Jackrabbits. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
MedFarm has a new name. It's Bud and Mary's, a tribute to the founders of their third-generation family business, Bud and Mary. Family-owned, family-operated right here in Iowa. Bud and Mary's was founded through plant science and medical cannabis research that delivers high-quality products that are approved by the Iowa Department of Public Health and tested at the University of Iowa. Explore brands including Batch, Aliviar, and Become. Visit budmary.com.
Hawkeye football is on the air.
He's at the 15. He's inside the 10.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Fans, we invite you to visit the iconic Midwest venue right in Kinnick's backyard, Arden Creek Vineyard and Winery. Located just 35 minutes southeast of Iowa City, Arden Creek is the perfect destination to sample and enjoy award-winning handcrafted wines. Our selection of reds, whites, and rosés will keep you coming back. Pick up a bottle today at your local wine and spirits retailer across Iowa and Western Illinois. In fact, Arden Creek is now a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes and is now being served across Kinnick Stadium this fall. Go Hawks!
At a cooperative like DePaco Credit Union, you're not just a member, you're an owner. Active participation not only powers the credit union, but promotes financial well-being through education, better rates, fewer fees, and thank yous. A special member benefit that thanks you in participation dividends for saving, borrowing, and planning for your financial future. Since 2016, DePaco members have shared millions of dollars in thank yous. Get the details and learn how to earn at DePaco.com/thank yous. Requires credit union membership and thank yous program eligibility. DePaco is federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, Hawkeye football has been brought to you by U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Also brought to you by EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. Brought to you by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Come and Go. Order ahead on the Come and Go app and we'll bring it to you curbside. And by Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Well, as many football players that I've known down through the years used to say today, this was a smash mouth football. ruled by the defenses. Aaron Blum did get his first career field goal for the Hawkeyes, which was important.
Yes.
Gave Iowa a 3-0 lead. South Dakota State knotted it up behind Hunter Dustman's 46-yarder. We went to the locker room at half, and then the Iowa defense, which has been so strong all day, fashioned 2 safeties, one by Jack Campbell, one by Joe Evans, late in the game that put Iowa up by more than a field goal, which was important given the way Iowa's defense was playing, Ed, to think that South Dakota State could score a touchdown when they hadn't sniffed the end zone all day long. Was good strategy by the Hawkeyes. Just play that solid base Phil Parker defense with those athletes. Granowski, he never had a chance really to get anything going or jumpstart the offense. The Hawkeyes at times were their own worst enemies. A fumble inside the 10, Spencer picked off from midfield. So certainly work to do offensively, but things to build on too.
Well, that's for sure. I think probably what was very disappointing was our offensive line just didn't look like it had improved as much as we thought it was going to from last year to this year. But you have to give South Dakota State credit. They're all small, they're fast, they have a great plan. They were across the line of scrimmage a lot. Our running backs didn't really have a chance. So a lot to look at on the film, as they say, and start trying to figure out where we go from here.
166 yards of total offense for the Hawkeyes today. 120 for South Dakota State. That speaks volumes for just how good both defenses were. And Iowa made more plays on special teams, particularly our star of the game, our Old Dominion best of the best, Old Dominion trucking. Best of the best is punter Torrey Taylor. 10 punts, a 48-yard average, a long of 57. 7 of his 10 died inside the 20. He had 3 punts of 50-plus. But again, it comes down to where those punts, you can say inside the 20, but I'm not talking the 19. Where they ended up fed right into how well that Iowa defense played.
I think there was at least 3 of them inside the 3-yard line. I mean, the one where DeJong sat there like he was a shortstop and it's just rolling. He had his feet right outside of the end zone. If you look at that, because if his feet had been in the end zone, it had been a touchback. But his feet just outside of the end zone fielded the ball. You know, there was some really terrific plays today. It's, it's kind of like you'd like to see a lot of scoring. It's like basketball, but it wasn't today.
How about Jack, Cooper, and Quinn? Campbell, DeJean, and Schulte.
I'll tell you, they are something. We've been hearing about them, and you knew Phil Parker's defense was going to be ready today, and let's hope that Jacobs' injury is not serious. Yeah. But we have, the way he used about 3 or 4 times, DeJong would line up as cornerback, and they would actually bring Terry Roberts out. And then the next play, they'd bring him in. DeJong would go over to Cash. So if you're an offense coordinator trying to figure that out, it's not going to be easy.
I want to throw Noah Shannon in there, too. I mean, he had a great fourth quarter. He had a solid game. And particularly in that fourth period when South Dakota State, I mean, they had a tough time jump-starting the offense all day. But when they were worn down and tired in that second half, Shannon can sense it.
And, I think he's one of the guys that plays almost every play. They rotate a lot of the other defensive linemen, but he's out there from the beginning to the end.
Let's go inside the Iowa locker room and bring on Torrey Taylor. 10 punts, 48-yard average. He's brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. He's the best of the best today. Old Dominion, thanks to Lou Solari, Chris Kelly down there in Kansas City for the sponsorship of our star of the game, our Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. I don't know who's better than Torrey Taylor. I'll see. How you doing?
How you guys doing today?
What we're doing, we're kind of...
Did you just say, how many punts did you say I had?
10.
Was it 10, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, there you go. I broke my record. There you go.
You scored in double figures today.
Yeah, awesome. First time. There you go.
I love it.
Yeah, very exciting.
I want to see that pitching wedge. I want to see that golf swing.
I know, it would have been nice having that, those last couple of punts, but, you know, take the good with the bad.
Well, Ed, who was one of the great special teams players of all time, pointed out you're just looking to get rid of the football because they're coming to block it.
Yeah, just catch it.
Yeah, catch it and kick it.
Far as I can. Yeah. And hope it doesn't get blocked. But yeah, we got a pretty good operation going on, and the guys in front of me are blocking really well. And just honestly, I mean, I'm really lucky that there's so many guys on the punt unit that want to be on the punt unit, and yeah, credit. And how about that long snapper, Luke Elkin? Hey, making that tackle.
How about that?
There's a few athletes in the specialist room. Don't worry about that, guys.
I said, oh, wait a minute. We got Epinesa number, same number as Luke. Maybe it was Epinesa. And we verified it was Elkin.
No. We got some athletes in the specialist room. I wouldn't say I am, but, you know, there's others.
Well, how about Cooper DeJean and Terry Roberts? I mean, we're going to miss somebody, but that's been a staple, as you know, though, of Iowa's attack special teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think Terry Roberts is really just one of those guys that probably his first couple of years, obviously I wasn't here, but I could kind of tell he kind of just made his way up through the special teams ranks as such, and what do you know, he's out there playing corner this year. So I think, yeah, we really emphasise the importance of special teams, and I think it's a really good development phase for a lot of guys on the team, and it's really just another opportunity for guys to get out on the field as well. But yeah, really lucky that Terry Roberts and Cooper DeJean, and yeah, we worked really hard this summer, just trying to not necessarily perfect things, but just trying to narrow the gap between the good and the bad, because there's a few things that we could have done a lot better at last year. But yeah, good to get a win first up. I think we'll be the first ones to admit that we didn't want to play that the way we wanted to play. But you know what? A win's a win, and you move on to the next.
How about Cooper DeJean, when he caught the ball inside the 5, could you have thrown that? Could you have passed it to him, or do you have to kick it?
No, I have to kick it. Yeah, I wouldn't say that I'm the best thrower on the team, but I didn't grow up throwing the ball like everyone over here.
We saw you tracking him all the way when he looped out the sideline. You were looking right.
Yeah, well, I was trying to look for him, but yeah, because that punt was a little bit lucky. I really didn't hit a good ball at all. It kind of just had a little bit more time. And then, yeah, Cooper was down there to down it, so I was very lucky. Like I said, lucky to have guys on the punt unit that want to be out there and just run down there and hustle.
I don't want you giving away any tricks of the trade, but what's the process when you know you're as good as you are and you're trying to deaden that thing inside the 10, anywhere inside the 10?
It's really just feel for me. I mean, I obviously focus a lot on the technique and things like that, but really there's just a lot of feel to it. It's kind of like golf, which I know you're not very good at, Dolph, but that's all right. Yeah, it really just comes down to feel, and yeah, it just comes naturally. I've been doing it for 20 years now, so yeah, like I said, it comes a little bit naturally, but yeah, lucky that there's other guys on the team that make the play.
Can you tell the difference when the temperature is 90 or 85, what it is today, and then when we get to November and it's 20 degrees, the football has got to feel different when it hits your foot?
Don't worry about that. I can certainly tell you the difference on and off the field. But, yeah, look, the ball doesn't go as far in the winter stages of the season, but you really just got to make the most of it while it's nice, because I'm sure in a few weeks I'll be talking to you guys and we probably just ran off after a 40-degree game, but yeah, that's all right.
40.
Yeah.
What convinced you to come to Iowa? Was it LeVar? I mean, was it he found you? But I mean, when you said Iowa City, I don't know if you even ever heard of Iowa. I'm sure you did, but in the Midwest, what was the deciding factor?
It probably just came down to the fact that there was Coach Woods obviously came out and recruited me, and he really just kind of emphasised how much of a family environment there is at Iowa, and everyone can just be themselves. And I think I've kind of probably said this a few times, and I feel like I'm repeating myself, but I think the reason we reach such a high level of success is because of how close everyone is on the team together, and that's just on and off the field. So Yeah, but Coach Woods came out and recruited me, and it was really just a great opportunity for me to first and foremost punt in front of a college football coach. But he's just a really nice guy, on and off the field, really big family guy like me. So that was probably the deciding factor in the end.
Beautiful. Before we let you go, we're 8 stories up here and 500 feet back, but that defense, I don't want to be anywhere near that defense when they get riled up with Campbell leading the way. You're down there on the sideline. What impresses you about this edition of Phil Parker's defense?
Oh, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I don't really know too much about the nuance of football and things like that, and all the technical side of things like that. But yeah, it's good watching those guys go out there. Coach Parker usually gets them pretty fired up. I usually try to stay away from him on game days. Actually, usually just in general, to be honest.
Well, you've learned some new words around it.
Yeah, feisty character. I'm sure he spits out every derogatory term on game day, but yeah, he's a great guy, and I know he appreciates what us, the punt unit does, and the rest of the special teams unit. So, but yeah, to answer your question, sorry, it's pretty exciting watching those guys just go out there, and it's kind of strange sometimes, because I'll sit there and watch, and I'm like, oh, that wasn't a bad play by their offense, and then what do you know, they've gained a yard. Do you know what I mean? So they kind of just suck you in, and then it's rather interesting.
Well, I'll tell you what, the reason I bring that up is because special teams play a lot like the Iowa defense.
Yes,
really aggressive and get after it, and they execute.
Yeah, you have to.
Our Old Dominion freight line, best of the best, Torrey Taylor, and he was really good today. Thanks, Torrey.
No, thanks, guys. Appreciate it, and I'll see you guys soon. Make sure you keep working on that golf game, Dolphin. It's terrible.
I am. You got to teach me some things about pitching wedge, okay?
All right, guys. I appreciate it, and you guys enjoy the rest of your day.
See you, Torrey. We're going to. Yeah, he's. Tell you what, he's a great interview.
Oh, it's tremendous, and what are there, 20-something? Australian punters, or 50-some, or what?
I think it's closer to 50, honestly. Every time I look at a 2-deep, I'm seeing somebody from Australia back there kicking the football. And I was going to play a few more of them before the year's over. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. The Hawkeyes hold on to beat South Dakota State 7-3. You're listening to Hawkeye Football. Our postgame is brought to you by U.S. Cellular, America's locally grown wireless and official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Join the national network built by locals for locals. Speaking of the Hawkeye defense, 4 sacks today, including 2 safeties. And Iowa wins it 7-3. Back with more postgame and Ed Podolak in just a minute. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Kirk Ferentz. We've been working hard all year long to get ready for the season ahead, just like Iowa's corn farmers do. Because when the Hawkeyes take to the field and Iowa corn farmers take to theirs, Iowans win. You want to support Iowa's corn farmers? It's easy. Buy corn-fed meat, dairy, and eggs. Fill your cup with safe drinking water right from the tap, and fuel your vehicle with clean, renewable, homegrown E15 and unleaded 88. Now who's ready for some Hawkeye football? When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these 3 important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
There's a hero in all of us. Shields is proud to partner with Iowa and Nebraska for the Shields Heroes Game. Together, we want to recognize and celebrate local heroes who exemplify the goal of positively impacting the community and who stand as an inspiration to others. If you have a family member or a community member you'd like to recognize, please nominate them at shields.com/hero so we can celebrate the heroes in our community.
Backed by popular demand, Hy-Vee drive-through flu shot clinics. Just follow the signs in your Hy-Vee parking lot to get your flu shot right from your car. It's easy, convenient, and no appointment or prescription is necessary. Drive-through flu shots are offered on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 3 to 7 p.m. Or get your flu shot inside your Hy-Vee pharmacy at any time with no appointment necessary. Plus, when you get your flu shot at Hy-Vee, you get a 20-cent Hy-Vee fuel saver. Some restrictions apply.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 Degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 Degrees. Lennox, 72 Degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination. Back on the U.S. Cellular
Welcome back to more of the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Gary Dolphin with Ed Podolak, Kirk Ferentz. Coach Ferentz will be joining us shortly, thanks to Torrey Taylor, our Old Dominion Freightline best of the best, star of the game. He joined us a moment ago off his 10-punt, 50-yard average on the day with a long of 57, but it doesn't begin to tell the tale of the tape. 7 punts inside the 20, and Ed will double check and see how many of those died inside the 10, but I dare say 3 minimum. Hawk fans, with today's Hawkeye victory, you win 2 days after a Hawkeye football victory. Buy 1 delicious Pothole frozen pizza with quick rewards and get a second one free at any Quick Star location. Pothole Pizza at Quick Star, proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Iowa defense, collectively the star of the show. Our Mershman Seeds quarterback sack recap shows 4 Hawkeye sacks today, including 2 safeties. Mershman Seeds donates $150 to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital for every sack. Iowa with 4 today. That's a good start to the season. A donation of $600 courtesy of Mershman Seeds. That's the quarterback sack recap presented by Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. By the way, Logan Lee had a sack and a half. Joe Evans had 2. Lucas Van Ness had a half a sack on the afternoon. Time to head back to the Hawkeye locker room and talk with Iowa head coach Kirk Ferentz. There's many ways to win a football game. I kept thinking of the 6-4 win at Penn State 18 years ago, whatever it was. You took a couple safeties in that game. You got a couple safeties today. Just your general thoughts, Kirk, on how this thing played out.
Well, yeah, first of all, I mean, I've never seen 7 points scored that way. I don't know how many times it has happened, so that's kind of strange. And it was strange looking up at the board and seeing that, actually. So, whatever. But first and foremost, just happy to get the win. We been in games like that where it didn't turn out well, and certainly in the fourth quarter, when we had some issues there, you have that thought. So, but the guys did a great job that we had to do. I thought, there's a lot of good things out there, and then clearly, we struggled offensively. And it was, shared by everybody. So it's hopefully a really good experience for us, and we'll focus on improvement this week.
Well, the offensive line had a tough time with those small linebackers and the safeties coming up. Did you see that on film? Did you know? It looked like they just took off the line of scrimmage on every play. Yeah, they did. There was a lot of movement up front by their inside 4 guys, and then their backers were really hitting the holes hard, and the safeties were coming. So, yeah, we anticipated they weren't just going to sit there for us, and then could do a great job handling the movement, some of the things that we saw. And I think, part of that's, we're a little bit inexperienced up front, but I'm confident that we'll gain from this and grow from this.
Coach, Spencer Petrus, of course, the quarterback always takes the brunt of the criticism on a day like today, but many times he didn't have a chance to react or make a decision. They were on top of him pretty quick.
Yeah, they were aggressive up front, and we took turns, it seemed like, run or pass, letting one guy go through, and it's all it takes to disrupt the offensive football team. So I think it's going to be a really valuable learning experience for us. We have a lot of guys that needed to play. Our whole team really needed to play, not just the offensive guys, but the whole team needed to get out and find out where we're at. And like I said, fortunately, there's some really good things that we saw, and I think clearly we know where the hot spots are at this point.
Well, you sure won the battle of field position with Torrey Taylor. My, oh my. And your special teams in general, your punt coverage was spectacular.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a game where you score 7 points that way, and one where the punter was so involved. And Torrey did a great job. He's practiced really well. This is his third year playing now, and it shows. So he's really practiced well out there. And it turned out to be a huge factor. Good job there, and then good job by the guys covering Terry and Cooper getting down there and being smart about how to keep the ball from going in the end zone.
Well, we've heard a lot about Cooper and how good a fall he was having. He had a spectacular day today.
He really is. He's just a football player. He's been that way since he's shown up, and didn't play near as much last year as we know. But boy, he was out there a lot today on special teams. Played well on defense, and he's just a really good football player. And wish we had about 4 more like him, or maybe 6.
When you did get a little momentum, some momentum going, where you extended drives, the turnover bug bit you. And I bring that up with LaShawn. You look at the replay; he's got a really good grip on the football. I mean, Bach just made a heck of a play on the strip, and Spencer got picked one time, but it was just one of those frustrating days offensively, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. And the pick led to their first score, or their score. So that's and turnovers are going to hurt you no matter what. And that's one thing we really, probably the most disappointing thing is we didn't play clean that way. And then one led to a score, the other one kept us from a potential score. So that's going to be true all the way down the road. Just the turnover battle and ball security. So hopefully we can do a better job there. Certainly we've got the potential with the kicking game, and we're very veteran up front on defense, and I thought the whole group played well collectively. So we're just got to push this thing forward offensively, and hopefully this will be a good learning experience for everybody.
Plain Jane, Jack and Joe, they were typically Campbell and Evans today. It's just amazing to watch those two play. We've been raving about them for a couple years now, but it's just fun to watch them get after it.
Yeah, they are. They got different personalities, but they both really make things happen out there. They're both high energy players. Joe can be very disruptive up front, and Jack is just his ability to get to the ball and accelerate to get to the ball. First of all, he knows where it's going and does a good job that way. But, he really closes distance fast. And there was one play in front of our bench that was like, whoa. Okay, so it's just like, kind of a missile going across the field. And that's gives you a really good chance. And we're, like I said, we're pretty veteran up front right now. So hopefully we can play to our strengths there.
And Gavin Williams, I guess that was a game-time decision, or where are we at there?
Yeah, he had an ankle issue, and thought he'd be close, but Thursday just wasn't able to go. So, we're going to push it another week. Hopefully, early next week he'll be ready to go. That would really help our football team, and we're not good enough to have anybody not out there. So, especially guys that are experienced. But optimistic that he'll be back. We'll have to play it day by day.
Coach, how about Keegan Johnson? I know he's missed a lot of time, but Arlen Bruce had 5 catches today for 70 yards, and I'm trying to visualize having Keegan out there in the field with Arlen. That gives you a pretty good tandem.
It would certainly help, and we had Alec on that one deep ball, the in route, and we just Spencer didn't have a great throw there, and so he's done a good job. Certainly Arlen was very, very good on offense and special teams, and if we can get a little bit more help at the receiver position, that'd be great. But you can't count on it at this point.
Okay, well, we'll get an update from you in the coming week. Thanks, Coach, for the time. Congratulations on the win.
Appreciate it. Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Coach Ferentz on Iowa's 7-3 win over South Dakota State as the Hawkeyes get out to a 1-0 start thanks to its defense and special teams. And the offense work to do, Ed.
You know, he's a real historian of the game. He remembers games he coached 30, 40 years ago, and he can't remember ever winning by 2 safeties and a field goal. That's new to me, he said.
It is a rarity indeed. Our Iowa Pork Lineman of the Game is next. Today's Lineman of the Game is brought to you by Iowa's Pig Farmers. Just like the Hawkeye linemen, pig farmers use continuous improvement to bring the best to their game. Learn more at iowapork.org. We called his name a few times. Logan Lee, 6 tackles today, 1.5 sacks, 1 for loss, 2 solos. Logan Lee is our pork lineman of the game.
Boy, he can get pressure on the quarterback. He turns sideways when he comes in, you know, and he's rushing the quarterback, and somehow that big, long body of his shows up with his hand in front of the quarterback, and we're looking forward to watching more of him.
He's 6'5", but with that reach...
He's got like 7-foot arms.
It's amazing. Well, Orion, Illinois High School, stand up and take a bow. Our Iowa Pork Lineman of the Game is Logan Lee. Hawks win it 7-3. They hold on for a big victory on opening day against a quality FCS program in South Dakota State. We're back with more U.S. Cellular postgame in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, welcome to U.S. Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
What about the one that takes incredible pictures?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
How about this giant cardboard phone?
Oh, that stays.
At U.S. Cellular, new and current customers choose any phone they want for free. That's any brand, model, or size. Free for everyone. U.S. Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
The Hawkeyes play here. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
I'm telling you, you have to try Burger Shed's beef brisket tonight. My name is Brandon, and our in-house smoked black Angus beef brisket is cooked for 18 hours. It's topped with our BS barbecue sauce, and it's absolutely amazing. It's served as an entree with slaw and fries or on a brioche bun, topped with fried onion strings with even more BS barbecue sauce on top. Need I say more? Burgers, beers, and a whole bunch of BS. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive, Altoona.
This is Gary Dolphin, and those who know me know of my love for Iowa sports and Iowa history. We have a lot to be proud of, like the Herbert Hoover Presidential Library and Museum in West Branch. That's why I'm a supporter of their campaign to renovate and modernize the museum space there. And better yet, Iowa taxpayers who contribute to the effort will receive a 25% state tax credit on gifts of any size. Join me and help share Hoover's history. Get the details at standwithhoover.org.
Every team needs the right players in the right positions to provide the winning combination. It's no different with insurance. You need to have the right coverages on the right policies for the right price. IMT Insurance is proud to partner with independent insurance agents to offer auto, home, and business insurance for you and your family. Together, we'll help customize an insurance plan for you. You, your IMT agent, and IMT Insurance. We're a team that can't be beat. Find your local IMT agent at imtins.com.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Gary Dolphin, Ed Podolak, and Rob Brooks at Kinnick Stadium, where Iowa has defeated South Dakota State. Hawks turn it over to the defense and special teams today and win it 7-3. 3. The defense was a wrecking crew. Jack Campbell, Joe Evans with safeties on South Dakota State quarterback Granowski. A big field goal for Aaron Blum, his first as a Hawkeye, and Iowa wins it 7-3. Speaking of wrecking crews, there's seemingly every intersection, major intersection, off-ramp, on-ramp, under some kind of construction in and around Iowa City, between Iowa City and Cedar Rapids. Let's bring in Iowa State Patrol Trooper pilot Taylor Grimm. He's been flying all over Johnson County most of the day. What's it look like post-game, Taylor?
Hey, Gary, this is Trooper Pilot Taylor Grimm with you. Post-game, everything in the major roadways is fine. Everything's moving smoothly there. Where we see our issues is really in town. People trying to get out of town. Once they get on the major roadways, things move pretty smoothly like they are right now, which is good. What I might suggest is some people who usually take First Avenue in Coralville, maybe keep going down to Coral Ridge Ave and get on from Coral Ridge Ave. That kind of seems to be an intersection where not many people go to take to get on the interstate. That might be an easy option for people to take to get easier access to the interstate. If you're going eastbound out of town, maybe go over to Dodge Street or go over to Herbert Hoover Highway or take Highway 6 even over to the West Liberty area or Wilton to jump up onto 80 from there. That seems to be pretty good options that are roads less traveled, if you will.
Yeah, that's good advice. As I remember, and I haven't been out there in a while, but is that on-ramp, that new construction, the on-ramp, off-ramp at Highway 1, Hoover Highway near West Branch, is that still is that still a mess, or is that improving?
That is improving. I did see some cars getting off of there and exiting there at Herbert Hoover earlier in the day. If that is not able to get you onto 80 eastbound out of town, you can still take Herbert Hoover over into West Branch and get on from West Branch. So that's also an option.
Well, we appreciate your updates. As we wrap it up, one more time, for those westbound having to circle around 380 and 80, what's your suggestion again?
If you're normally getting on at First Avenue, I would suggest maybe trying to go up to Coral Ridge. That seems to be just an intersection. For whatever reason, people don't want to go past the mall. They want to get on the interstate as soon as they can. Take that a little bit extra time to keep going up 2nd Street there in Coralville, go up to Coral Ridge Ave. That may actually buy you some time and get you to the interstate a little bit quicker. If you're going northbound, maybe continue up Coral Ridge Ave and go to Forever Green Road there at the north end of Coralville and take the Forever Green Road entrance onto 380 northbound. That'll bypass almost all of that road work. So that would be a great option for people going north.
Hey, great stuff, Trooper Grimm. We look forward to our visits each and every week, pre- and post-game. Thanks, Taylor.
Sounds great. Go Hawks.
Go Hawks. And the Hawks went today. They went far enough to win it 7-3, getting around a couple of detours thrown up by that South Dakota State defense. And the Hawks are 1-0 with Iowa State coming to Kinnick next week. More on that later. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
The most popular vape brand in Colorado, Batch, is now available in Iowa at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. Medicine shouldn't have to taste bad. Batch vapes are known for being the smoothest, best-tasting carts. In order to bring them to Iowa, we drew on our experience, dialed up the THC, and let the terpenes do the rest. Nothing but nature. Nice. Visit budmary.com to get your medical card and explore what Batch can do for you.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Hawk fans, do you want stylish Hawkeye gear at an exclusive listener price? Authentic Brand offers the most premium selection of unique Iowa apparel that has me looking my best on game day and every day. Shop their comfortable and versatile styles at authentic-brand.com and save 15% with this radio offer. Use the code Hawkeye Radio when you shop authentic-brand.com. That's all one word, Hawkeye Radio at authentic-brand.com.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
We believe banking should make your life greater. It starts with affordable options to meet today's needs and tomorrow's dreams. From smart account options that fit your style to flexible loans for what comes next. It means convenient ways to access and manage your money whenever you need it and wherever you're headed. Most of all, it takes great support. Someone you can count on for trusted guidance and to be there for you every step of the way. Great options, great convenience, great support. For life, Great Southern Bank. Understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Facing a criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Carr Law Firm has the trial experts you need. As experienced trial attorneys, we understand how much is on the line. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Welcome back to more of the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Still to come here on the U.S. Cellular postgame show, our John Deere run of the game, our stat recap, our Iowa Corn drive of the game, and our Case IH red zone recap. Merschman Seeds, sponsor of our quarterback sack. Good day for the Iowa defense with 4 sacks for $600 headed to Children's Hospital. That's just week 1. Thank you, Merschman Seeds, for your support of the Iowa Hawkeyes and Children's Hospital. Let's take a look at the stats, courtesy of U.S. Cellular in our postgame show. Really a struggling day for both offenses. The Hawks with a total offensive number of 136 yards on 45 plays. South Dakota State, not much better. In fact, not better at all. 41 yards for 99. Now, these are net yards minus the sacks lead us to a total offensive play net yards 99 for South Dakota State, 136 for the Hawkeyes. That gives you an idea how good those defenses played. Iowa rushed for I'm not sure this is correct now that I look at this. Yeah, no, this is not a final stat sheet, so we'll come back to that. Thought that looked kind of odd. I think this is the end of the third quarter, but we'll come back and get a stat recap shortly. All right, well, let's take another break. We'll come back. We'll regroup. Iowa wins at 7-3. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It's game day. Hey, farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours, the one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Backed by popular demand, Hy-Vee drive-through flu shot clinics. Just follow the signs in your Hy-Vee parking lot to get your flu shot right from your car. It's easy, convenient, and no appointment or prescription is necessary. Drive-through flu shots are offered on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 3 to 7 p.m. Or get your flu shot inside your Hy-Vee pharmacy at any time with no appointment necessary. Plus, when you get your flu shot at Hy-Vee, you get a 20-cent Hy-Vee fuel saver. Some restrictions apply.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
You're listening to Hawkeye Football. Touchdown, Iowa! This is Iowa football from Learfield.
$100 in free play at Wild Rose Casino and Hotel is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Sign up to be a part of Club Wild, and you could earn up to $50 in free play on your first visit. But it doesn't stop there. You could earn an additional $25 in free play when you come back a second and third time. When we say you'd rather be here, we mean it. Join Club Wild today, and you could earn up to $100 in free play. See Club Wild for details.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
The most powerful ideas come from understanding. By asking what's important here. At Great Southern Bank, we start by asking our customers to find out how we're doing and what they really need. Then we get to work, making banking easier and more effective, financing more flexible, and our communities better places to live. It's an ongoing team effort to keep improving how we serve our neighbors day after day. And it all starts with understanding what really matters. Learn more at greatsouthernbank.com. Member FDIC.
Live from the Learfield Network studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And from Master Control, I'm Mo Lewis. Final score 7-3. Iowa gets the win. Let's check the U.S. Bank scoreboard. Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and all across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank. Stop by your local branch or log on today. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Elsewhere in the Big Ten, number 8, Michigan. Didn't expect much from Colorado State, but the Wolverines came to play.
Now Corum motions up to McNamara's right. Back to pass, McNamara, quick pass, Roman Wilson, and he's got running room. 50, 45, 40, 30, 20, cuts inside, 10, 5, touchdown. Roman Wilson, 61 yards. It's 6-0.
That is the new voice of the Michigan Wolverines, Doug Karch. Michigan wins it 51-7. Also, Maryland with a 31-10 win over Buffalo, and Rutgers holds off Boston College 22-21. Underway right now, Nebraska is leading North Dakota State 7-0. Later, number 18 Wisconsin home against Illinois State, and number 2 Ohio State, big one, hosting number 5 Notre Dame. Right now, Air Force has defeated Northern Iowa 48-10, and in the third quarter, Iowa State leads Southeast Missouri State 28-10. Drake and North Dakota State are tied at 7. Top 25 games. Number 6, Texas A&M taking on Sam Houston State.
Haynes going deep. He's got a receiver. It is complete. Keith Brown is gone. 66-yard touchdown. The first touchdown of the season for the Aggies. 6-0 A&M. Steps over the middle. That's complete. Anaya Smith at the 30, at the 25, breaks the tackle. Anais is gone. Sub-Zero's first touchdown of the season.
That is Andrew Monaco of the Texas A&M Sports Network, and A&M up 17-0 on Sam Houston State right now, but they're in a weather delay. Also, North Carolina State ranked 13th, and they just barely survive East Carolina 21-20. East Carolina had a field goal to possibly win it at the end, wide right. Number 3, Georgia leads Oregon 14-0. Number 19, Arkansas with a 7-0 lead over number 23, Cincinnati. Oklahoma up 21-0 on UTEP. Miami leads Bethune-Cookman 14-3. And Ole Miss and Troy scoreless early on. Also, Houston is leading University of Texas San Antonio 7-0. And BYU and South Florida are scoreless, and they're also in a rain delay. Hawkeyes 7, Jackrabbits 3. This is the Iowa Hawkeye Football Network from Learfield.
From sponsoring cultural events to partnering on community projects, creating youth programs to supporting first responders. At Mid-American Energy, caring about our community goes beyond keeping the lights on. It's about being obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Backed by popular demand, Hy-Vee drive-through flu shot clinics. Just follow the signs in your Hy-Vee parking lot to get your flu shot right from your car. It's easy, convenient, and no appointment or prescription is necessary. Drive-through flu shots are offered on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 3 to 7 p.m. Or get your flu shot inside your Hy-Vee pharmacy at any time with no appointment necessary. Plus, when you get your flu shot at Hy-Vee, you get a 20-cent Hy-Vee fuel saver. Some restrictions apply.
The Roots and Boots Tour, starring Aaron Tippin, Colin Ray, and Sammy Kershaw, comes to Riverside Casino and Golf Resort on November 11th at 8 p.m. Come experience these three voices that defined 90s country music in a one-of-a-kind concert. Hear hits such as Tippin's You've Gotta Stand for Something, Ray's In This Life, and Kershaw's She Don't Know She's Beautiful. Tickets are on sale now at riversidecasinoandresort.com.
You like to listen to them, now you can watch them on the special Behind the Mic broadcast. This unique second screen experience shows Ed Podolak and Gary Dolphin calling all of the action. The broadcast is live now on the Hawkeye Radio Network's YouTube channel, on Twitter at Gary Dolphin, and on Facebook.com/VoiceOfTheHawks.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today, or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
What's better than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you move your car loan to Community Choice and make no car payments for 3 months. Just 60 seconds to get started. Go to unbankyourbread.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Gary Dolphin at Kinnick Stadium as we put the wrapping around a Hawkeye season-opening victory. Tough as it was, a win is a win. 7-3, Iowa holds off FCS power South Dakota State on the strength of a field goal by Aaron Blum and 2 safeties, one by Jack Campbell, the other engineered late by Joe Evans, the defensive end out of Ames. Jack Campbell, the pride of Cedar Falls. Let's go to our run of the game, courtesy of Sinclair Tractor, your premier John Deere dealer serving southeast Iowa, western Illinois, and northeast Missouri. Stop by and experience how we strive to earn your business every day. Visit SinclairTractor.com. John Deere run of the game actually was a catch and run. One of the stars of the offense was Arlen Bruce IV. He caught 5 passes for 68 yards, including this long of the day of 27. Petrus tries to get it back, throws down the middle. Great catch by Arlen Bruce in double coverage at the 39-yard line of South Dakota State, but a flag at the end of the play. And that flag was for targeting on South Dakota State. And it stood up, and what was amazing about that play is the zip that Petrus had on it, but the focus that Bruce put on that football in double coverage, and that put Iowa in great position to score, but they would turn it over later on a fumble, but that doesn't lessen any more the effectiveness of Arlen Bruce on the field today. And keep in mind that even though Alec Wick has shined in fall camp without Keegan Johnson out there, that makes it that much tougher on the Iowa passing game. Hopefully Keegan gets back sooner than later. That's our John Deere catch and run of the game, courtesy of John Deere and Sinclair Tractor. Congratulations to Arlen Bruce. Spencer Petrus on the afternoon. Let's check the final stat report here, and we find that Spencer on the day 11 for 25. He was picked off once, one interception. 11 for 25 with 109 yards. His long of the day, that 27-yarder you just heard to Arlen Bruce, he was sacked twice. Long day for Spencer, but he's a stand-up guy, and he was at the podium just a few minutes ago.
Spencer, first and foremost, had to be great just to play a football game, see a different opponent.
Yeah, we've been waiting quite a bit. Definitely felt good to be back out there against another team because, you go against your own guys. You can only go against your guys only, so much before you really start itching to play another team.
During a first game like this, what do you learn about an offense that maybe you didn't during camp?
It's a good question. I think, as practice is practice, when the bullets start flying in a real game, it's just different. There's no way to simulate a real football game. But, I think that I'm sure there's going to be a lot of nice performances on tape, individuals. And, our goal is just to improve for next week.
Coach Ferentz said at the half, just trying to get some rhythm, get things going. Did you feel at any point in time that, hey, here we go after a big play was made?
I feel like we had that drive, hit Arlen in the seam, but, didn't finish with points. And then I think after that, I missed some throws that really, kind of halted our momentum, our rhythm. And it's one of those games. It sucks when it happens, but yeah, I don't think we got into a good rhythm at all game.
But the one thing is, as you mentioned, 1-0. That's all you could be, and that's the good news moving forward.
Yeah, it's obviously not the performance we wanted offensively, but being 1-0 is the best we could have been today. So the goal is to be 2-0 next week.
You kind of buy into that philosophy of, hey, from week 1 to week 2, a lot of improvement can be made?
Yeah, I think especially with, how young we are, some spots on offense, I know that it gets a lot easier, especially game 1 to game 2. Just from a mental standpoint, physically it never really gets easier. It's still, playing college football. It's difficult. But yeah, I definitely think that's a real thing.
Spencer, thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Robbie Brooks, in the Hawkeye locker room with Spencer Petrus. You got to be matter of fact. You got to flush a performance that were on a day where the offense struggled against, albeit a very good defense. Spencer Petrus is a stand-up guy, and now they've got a full game tape to dissect and see what went wrong and what went good. He mentioned the Arlen Bruce seam route, which was a pass that we're hopefully going to see a lot out of Spencer going forward. He really had some zip on that one. All in all, a rough day for the offense. But, hey, 1-0, Iowa State, they have to be better because Iowa State's coming to town for a 3 o'clock kick next week. Thanks to Spencer Petrus, and Robbie will be back shortly with another interview. Let's look at the stats. The scoring on the day, Aaron Blum, a 46-yard field goal with a little more than a minute to go in the first period, gave Iowa a 3-0 lead. And Aaron had plenty of leg on that one. This after he missed his first field goal try. The Hawks owned the battle of field position thanks to Torrey Taylor in that first quarter, but couldn't get any points until Bloom punched a 46-yarder through, and the Hawkeyes led it 3-0 after one. The second period, San Diego State knotted it up with Hunter Dustman finding the middle of the uprights from 44 yards away. That with 2:51 remaining in the half, and the Hawkeyes, 15 seconds remaining in the half. A drive of almost 3 minutes for San Diego State. Really, probably their most sustained drive of the afternoon because the Iowa defense was so good. But Dustman tied the game at 3. That's where we were at halftime. 3-3. The Hawks regained the lead, again, thanks to great field position, great special teams play. Jack Campbell and the Iowa defense just stood up San Diego State 3/4 of the way through that third quarter as Campbell sacked Isaiah Davis, latched onto Isaiah Davis just outside the goal line. The ball, though, was in the end zone. When you draw that imaginary line straight up from the chalk line, the goal line, the ball was in the end zone with half of Davis' body, and Campbell latched onto his left shoulder blade, just drug him back into the end zone. An easy call for the official, and the safety with 4 minutes to play in the third period put the Hawkeyes up 5-3. And we didn't know it at the time, but the Iowa defense would finish the deal, just suffocating quarterback Granowski and the Jackrabbits offense. Joe Evans didn't seal the deal, but made it effectively a two-score game, knowing that South Dakota State had to score a touchdown with 4 minutes to play in the game. Evans, again, with South Dakota State pinned deep in its own territory, snuck in from the blind side and drilled Granowski 5 yards deep in the end zone for another safety. Iowa went up 7-3. South Dakota State unable to sustain anything offensively, and the Hawkeyes and the defense get the clock to zeros and win it 7-3. Individually and team-wise, the Hawkeyes rushed for 57 net yards. San Diego State got only 33 yards on the ground for the day. Passing, net yards passing, 109 for the Hawks, 87 for San Diego State. Total offense, Iowa 166, San Diego State 120. Just a tough day all the way around for both offenses, thanks to stout defenses. Torrey Taylor, the story for Iowa, with 10 punts, an average of just under 48 yards, and it was his positioning of the football deep in San Diego State territory that kept the offense on its heels all day. Hunter Dustman was very effective with his leg as well as the game wore on for San Diego State. He punted 11 times, an average of 42 yards, including that field goal. Individually in the run game, Isaiah Davis, the leading ground gainer on the day for South Dakota State, 18 carries and a net of 50 yards, just a 2.8 average, which shows how effective the Hawkeye run game was. LaShawn Williams led Iowa, 24 carries, 72 net yards, an average of 3 per carry. Again, Gavin Williams sidelined with an injury, unable to play today. Hopefully he'll be back next week against Iowa State. Spencer Petrus, 11 of 25 for 109 yards, 1 interception. He was sacked twice. He had a long completion of 27. Mark Granowski, 10 for 26, 87 net passing yards, a long of 20. He was sacked 4 times. Arlen Bruce he was targeted 10 times, caught 5 passes for 68 yards. South Dakota State's leading pass catcher, Isaiah Davis, the tailback. He was their star of the day, 8 targets, 5 catches for 32 yards. Back to Iowa, LaShawn Williams caught 2 passes, as did Sam Laporta. Sam could never get going today, 2 catches for 9 yards. The Iowa defense bottled up the Yankee twins. They were outstanding last year. Jackson with 72 catches. He had 2 today for 24 yards. So the Iowa defense was so good from the front 4 to the back end all afternoon long. Of course, with those linebackers in the middle, Campbell was spectacular. Now to field goals. Aaron Blum, his first as a Hawkeye. He missed one, made one. Dustman also was good from 44 yards. The score was tied at 3. And the 2 safeties in the second half are the difference makers for the Hawkeyes in winning 7-3. A big stat in the game. Of course, the Hawkeyes had 2 turnovers, so while South Dakota State won the turnover battle, they were woeful where penalties were concerned. 12 penalties for on San Diego State, 66 yards. 12 penalties. They averaged a half a dozen penalties a game last year. That's a stat that caught me off guard at the start of the week. The number of penalties, an average of 6 per game last year for 55 yards. So they had 12 penalties today, a total of 66 yards, and that was effective in keeping the Jackrabbits in second and third and long. It really ambushed a couple drives where it looked like they were going to get going, and then of course the Iowa defense did the rest. The Hawkeyes were penalized just once, one time, as I remember. Twice for 15 yards. So Iowa was very clean in taking care of the football, save for the penalties. The turnovers. Petrus was picked off once, and LaShawn Williams fumbled at the 6. So those are the key stats on today's game. Iowa wins it 7-3, and we're back with more postgame in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Preparation. It's the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Hawkeyes on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that determination and strong will can lead to endless possibilities. For years, Iowa farmers have believed in that too. Farmers are the backbone of this country, and their dedication to bringing us food and energy has never been more important. That's why we're proud to wear the America Needs Farmers logo on our helmet. Join the Hawkeyes and the Iowa Farm Bureau as we celebrate farmers during A&F Game Day on October 1st. For more information and to win game day tickets, visit americaneedsfarmers.org.
You don't have to go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
Hawkeye football all season long. This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Fans, we invite you to visit the iconic Midwest venue right in Kinnick's backyard, Arden Creek Vineyard and Winery. Located just 35 minutes southeast of Iowa City, Arden Creek is the perfect destination to sample and enjoy award-winning handcrafted wines. Our selection of reds, whites, and rosés will keep you coming back. Pick up a bottle today at your local wine and spirits retailer across Iowa and Western Illinois. In fact, Arden Creek is now a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes and is now being served across Kinnick Stadium this fall. Go Hawks!
Iowa Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by Burger Shed, Grizzly, IMT Insurance, Tournament Club of Iowa, Machine Shed, Iowa Bankers Association, Wild Rose Casino, Dupaco Community Credit Union. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
Welcome back to more of the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Welcome back, Gary Dolphin, Rob Brooks. Ed Podolak has left the building. He'll be back with us next week, of course, as Iowa hosts the Iowa State Cyclones and that annual grudge match here at Kinnick Stadium to start or kick off at 3 o'clock. Our pregame coverage starts at 1 o'clock here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Time for the Case IH Red Zone recap. Enter the Red Zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. One trip into the Red Zone for the day for the Hawks. That occurred in the third quarter when Iowa was driving for what we thought was going to be a touchdown. 7 plays and 53 yards, but a fumble at the 6 by LaShawn Williams on a wonderful defensive play by Solon native and middle linebacker Adam Bach of South Dakota State. What a strip it was. I mean, a muscular. He reached right in there and pried the ball loose as LaShawn had a good grasp on it, but out it came as he was almost on the ground, which means he would have been down, but the turnover held up, and our only trip to the Case IH Red Zone ended in a giveaway. That's our Case IH Red Zone recap. Hey, when the Hawks win, you win. Win at Wendy's. Get a free small Frosty with a purchase when your Hawks win at Kinnick Stadium. So that's in play, valid only at participating Wendy's in the Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, and Quad Cities markets. Don't forget to download the Wendy's app for more great offers. So this weekend, pick up your free small Frosty with a purchase only at Wendy's. Rob Brooks is in the Iowa locker room with the outstanding safety, Quinn Schulte. Man, did he have a game today. He had probably as many Spahn and Rose hammer hits, at least that we saw in recent memory. And he had 4 pass breakups. The former star at Cedar Rapids, Xavier, fast becoming a star in that Iowa secondary. He's with Robbie.
We're going to talk about the defense today. Boy, what a performance. Just all 3 levels seem to be in sync.
Yeah, just coaches had a good game plan going in. First game, you don't necessarily know what they're going to come out and run. And so we just kind of looked at all the film from last year. And then, Coach Parker, Coach Walls, Coach Bell just put together a good game plan that we try to follow. So
you started a game last year against Illinois, obviously waiting in the wings. How different was it starting the season back there?
Yeah, it's just a lot of time to prepare and communicate, I'd say, in the back end. Just getting it down with Kayvon, all the corners and everything, just trying to be on the same page, so we can just go out and execute for game 1.
How does it feel, too, starting to make some plays and get into a rhythm? Does that change things for you out there at all?
It's more or less just the same old stuff. I mean, it's football, whether it's practice or a game, you're just trying to go out there and, do what the coaches ask of you, so... Yeah.
You've seen this defense up close for several years now. Just a lot of playmakers, and it showed today. Ever been involved in a game with 2 safeties?
Mm-hmm. Ever what, you said?
Been involved in a game where there was 2 safeties. You made 2 safeties.
Oh, yeah, no, we haven't. But I think we've gotten a couple safeties the past couple years. So just trying to score points, on the defense any way we can. Torrey did a good job, punting it, backing them up. So it was good for us.
And how was it with all the practice, all the summer work to finally get out there and at least play a football game?
Yeah, definitely. It was just a good feeling, to go out there and compete finally. You're working all summer, all spring for it. So it was just a good job to finally go out there and get the first one out of the way.
And, of course, 1-0 always feels good. It makes it a lot easier going to the next one, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. We're going to celebrate this win, 24 hours, look at the tape, and then we'll move on. So.
Quinn, thanks very much.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Hawkeye safety Quinn Schulte. He did an admirable job today. Keep in mind the Hawks lost Jack Kerner. They lost Matt Hankins and Dane Belton to graduation. So the guys that are filling in now and the new starters performed admirably as the entire Iowa defense did today. Here's our Iowa Corn drive of the game before we hear from South Dakota State head coach John Spiegelmeier. Our drive of the game was the aforementioned 7-play, 53-yard drive by Iowa, the only sustained drive by the Hawkeye offense this afternoon. Unfortunately, it ended in a turnover, the fumble by LaShawn Williams inside the 10-yard line. That coming midway through the 3rd period. That's the drive that Iowa really had some cohesiveness, passing to running. Petrus hit Arlen Bruce on that seam route for 27 yards, and then LaShawn Williams was running hard, probably his best production during that drive, but Adam Bach made a heck of a play for the South Dakota State defense, prying the ball loose with that fumble strip. The drive died at that point, but it was impressive up until then. That's our drive of the game, brought to you by Iowa Corn. We thank Iowa Corn and corn in general for the meat, dairy, and eggs we all enjoy, not to mention the countless number of other products that could be made from corn. Share your winning moments by using hashtag #IowансWin. Thank you, Iowa Corn. Coach John Spiegelmeier, South Dakota State, very proud of his guys after the game, and much to build on.
Obviously, congratulate the Hawkeyes and Coach Ferentz and his staff and his defense. I mean, that's a impactful group of young men, and it was an honor to come down here and compete against the Hawkeyes. Not everybody gets that opportunity. I am proud of our football team, and I'm disappointed in our football team. And I think you can do those two things in the same breath. So congrats to them, and we will regroup and correct and repair some guys and be ready to play our best football, which is the goal every week, next week.
John, well, first of all, how's Tucker? What do you know about him?
He's in a boot, a lower leg injury. He had an X-ray. I don't think there's anything positive, so it's some of those high ankle sprains take a long time, so I don't know what it is.
It looked like or at least like maybe he wanted to go back in. They were taping him up. Was there a discussion?
I was told, I asked, he said he's trying it. Charlie Miller, our trainer, said he's trying it, and then later on he came up and said no go. So we had a number of players that we lost during the game. So, and that's not an excuse, because the two's got to step up and say it's my chance. But that is a concern right now.
Have you ever seen a game where a punter had that big of an impact?
I have not. In fact, I said one time, this young man's a freak. I mean, I thought he kicked it out of bounds one time and rolls down to the 2-yard line. I'm going, what the heck? But that is a powerful weapon, and that's part of their defense in reality. And field position was really tough for us a lot of the time.
John Spiegelmeyer, South Dakota State, very complimentary of the Hawkeyes, and in particular, Torrey Taylor, as Torrey will get a lot of national pub on highlight shows this weekend. John Spiegelmeyer, he's led the Jackrabbits to 185 wins. That's a 62% winning percentage in 25 seasons. So Coach Steg, very complimentary of Kirk Ferentz. He told me earlier in the week he was looking forward to meeting Kirk. They had never met, and yet they're very much alike in terms of coaches. They love the fullback. They love the two tight ends. They love the ISO play. They love ball control. And they got together this afternoon before the game, and they'll move on now and no doubt have a successful season, although the tight end they lost, he's a heck of a player, Tucker Kraft, tight end. He caught 65 passes a year ago, 6 touchdowns, and they lost him early in the game after that hit by Cooper DeJean. So very impressed with Coach Spiegelmeyer, and all the best to John and his Jackrabbits going forward. All right, we'll take a final break, come back, and wind down our U.S. Cellular postgame show in just a minute. The Hawkeyes prevail. They hold on with a 7-3 victory. This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At Cenex, we're locally owned and operated, so your community is our community. That's why your Cenex goes far beyond the store. We fuel community connections by supporting local festivals, restoring town monuments, and renovating baseball fields. Now in its 4th year, we'll have contributed more than $400,000 to Cenex communities through our Hometown Pride initiative, because community connections make the places we live so special. Cenex, powered locally.
It began a half-century ago, and thanks to you, our residential tractors and compact excavators have become top sellers. Together, with a committed dealer network of 1,100 strong and a complete lineup of tractors, mowers, RTVs, and compact construction equipment, we're ready to help you get more done for the next 50 years. Together, we do more. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
The Roots and Boots Tour, starring Aaron Tippin, Colin Ray, and Sammy Kershaw, comes to Riverside Casino and Golf Resort on November 11th at 8 p.m. Come experience these 3 voices that defined 90s country music in a one-of-a-kind concert. Hear hits such as Tippin's You've Gotta Stand for Something, Ray's In This Life, and Kershaw's She Don't Know She's Beautiful. Tickets are on sale now at riversidecasinoandresort.com.
This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Let's wrap up our show this afternoon with the Pioneer Breakthrough Performance Plays of the Game, an Iowa 7-3 victory over South Dakota State. Here we go.
Here's today's plays of the game over the South Dakota State Jackrabbits. Brought to you by Pioneer. What do you call an Enlist E3 soybean with elite germplasm? Introducing Pioneer Brand A Series Enlist E3 soybeans, featuring Pioneer's high-performance genetics like no other. Talk to your local Pioneer sales representative to learn more about these exclusive varieties. Here's today's Pioneer Hawkeye plays of the game.
He's got a strong leg. He just needs to improve on the accuracy. And here it comes. It is good.
That'll help. That'll help his courage.
He kind of pooch kicked that one, and it just crawled over the crossbar. And the Hawks finally get on the board with all that great field position. It's 3-0 Iowa. Weak side of the field, one running back. Here's Granowski, straight back to pass on 3rd and 6. Forced out of the pocket. Sack. No, he keeps his feet. Now he's down. Joe Evans finally got to him after I thought Noah Shannon was going to tack him in at the 8-yard line. He kept his feet underneath him. Great job by Granowski. Crossed the 10, got back to the 14, but loses. The tailback escapes to the outside. Oh, and Granowski dropped the football, and he's sacked back inside the 35. Nothing wrong with the snap that I could see. Noah Shannon dropped him as Granowski. They sent the tailback, Amar Johnson, out wide left. Empty backfield. Granowski he never picked up the football, Ed, for some reason.
Yeah, that was just a dropped snap, nothing else.
A little off balance when he let the kick go. It hits at the 20, heads inside the 10. Look at that. It's going to roll dead at the 1-yard line. Well, not going to roll dead. It is down at the 1-yard line. My, oh my, oh my. Torrey Taylor.
And guess who downs it?
Well, playing shortstop was Cooper DeJean.
Yeah.
Now they're at their own 1. South Dakota State's going to try and run it out of there. Tackled in the end zone by Jack Campbell. That should be a safety. It is. The Hawkeyes take a 5-3 lead and are about to get the ball back. Petrus tries to get it back. Throws down the middle. Great catch by Arlen Bruce in double coverage at the 39-yard line of South Dakota State. But a flag at the end of the play. Granowski forced out of the pocket. Down he goes. He didn't have a chance to escape the pocket. Logan Lee wrapped his mitts around him and threw him to the turf. Iowa's third sack of the afternoon. Tight end goes in motion. 1 tailback. 2 tights in the formation. Granowski back to the end zone. He's dropped. That's a safety. That's a sack. It's a sack in the end zone. He threw the ball away intentionally. Joe Evans got to him first.
They haven't made the call yet.
And there it is.
There you go.
Hey, 2 safeties. When's the last time that happened in the same game? We'll let you know shortly.
This is Iowa Hawkeye football on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield.
Yeah. Thanks to Pioneer for supporting us with our Pioneer plays of the game. They'll be on board each and every post-game courtesy of Pioneer. A baseball game, wasn't it? 7-3. It was 5-3 for a while, and thanks to Jack Campbell and Joe Evans, the Hawkeyes, and the defense hung out the no vacancy sign to South Dakota State and said, stay out of our yard. And the Hawks win it 7-3, 1-0 with Iowa State coming to town next weekend. So that's going to wrap up our U.S. Cellular postgame show on a weekend that had so much jam-packed into it, from Fry Fest all day yesterday to a great event last night. The Iowa Athletics Hall of Fame class announced, including Dan Holm in wrestling, Dallas Clark in football, Amy Fowler, All-American field hockey, Keith Noreen, great baseball player, Kerry Knopf from softball, George Roddy, men's golf, and women's swimming and diving Olympian Nancelia Underwood. It's been a wonderful weekend, capped off by Iowa's victory today over South Dakota State. It wasn't easy, but a victory is a victory. And the final score again is 7-3 Hawkeyes. Before we say good afternoon, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Station ID break here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Iowa Football. Join us next Saturday afternoon, 1 o'clock for the pregame show. Kickoff at 3 o'clock. Iowa State. Need I say any more. Cy-Hawk Trophy up for grabs. Thanks so much for joining us again today from Iowa City. I'm Gary Dolphin at Kinnick Stadium. Thanks to U.S. Cellular. That's our post-game show. Have a good day and a rest of the weekend. Happy Labor Day, everybody.
This has been the U.S. Cellular postgame show. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Also by Hy-Vee. Score big savings at HyVdeals.com. Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how they're using their energy to power beyond. Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Topgolf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City. Iowa Office of Secretary of State. Visit voterready.iowa.gov. Get in the game. Be a voter.